Hello, VOD viewers. We are getting going. I forgot to open the multi-chat. Rubber Noodle Twitch. Here before I even launched the stream, actually. You are ready to go. Welcome, welcome. Or maybe you should welcome me. You're already here. I have a couple replays to start us off, and then we'll start doing the random raffles like usual. I downloaded this one, I think. Yeah. Okay. I guess I don't really need to pin a message since today we're doing just general. Why do I have these on? Sorry, you guys can't even see this. Today we're just doing general reviews, so it we'll cover like anything, whatever you guys have questions on, no particular topic. We're starting with a pretty new player here. I actually don't know if it's actually soft support, but I'm going to write new player to differentiate from Herald because there really is a difference. Someone being in Herald for a while versus an actually like new player. Let's load into the game and see where this Hoodwink is going. What's up? Oscar Leon Roya, how y'all doing? Rubber Noodle, hello. I should say hello to you. You were in the chat first. Where's the cat at? Lunch just got dispensed from the automatic feeder, so I heard them run to the kitchen over there. Let me see. In the safe lane. Okay. Hoodwink 5. New player. And I'll change this here as well. Okay, so this is a new player on Hoodwink, unranked, stacked with a couple other new players, actually. I think the Muerta has played more, and they are being a bad influence, introducing others to a new addiction. So trying to get them into the game, taught some basics. So we're here to help with the laning stage, as Hoodwink is going to be the new main as of now. Okay. So let's talk some Hoodwink specific stuff. That sounds good to me. Did I see a pretty try-hard strat, or what was I on the wrong hero? I thought I saw the Hoodwink start with boots. Ah, it's the sniper, I see. I thought I saw the Hoodwink like start with boots, run out, and the only reason you do that is if you're going this way, or you're dropping them and having a courier pick them up and sell them and shit. And I'm like, that's a little too extreme for a new player. You don't need to do that. What are you teaching? That ain't where we need to start. Okay, we're blocking the camp. This is a Hoodwink and Muerta. For a new player, it's totally fine. Hoodwink, I think, is a little bit better of a position 4, but actually, nowadays, it's getting a little bit more common to play Hoodwink 5. So, we'll leave it at that. Maybe there's like Batrider Ringmaster up here, I suppose. You can never tell in these new player games for sure, but that makes sense to start with a wand. If you also just want to start with a magic stick, I think that's okay, because I see a blood grenade is lacking in this build, and I think... So the wand brings us to 20 charges, but 10 charges is still a lot. Batrider and Bristleback, admittedly, are some of the heroes that you'll get 10 charges pretty quickly, but at that point, you can probably just use them and then build new charges. Or, before it reaches that point, buy the recipe. So for example, if you guys had gotten involved in a early fight, the blood grenade would help. So I would recommend something like Tango's Double Iron Branch, the stick, blood grenade, and I guess you could save from there. Like extra money at that point could be saved towards the recipe. New players, I really recommend you buy a salve as a default. You don't always do this, but new players, you'll mess up, right? Like that's just being new to the game. The salve will cover a lot of like basic mistakes. Oop, I took a bad trade and now I lose. The salve kind of protects you from that. So I'd really recommend getting one as a default. And then let's see. First things first, for a new player, we should just look for harass opportunities. So maybe you thought people were going to come through the twin gate. Okay, first things first. Support players. This is actually really common, not just for a new player. It feels weird when like the enemy heroes aren't here. It feels strange. Like I gotta go find them, I guess. Like what am I doing right now? Nothing. You don't need to do nothing. So you just sit here with Muerta, and when your creeps get low, you hit your own creeps to deny them. And then you can sometimes like stand further out to look for them. But for example, when you look for them like this. So actually, I'm kind of up for the twin gate. If you thought they were gonna come through there and you're gonna mess with them, I'm kind of open to that one. Then here you would just hit your own creeps and just wait. Just like, where are the enemy heroes? It does depend what support you are playing, but Hoodwink, pretty squishy, right? Even with a wand, 3 stats, 560 health, kind of fast. But if you walk into a bad trade, 2 enemy heroes, 2 spells, right? That's easily half our health, and then suddenly we can't do much without risk of dying. So we don't actually want to go looking for them too much. Like, what if this guy flame breaks me backwards, and then there's the other hero is actually in this like fog of war right now, and then they throw some spells at me. I'm in trouble. I can't even fight back because these creeps are going to aggro to me. So this is a place I really don't want to trade. If you are a much stronger support, let's think like Undying type heroes, you can kind of do this. But for squishier supports, especially long range supports, I would be really careful of this and just don't do it. Just like sit in your base. Not in the base, but like under the tower, hit your own creeps. Because like right now, we're still kind of looking for him. Who's winning right now? Let's take you out of the picture. If Muerta is sitting here last hitting, and Bat Rider is like here, or on the way, I don't need to do anything. I'm winning. We're farming. They're not farming. When you do this kind of stuff, we do zone a little bit, but it comes at a really high risk. So I would be careful of doing this as a newer player. And then you notice in an empty lane, there actually is, it's kind of building up. So Muerta, for you got to be a little bit better about controlling this. I don't know if Muerta actually... I know Hoodwink is playing with... The person who submitted this is doing it on behalf of Hoodwink, who is introducing several new players. I actually don't know if Muerta is also one of the new players, or if Muerta is the person who submitted the game. So, not actually sure on that front. Don't know if they are in the chat. Swap with Muerta to get... Oh, I see. Okay. You are the Lesh. Okay. So our experienced player is on the Lesh rack, and then the new players are up here. Okay, so no worries. Now I understand. That actually then doubled down, right, on Hoodwink, what we were saying. Muerta is a new player, and if you play more with random people, you're going to find people just struggle with this skill anyways. It's not too bad, but notice we are pushing some creeps forward. So Muerta and Hoodwink, you can help, support players, hit your own creeps, and that way we won't push the lane, and we'll try to stay in this area. We'll make sure our creeps die first. Because when the enemies have more creeps, it's easier to balance right here. If you think about it, when the enemy pushes the lane, it can die to the tower and reset right here, as long as everything dies without interacting with the next waves, but we're getting kind of ahead of ourselves. The equilibrium starts here. This is the default. For us, it can only get worse because we can push really far, like all the way up to here, right? And that's bad for us. For them, if they push it into the tower and it doesn't interact with the next wave, it'll just die to the tower and then reset here. So as the safe lane, it's always easier to have a few more enemy creeps, at least like one, pushing towards us rather than the other way. And it's easy to maintain here. And if it gets out of control, it comes under the tower, completely dies, and then we're just like right back here. The danger is if it interacts with the next wave, and then the next wave also comes under the tower. Then we have issues. But we'll see if that comes up. All right, so here we just continue to farm. See, like, Bat Rider's at 0, so we're actually pretty happy with that. I don't know where his other support is. Maybe they're jungling. Oh, here he is. Here's the Dazzle. Very late to lane. All right, so for new players, totally understand that this happens. What you do want to work on, though, is that this shouldn't happen. You see how Bat Rider hasn't really been able to approach the lane, but we ended up pushing creeps towards him. So a lot of this comes down to just not hitting your own creeps enough or hitting enemy creeps too much, especially accidentally drawing aggro when you're trying to harass them. It will end up pushing the lane, even though we've seen Bat Rider he doesn't have a single last hit, right? He's done very little with the wave, but we pushed it out. A very common mistake for new players, and one of the first things to work on. And the easiest fix is to just hit our own creeps. I believe the experienced player did give a little bit of a background on, like, here's pulling and all that, so maybe you'll know to, like, do pulls, and that would be a great next step. But the first step is, oh, we didn't have to push, so then I don't have to do the pull. Okay, kind of working out. Let's go back a little bit. Do some Hoodwink specific advice. Okay, so if you're a new player, highly recommend turning on the range indicators. For ranged heroes, for your attack range is pretty good. You can also do certain spells like Bushwhack to help you with positioning. For a new player, I would really recommend auto attacks because this is one of the best skills to learn. How do I position in a way that lets me auto attack without drawing creep aggro and without taking too much damage? So let's try to, I can't, unfortunately in replays, I can't do it. I can't turn on the range indicators, which would be great. Petition to Valve. For you, if you're a new player, it's under Dota Labs. It's one of the free Dota Labs features. Interface, persistent range indicators. Turn this on and then just alt right click a different HUD element. So alt right click here if you want the bushwhack range. Alt right click here if you want the auto attack range. So right now, if I'm Hoodwink, okay, Muerta is dealing with the wave. If I don't want to do a pull right now, so I'm just playing the lane, so who can I harass? These two are both ranged heroes, so it's a little harder. When it's a melee hero versus a ranged hero, that's the easiest to poke for free. But as the Hoodwink, there is a trick you can do to harass in the creep wave. So right now, if I were to just walk up and attack like I move here and I attack Dazzle, I will draw creep aggro because I'm within 500 range of the melee creeps. If you do it outside, there's a cooldown, so you can do it right now. You can issue an attack command, walk in within 1 second, attack, and then back out. And the creeps won't care because you drew aggro out here, which is out of range of the melee creeps, so it set that aggro on cooldown for about 3 seconds. So that's one thing we could do. We just do this trick. Aggro, walk in, attack, back out, repeat. Attack, attack Dazzle, move in, actually attack Dazzle, back out. Just repeat. It's a little slow, but you are just getting free damage in if you're doing it right and you're not messing up equilibrium. Okay, maybe I don't want to do that. It's too hard with the creep wave where they're standing. So let me move to this side. I'll take pot shots at Bat Rider because we can see a position like around here where Bat Rider, like I would attack Bat Rider without drawing creep aggro because I'm really far away from it. So that could also be an option depending how scared of the other supports you are. And then now when we walk in like this is where things get scary. You want to imagine a line on the creep. So like for where they're meeting, it's like right here. Here, you know, it's like here. Here, it's like here, right? It's usually the male. It's very much like American football. The linesmen, I guess they're called, right? They're all next to each other, like bashing heads and whatever. And then the people in the back are trying to do stuff. When you're in the back, it's pretty safe. When you get in the middle, it gets really scary. And when you get past them, you are surrounded by the enemy team, essentially, right? Kind of like this. These guys are all free to hit you. And if you try to fight, then these guys will turn around and fight you as well. So we are just instantly surrounded by the enemy team, and it's a bad time. If we keep ourselves behind that line of where our creeps have met their creeps, even if we do draw aggro, their creeps have to go around my creeps, which buys me a second or two to back out. So I won't take as much damage. And that's why, like, in this trade... So we walk up, do a little poking. First of all, these two were able to hit me, and then Muerta wasn't quite in range to help, because I'm pretty far ahead of Muerta. And then now we're fighting, and you see like the melee creeps are fighting us, whereas our creeps are further away from their heroes. So our creeps aren't really helping us right now, but their creeps are helping them. It doesn't mean to say you can't ever do that, but it's one of the more advanced things to like understand I can handle this amount of creeps. I can still beat them. For a new player, and especially playing long-ranged heroes, let's just start with, I'm just going to avoid making that happen. That's just going to be the easiest for me, and it's a really good skill to learn. How do I harass for free without drawing this creep aggro? Here, when these creeps do start helping you, this is where the trade starts to get better, because now Dazzle is tanking all these creeps. This is like you have a third hero in the lane attacking the Dazzle. That's how powerful the creeps can be when we're all level 1 with like barely any health and barely any armor. All of these creeps are an extra hero attacking Dazzle. In the end, this actually is not bad, especially if Muerta... No, the range creeps did it! They did it! Those range creeps got that last hit. In the end, this is actually a really good trade. 2 for 1, and then this whole creep wave goes under tower. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but actually, if the wave does push, you tend to hit level 2 first. It actually is a very high skill play to get level 2 and immediately fight. I'm gonna assume you are an exceptional gamer. You guys knew that. You were like, yes, we're brand new to Dota, but we understand this power spike timing to go for, and you executed on it. So that's great. And if by chance, that was random, let's make that happen intentionally if you do find yourself pushing the wave. With your money, since you just died, while you're dead, this is a great time to, buy whatever you need. For new players, just do some cookie cutter build. For Hoodwink support, I would go for arcane boots first. If you want to save to the boots, I think that's fair. There are some small items you can buy. So for example, another sentry and then a blood grenade. These could be pretty good item pickups at the start of the game, because you see these like early fights that are happening, right? And it was pretty close where I barely died, they barely lived or died, whatever. So 50 extra health can make a big deal. Doing the damage and the slow can be a big deal. It is relatively quite a powerful item at this time and can be worth more than the boots. I'm not gonna like harp on it too much though, because being new, if you go for boots or the blood grenade, I think either's fine. And it's okay to teleport out if you want. There's not that much going on in the lane. So later on, you will want to make a case for why you teleport. You want to be able to say, I need to be here right now because this thing is happening within 30 seconds. Probably even sooner than 30 seconds. Probably in like that 10 to 15 second time frame, something has to happen and I have to be there right now. Because otherwise, it is 30 seconds to walk out. Even without boots, it's about 30 seconds for a lot of heroes to walk to the lane. So if you can get there in 30 seconds and nothing happens, then you should usually walk. At the very start of the game, it's usually okay to teleport. Even if nothing is actually happening right now, it's usually safe to teleport. I would say like starting 4 to 5 minutes onwards, you start being very cautious with the town portal scroll. For example, while Muerta was doing this last hitting, you teleport in and you can be doing this small pull right now. And that is relatively worth it right now because we are 2 minutes into the game. So getting yourself 60 gold from this camp and the XP and then denying like 1 or 2 creeps from the enemy is relatively a lot. As the game goes on and people have 100 CS, two creep denies is not very meaningful. But here, where Bat Rider has still 0 and then Dazzle's at 3, denying 2 is like, almost over half of what he has total. I feel it from you. I feel like you're like, yeah, I want to do stuff. I want to get there. But we're going a little past. So here is where you go do a pull, by the way. You have one of 2 options. You either hit your own creeps to help bring it back, or do a pull when the timing arises. So for example, it would be right around now. You'd have had to leave the lane a little bit sooner, walk over here, hit this, drag it in. I think our experienced player, Rubber Noodle, has shared it over already. But that would be one such time to do, so that you don't feel like I gotta run forward ahead. Not a bad trade, even though we didn't kill him. Oh, here's our pull. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right. So when you do a pull, there's a couple options. And actually, the last stream, we went really deep into pulling. If you want to see a whole bunch of examples. For a new player, take a look at your lane. If your carry is still up here on their own, probably a good call to walk over to them. Otherwise, sit by the pull camp and try to farm it. The rule of thumb is that if the creep wave is around here like they are, when all of your creeps die, you need the small camp to die. Because the time for these creeps to walk forward to about here is the time it takes for these creeps to walk from here to about here. So we are going to be a little off on that time. We could go really deep into it, but I think for new players it's going to be confusing. What's going to happen here is your lane is going to push out again, and we're going to have a similar... Holy shit. Oh, I thought we were going to hold the lane out for new players. I was going to be absolutely amazed. That is another option you have, to hold the creep wave out until these creeps walk back. It can be scary to do on ranged heroes because you take more damage. I think it was unintentional. And they're also getting kind of messy. If you do shift queue some items in here, you can also drag them. Ooh, what did we buy? I think that was a boots and a clarity. Ring of Basilius and 3 clarities. Okay, Ring of Basilius first is fine if you want to do that. I would do 1 clarity at a time. If you think about it, the courier takes about 30 seconds to walk out, and admittedly, the same amount of time to go back home. But typically for a clarity, because it lasts 25 seconds, right? You use 1, it comes out to you, or it comes out, you use it. By the time it gets back, you can call another one. If you're like, wow, I need a second clarity, you can call it out and it's not that bad. So I would buy 2 clarities at most together, but typically 1 clarity is good. And if you feel I really need more mana than that, you should probably buy a mango then. So like 1 clarity, 1 mango, because the mango you use and it's instant. The clarity, 25 seconds, and I have to be out of the lane. So now I have to be like back here waiting, which gives the enemy 25 seconds to do whatever they want. So too many clarities can actually backfire, where we're trying to get more mana to be more useful, but while waiting for mana, I'm not being useful because I can't be in the lane. So a limit to the amount of clarities at one given moment is good practice. Nice kill on the Dazzle. And then a great habit to build every time you get a kill is to look at the minimap, look at the time. I will throw that out there, but it's not actually the most important thing for a new player to do. Just practicing last hitting and harassing without drawing too much aggro is good. So if we wanted to harass this Bat Rider, learning to stand over here and poke from the side is going to be our easiest. You could do it from this side, but you can see this is kind of like trapped, leaning towards the enemy's half of the map. So it's like, it's harder to get away from here. This side gives you a couple more options, this way, this way. So that's what I would recommend. Also, if you get up this far, you can think about that pull. Oh, another option is to just shove the wave all the way into the tower. Kind of like this, actually. I don't know if that was intentional, but this is another option you can go for. Rather than let it like sit here too long, you just shove it all the way in, and then it kind of bounces back. Whether it completely fixes itself or not is a little more advanced than I think we need to cover right now. But going back to good pulling habits, once you do the pull, take a look. And when you do the pull and you're standing here, you're doing a couple different options. One, just waiting for the creeps to hurt each other, and then you do the denies. The last hits. So let the creeps do the work. The lane creeps hurt the jungle creeps, and when they get low, you get the last hit, and then you wait. While you're waiting, I would deny any of your own creeps while you're there and you have nothing else to do. As they get low, just hit them. If we are trying to get the timing I am talking about, where like when this range creep dies, I need this whole camp to be dead. As you play more, you'll get a better feeling for how quick it goes. The other option is to join your creeps in attacking the jungle camp. Just attack, 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 get them killed off so that the timing works out. You won't get punished for it too much in this game, and you've seen it happen where the lane has been bouncing up and down, and it's actually worked out for you guys. You guys have actually gotten several kills. So you won't be punished too hard for this as a new player, but it's something to like think of down the line of trying to actually get the lane to stay here, because better players will punish you if the lane keeps moving out. Ooh. If possible, they want feedback on warding specifically. Sure. One ward that happened, I kind of actually brushed over, but we can go back to it. I think you placed one in the lane. I think it was here. Yeah, okay. So this one was just by chance. I don't expect you to know exactly where the creep wave is as a new player. General practice. Okay, here, two best... Wait, let me timestamp this for people... I don't know, best new player. Do we even meant best warding tips? I'm just gonna best warding tips, bait people in. Hello, people who just clicked this timestamp. Okay, for a new player or anybody looking to improve their warding, here's a couple basic tips. This will immediately put you far above average. You will see these skills across the brackets, but it's random. It's random how often it happens, and typically it is quite rare. So you'll generally be in the right direction if you follow these tips. First, all these cliffs, don't use them. Hold a sentry, like put a sentry on the cliffs, that's fine. The sentry will show a circle, right? The sentry range, when you hold the sentry. It'll look like this. Take your observer, don't put it on the cliff, put it outside the circle. Whatever the circle is, put it a little outside. Because actually there's a bit of wiggle room on these cliffs. So some people put the sentry right in the middle, some at the top, some down. So don't put it like at the edge of the circle, put it a little further. Anywhere on this sentry here, an observer outside that circle, you're at least Archon already. Your warding is going to be above Archon at minimum. Circle here. All right, I stick it in this corner. Circle, where's another cliff? This is the circle. All right, I stick it over here. All right, I stick it over here. Outside of the circle. There are times to do the cliffs, but you would be better served as a new player not using the cliffs. I know they're very convenient because it's like, I don't know where to put this. Here's a cliff, I'll stick it on. That's actually what ironically makes it a trap, is that everyone only does that, and so all your observers will die. And then you will get all their observers because they will always put it there. So that's step number one. Step number two, try not to put any wards down in vision. So in this case, the creeps see you. And so if the enemy is watching you, if they click you, they would actually know you warded. This is, I assume, like a more new player game because a couple of you are new. The opponents hopefully have some new players. So they're probably not really checking you for that. Probably not going to get punished for it for a little bit. But down the line, we will be. So avoid being in creep waves. Avoid being like in the lane versus enemy heroes, towers, right? Like if Leshrac had an observer while he's laning versus Lina, and then just like in the middle, he drops it here. A lot of players to start may miss that, but over time, it'll be too obvious. Third tip, if you lose an observer somewhere, never place that observer again for the rest of the game. So for example, okay, I did Zach's little trick. You know, I put the sentry down, I saw the circle, I put my observer here, and they actually killed that observer. All right, we will never use it again. What they are going to do, every time they come here, they're going to go, I need to check this cliff. Oh, but I also found an observer here that one time because I put my sentry here. I better put my sentry here again in case they put another observer here. They are very unlikely to shift the sentry. So next time you come here, you put a circle, right? And you're like, wait, I lost one here. Let me put it here. Let me put it over here. Let me put it a little higher up. You have a huge boosted chance of that staying alive. And only once you get to like Immortal Plus do people shift the sentries around from like here to like, oh, I actually think they warded lower down this time to like, oh, wait, no, based on the positioning, I think it's like over here. Only once you get to like really high do people start moving around. Below that, most people are creatures of habit. And so like, I found one here, I will check here for the rest of the game. Every sentry I have will go right here because I once found an observer here, and boy, am I hoping to find another one. So just never use another observer once you lose it. Unless it's some critical stuff where it's like a team fight is happening here, so I put a ward down because I thought it would help us. That's acceptable. Every other observer, which is meant to survive, which should be most of your observers, just don't put it anywhere that you have lost one. And with these, how many tips was that, guys? I think that was 3 tips. Those 3 things will massively boost how likely your observers are to survive. There's other tricks you can do and like more information on warding, but those 3 things alone will do a lot. We see so many mistakes around those 3 things in all these replays. Raindrops can be used for mana regen. That is also viable. It kind of depends on the matchups and everything. This game, it wouldn't help the Hoodwink as much. Raindrops are really good in close fights where the enemy has like a burst spell. Dazzle and Batrider actually have very low damage, high amount of instance spells. So the damage block on the Raindrop, if it even procced, because I think some of their damage is too low to proc, if it did proc, it would only do a partial block, and then you would still take a bunch of damage. So compare it to like Firefly, which is always going and doing a lot of little instances of damage. That's where the Raindrop isn't as good. Versus someone like, who do we have in here? Actually, Muerta in your lane could be a good example where Deadshot does a whole bunch of damage in one go, 250 nuke at this point. So then the Raindrop is very likely to get its full value, 120 magic block, and keep you alive in that relevant fight because now she has lost her nuke. She used it and it only did some damage. Whereas these guys, worst case, multiple instances that all break your Raindrops quickly. So something like Disruptor destroys Raindrops because like one Thunderstrike is like two drops, and that's a huge waste. So you don't buy Raindrops in that matchup. So it's like single instance nukes that have at least a decent cooldown is when you can do that stuff. If you, by the way, as a clarification, the observer thing I mentioned about never placing the observer again in a spot you lost it, that doesn't apply to sentries. So for example, you lost your observer here. Oh, maybe they have an observer and they saw me place it. I don't know. I definitely know they have a sentry here because they killed my observer. So you can place a sentry somewhere where you lost and look for their stuff. Just don't place an observer. So for example, you used the ward here. It got dewarded at some point. Okay, next time we come by, we can bring a sentry and we can check the high ground. Hoodwink, by the way, you should use Acorn Shot to check high grounds. You get vision of that. So sentry on the low ground, Acorn Shot high ground. You can do that because I know they have a sentry. And if they're going to sentry a common warding spot, they may have put an observer as well. You see if it's there. If it is or it isn't, doesn't matter. We don't put the observer down. You put it somewhere else. But you can sentry this area again and again throughout the game. That's okay. Okay, another good rule of thumb for early game trading. All right, landed the bushwhack, we do a couple auto attacks, and then you throw the Acorn Shot. This is actually a significant chunk of how much damage you just got into Batrider. So now, these are on cooldown, we would only have auto attacks. Muerta does have Deadshot, so actually, maybe you could go for something here. But let's just say both of you had already used all your spells, or actually, I mean, literally in this case, you have used all your spells, Muerta has not. She has one spell remaining because this one's not up. So you have to make that judgment call of like, okay, it's worth going for my teammate. For our perspective, if we're just thinking about us, I actually want to tone it down a little bit here. If you think you can kill him, sure, you can go for it. But actually, that's kind of a hard call to make as a new player, I understand. So if you're ever uncertain, just back off, and it's okay. Hey, I used my abilities, I did some damage, I'm just gonna back off a little bit right now and not chase too hard and wait for my abilities to be back up again. So like right here, this is a great time to just stop, right? Go back to the creeps, think about the camps, whatever, but we don't actually need to try to fight because I don't have my abilities. So I'm actually a much weaker hero right now than usual. Lots of laning stage questions. Okay, we'll go a little further on this one. There's another one I was gonna take a look at. And then we're gonna start grabbing them from the chat. Okay, Observer, another thing. They never fought you over this camp, so it's going to be okay. In the future, when you block camps, let me show you the circle, the boxes. Kind of like what you're doing actually right now. Okay, another warding rule. If you know you're gonna place a sentry in the area, always put the sentry first and then the observer. Because say you put a sentry down and then you see they have an observer, now you're gonna follow my rule and okay, I'm not gonna put it here because they're gonna bring a sentry and they're gonna find mine. If you put the observer down and then you put the sentry, then you go, ah, shit, they had stuff here. Now I'm gonna lose this observer. So always put the sentry down first if you're going to put one. For warding in the safe lane and off lane, specifically, because people put sentries to block and unblock the camp, you can see from yours, right? You're covering a huge area in this jungle. If you had blocked in this corner, you would cover a huge area here. If someone blocked you on this side, they would cover a huge area here. If you unblock on this side or this side, huge area. If they're unblocking this canvassing in here, it's covering a lot here. So observers in this area die a lot. I call it the Guardian Ward because it is extremely common to see observer wards for up to like Crusader, really, but like anywhere from Herald to Crusader, observers in this area are really common because it is very useful to see, but you lose them all the time. So it's actually better to learn how to play without it. If you want to ward early and see this area, you should put it out here because this is far enough away that any sentries in this area don't catch it. But it lets you see like a little bit in here. On the Radiant side, same deal. Somewhere out here, sees into this area. If you want to see people moving around, you can do like this spot. The Dire doesn't have an equivalent, so the Dire, it's a little harder to ward. This spot out here is good as the laning stage is ending out here. And then out here on this ledge is also good. Straight in the middle used to be good, but nowadays people are pretty wise on it. A lot of people put sentries here, so it has to be a little to the edge. Yeah, I think that's all. Oh, sorry. Last thing I was gonna say. I noticed. So you bought an observer earlier, then you bought 2 more. So if we look at your team, the observers are supposed to be scattered. Now you might get to it at some point, but it's making you do a lot. So make your life easier. Only buy the ones you think you're going to be able to place. So, okay, I need one in this lane. I buy 1. If I buy all of them, I buy 3, I have to go place 3. And who needs the other 3? Do I get to place 3 up here? No, that's really bad. I place 1, maybe 2 up here. So now I have to move somewhere on the map to go place the 3rd. If you plan to, that is okay. But you just want that to be part of the choice. Oh, I know I'm going to go to the mid lane soon, and on the way, I can ward in this area for my team. Great, let's do that. But again, if we have 3, I was like, I placed 1 here, I placed 1 here. Well, I guess I have to make my way down here and place the 3rd. But it would have been much easier to just let this guy buy it and go, wait, I'm already down here, I'll just place here. So he only has to go from like here to here. You are having to go like here to here, and then we can't just cut through, we got to go all the way around, we got to go here, and then part on the way here, you're like, oh no, I got to go help my team, I TP back, and then go, well, I got to go place that ward, so I got to go to the Twin Gate, I got to run through here, I got to run all the way down. So it's just a lot of walking on your part. If your team is bad and all the observers are in there, you may end up with a lot, but you don't have to buy all of them right away. You can just buy a couple that you plan to place, and then when you've placed those and your team still hasn't placed any, then you buy them at that time. Last thing for this one, can you cover the mentality of why you place wards mid and late game? I think they struggle with the why behind warding. We can try. I will shout out my own video. There is actually a whole warding playlist on the channel, and one of them is a little old, but it's still like completely true. One of them covers mentality, and then one of them is the current maps warding spots, like best warding spots. I actually haven't done it for 7.40B. I am going to after this weekend because there are some qualifiers we're covering. So I'm gonna I actually already have an idea because the map didn't change that much. But I just want to see if I like see any cool pro stuff. And then we're going to do the warding video after that. But that playlist, that first one, actually covers all the mentality. To give you an idea, a quick idea, pick whatever objective. For a new player, totally doesn't matter. If you're playing with friends, so as a group, you have a little bit more control over where to say they go. For late game warding, pick the objective you are looking to take or defend. So Roshan is a great one. Any remaining tier 2 towers, tier 1s, I guess, you know, if you're having a bad time. But any tower, any high ground, whichever lane you're thinking of, pick an area, and then you just need an observer in that area. It doesn't have to be perfect. For example, in this game, I see there's a whole bunch on the cliffs, right? The most important thing in late game warding is that it lives. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to live. Let me show you the difference in perspective right now. This is the enemy's fog of war. It's a little bugged. They see, you're not supposed to see this stuff, right? Look how dark their map is because there are no observers that are alive. This makes it really difficult to go anywhere, right? Whether they want to play for Roche, this tower push or anything, everything is blind because they have no vision whatsoever. Yours is currently alive. It is all on the cliffs, so there's a high chance it gets killed at some point. And then we will also be in the dark. But for now, we at least have a little bit of safety. But another little warding principle, you don't usually want all your observers to be defensive because while we're defensive, okay, yeah, you know, like I feel safe. Well, what can I do? Oh, I don't know because I can't see anything else. So there's usually 3 observers alive at any given moment. 1 observer defensive, 1 observer aggressive, and then the last one can be either, depending on the situation. So for example, I ward this cliff. All right. So now we try to have an aggressive ward anywhere over here, but usually mirroring things is better. So like rather than put a bunch of wards like this, that doesn't make as much sense because you play the same side of the map. So if we're playing here with our aggressive ward, then like why would we need this defensive ward? We're in front of the defensive ward. The wards want to be in front of you. So if you have this one, you would put an observer like in this triangle, and then you'd probably play this area, and then there's one guy in here playing defensively with the defensive ward. And then again, the third one, wherever. But that's another good principle. And then rather than like, oh, my aggressive ward is on the cliff, just remembering, I just need it to live. I don't need to have perfect vision. It just needs to live. So putting something weird like I stuck it here, felt a little strange, lives the entire time, perfect. That's all I need. I just need to catch glimpses of where the enemy team are. This will go beyond the new player. You don't need to be like, making plays around that stuff is a little advanced for new player stuff, which is why I said just pick an objective and stick it around there. But for the future, that is the philosophy. I'm going to pull up the next one. And then we'll start the random raffles after that. But before I get into this one, I saw some questions coming in. We can try to answer stuff. Let me write this in before I Acnient. Oops. Ancient. How do you carry games in low elo, Herald, Early Guardian, where teammates never push towers and just AFK farm all game? I main Visage, Dark Willow, Rubik, opting for support, hard support. Okay, Dark Willow is not bad. You kind of want... So, you can have different philosophies for gaining MMR. It doesn't strictly matter which one you go for. It just has to fit you. You know, if you try to force yourself into a different play style, you could, but it's also just a little different. So, looking at the heroes you play, this is just a weird support. It can work. The thing is, so if you feel, hold on, let me, okay, resetting. You have identified in an issue, right? I think my teammates are not pushing towers and they just AFK farm. Is that the true cause of why we're stuck or not? I don't know. But we're just going to start there, and that's fine. Let's address that first. In Dota, and actually I've been thinking about this a lot, because can I admit something? I've been playing League of Legends because I want to make a video to like help people transition from League to Dota, do the comparison stuff. I wanted to update myself with League of Legends. So I've been playing a little bit, trying to watch their videos, their equivalent content creators and all that stuff to get ideas, understand the game. And one current feeling I have is that League of Legends is a lot more structured in like what you have to do. And you're not allowed to do other things. I can't cover for my teammates because I'm not allowed to. It's not my role, so I don't get the bonus for being in the jungle, for being in this lane. Now, I haven't learned that much about League of Legends, so, you know, if you do play and you disagree, feel free to correct me on this. But that's my rough feeling, is that it is difficult for you to cover other people's mistakes to a certain extent. There are things you can cover, but you're just not allowed to do some stuff. You're not supposed to do stuff. Dota doesn't have that. Dota is very open, and we all pick roles, but it's like a human construct. And when this guy isn't following the human construct, I am allowed to do it. I may not be the best fit, but like I can do it, and the game isn't like, no, you can't do that. You're support. You can't build jungle stuff. Stop! Right? Like, you can do it in Dota. It's fine. So, the supports you listed are not the best at covering the issue you have identified, which is like, teams are AFK, they're not pushing, so let me pick a good support that can push and ultimately take the tower, right? Because if you push and you don't get the building, it's not bad, but it helps to take the building. That's one of the reasons I played a lot of Jakiro. At the time I was spamming Treant, I was building a lot of Meteor Hammer, because I want to push the lanes and take the towers because my teammates are AFK jungling, right? So I can then do it. I am a support that is very good at pushing lanes because I have wave clear. It's long range as well, so I can do it from the trees. And then I had some way to hit buildings. How do you deal with ganks though? Let me get back to that. So you go with one of those styles. Of the heroes you play, you can sort of do it. So like Visage doesn't have good wave clear, but when you get to the tower, the familiars do help you take it. Rubik has great wave clear with the Fade Bolt, and then depending what he steals, might actually have tower damage to some degree, but probably not. You know, maybe if you stole like Serpent Wards or something. But mostly Rubik has really long range AoE, so he can push waves to the tower, and that will eventually take it, but once he gets to the actual tower, he's not very good at doing it. Dark Willow is very mediocre split push, because you have to use Bedlam, and the other abilities aren't that good at pushing. So she's like, okay. But what she is good at is when someone comes to fight you, Bedlam can solo people really easily. And you are highly farmed because no one's pushing, so I'm pushing, so I'm getting a lot of money as a support. So can I use that money? A rich Rubik would struggle to solo kill. A Visage could solo kill depending how farmed you are. And Dark Willow is very good at solo killing. So again, it goes back to what you want to do. Do you want to push and take the tower and avoid ganks? Do you want to push, bait a response, and then kill that person? Do you want to push, just farm up, and at some point a team fight happens and I go play with the team and I'm like high impact in that team fight, right? Kind of depends on your approach, which goes back to how do I deal with ganks? So if you're going with the Dark Willow route, I don't push the best, but once I do, I'm trying to solo kill this guy, then we are actually the gankers. Like, I want him to come here on his own, and then I kill him. Wards will help you with this, and then good map awareness. You need really good map awareness to keep looking at the map and know, oh, they're starting to come towards me. As long as you get out alive a couple times. You don't always have, like sometimes they'll kill you. That's fine because you're just a support. But every time you get out alive, you are wasting people's time because multiple heroes are coming to get you and you are staying in fog of war as much as possible, keeping an eye on the mini-map as much as possible. So you are giving as little information and getting as much information as possible. So you know, these are how much I can push it, how much I should be, okay, I'm going to wait in this tree line right now. I'm just going to see, right? It's pretty advanced to kind of just talk about theoretically without the exact example. But that's how you deal with a ganks, is like you're constantly looking for it. And then again, this goes back to what kind of support you want to play. Treant Protector, I was invis. I was great at surviving people coming in. Jakiro, great at pushing, great at taking the tower, no escapes, right? So I had to be very careful with where I positioned to not get punished for this. If you built blinks, glimmers, force staffs, right? Those help you escape. Maybe you have a natural mobility or a weaver support, right? You have Shikuchi. It's very easy for you to get away and to split push. So how you want to make use of that farm, whether it's like you actually take building solo, then you want a pushing support. You just want to scale up and then eventually kill people. You need someone like Dark Willow, Marcy, those type of supports. Wind Ranger. It just depends like on what you enjoy. Oh, I never downloaded this one. Let's download. We'll take, hang on the match IDs, because we're doing this one right now, and then I actually see, Neotericity, I think I didn't butcher that terribly, has actually donated, so we're going to cover that one. We have to cover that one next. And then after that, we should be good to go grab some random ones. Okay. Winter Wyvern, Ancient. Gonna load this one in. Apparently, there's a Smurf in this game. The Monkey King, I think. It is an unranked party game. There are often Smurfs in those kind of situations. What was I gonna say there? I think I was gonna say how, like, of all the reasons to Smurf, to play with friends is like, okay, I kind of get it, but it also leads to shitty situations where like, oh, this guy's too high for the game and it's snowbally. So I don't know. It's still not great to Smurf, guys. You guys should just tank it. Just Immortal up, Crusader. Just go with it. Add in the chaos. I got the pronunciation right. Nice. I'm glad. Okay, this one, the player wanted us to focus on the laning stage. The ultimate goal is Immortal. They're at Ancient 5. Yeah, mostly the lane. Okay. So let me go back with a little bit more rigor in this one then. Since the ultimate goal is Immortal, we are trying to like really fine tune the laning stage. We are laning with Medusa. That means our lane is ass. We are really weak for many reasons. And by the way, you guys are partied. Have a little bit of discussion on like, I'm not saying you guys have to come in with a preformed draft, but like, hey guys, I feel like playing Medusa today. Okay, I'll try to like combo that. I think the last time we looked at your winter games, it was Winter Wyvern. So like, hey, I want to play Winter Wyvern. Let's pick a hero that pairs with that. Medusa, Mana Shield Medusa is like the worst hero to pair with Wyvern, because Wyvern's laning stage is not that strong. It's okay poke. And then the part that makes Wyvern like get through the lane is that Cold Embrace has so much healing. You just take constant bad trades and then heal through Cold Embrace like an insane amount. And that's how you lane. And then, you know, there's no synergy. So because of that, our lane is garbage. So that's gonna affect how I approach this lane. I really like that you took 2 sentries, because when we have a really bad lane, we have to play this stuff. We have to do the pulls. I can't let them pull, because if we get pulled out, like our lane shoves up, we're a weak lane. This is really bad for us. We have to stay here. I don't want them to pull. And if our lane even looks like it's moving, I need to make sure I have our pull. So I'm going to have the second sentry ready to go. Do I need to see them with this observer? Possibly not. I don't mind that you're taking it, but I only plan to be like here, and I can play that entire area in the dark. If I do start with the observer, let's go from their perspective. I'm not 100% sure who your laning verse is. It could be like Undying offlane or Tiny offlane, and then either Monkey support or Tiny support. I would say those are your most likely variations to show up down here. Tiny and Monkey King 4 are roamers, and this lane sucks. So maybe they'll try to do something here, and then when they go, you know what? I can just leave my offlaner alone. Like, they're so weak, and we're off to a good start, especially if they get the lane back. I can move. So watching them move is probably the bigger thing to look for. So an observer here is pretty good because it would help you a little bit in the lane. Like, it can see this area, but the most common rotations out for a 4 support would be to go to the mid lane, and that would be through here or through here or through here. And that's what this observer helps you look for. There is a chance of a twin gate rotation, so you can look for that. That one's a little easier to spot without the observer, though, because like you see this part. So they would have to go all the way around. And so if you ever see them move this way, there's like an internal clock of like, okay, I haven't seen this guy for like 5 seconds. He could have made it to the twin gate. Hey guys, like just be a little careful top, right? A couple more seconds to go through, a couple seconds to walk out. There's more warning time for this. I guess there's warning time for this as well, where you see him go this way, like they could be roaming mid. But I don't know. I guess like the twin gate is more telegraphed, I suppose. I don't know how to explain this. It's usually more important to see this than twin gate rotations, especially for a lot of pub games. Twin gate rotations are actually criminally underused until like Immortal. So you can kind of get away without it. With that in mind, I would probably be placing this observer right now here or here, I guess. Either's fine with me, because I don't need it for the lane, is my feeling. I don't hate this one. Like, if you were going to use a lane in the ward, swap that. A ward in the lane, I don't hate this one, but if you think about where I am hoping to play this entire game is right here, so why would I need to see this, right? I'm hoping he doesn't have a pole camp to work with, and if he were to roam, and he's going from here, I will not see this unless I'm like out here looking for him. But there's a good chance I am just like here a lot of the time. So then this will only spot like people teleporting in, but they don't have a good lineup for that. So like this is okay, but I think somewhere over here or over here would actually serve you better. And then I don't mind blocking this camp. I would maybe do this first on your way out. Well, I guess if we changed the order, you would have done this and then this. Be a little careful of this. Now I know I just said we want this camp, so why am I saying be careful of this? We are negative 24 seconds. So if he wants this camp blocked, he wants this blocked, he blocked it, right? And you kill it right now, what does that tell him? Well, if I want that unblocked, I need another sentry, and I need to body block it. Like one of those options. And if I let him know that at 50 seconds, he has very little time to get it done. He will not get another sentry if he doesn't already have one. And for the body block, right, he has to be ready to do it. If he's over here, he'll never make it, you know? So I am giving him a ton of time. Like, hey, man, I know you wanted this camp blocked, but I'm unblocking now. But if you want to block it again, you've got about 1 minute and 24 seconds to think about it and then block it again. So actually, hold your sentry. Like, if you think he's done it, great. It doesn't overlap with this one, so I'm not worried about losing this. Otherwise, I would have to kill this. Like, if you put yours here and you see this, we got to kill it right away. But yours is up here. I think he blocked ours. Okay, just keep it in mind. Get another sentry. Hold your other sentry. So now we'll have 3 sentries. A third one is planned to come out. Wait for the bounties. Do all the bounties. Before the creeps meet, put your sentry. Unblock it. You're going to be really high level, do it at like 55 seconds to maximize the time the guy, minimize the time he has to properly respond to it. but that forces you to come here at 55 seconds, which maybe I don't want to. So you do it at like 25 seconds, not like this negative 24 seconds, positive 25 seconds, right before the creeps are meeting. He has the time for the courier to come out will arrive here at around 1 minute if he hasn't already spent his money, and then he sees you kill and he goes, ah, shit, I need a sentry. Oh, I bought a salve, you know, like I gotta wait, right? By the time he can get another sentry, it's too late. So, yeah, I would just hold it, I guess, is the long story short. Unless you think they put an observer. That's a different story. If you think they put an observer, feel free to drop the sentry, because they might deny an observer, and that would be a loss of money for us. And when we kill an observer, we get enough money to get a sentry and more, unless there's like a limitation on sentries, because like everyone needs it. That's where you have to put a little more thought into it. In this case, if you know, and like they know, you know that there's a sentry there, what are they gonna do? They're gonna deny their own sentry block? No, they're gonna leave it. They would only deny an observer. So an observer, you take out. A sentry, you can just save it for later. And you need to buy another sentry right now because of it. Because I know he has a lot of warning time, and our lane is ass. I need the next sentry, which I see you have bought. I hope you were the one who bought it. Yes, okay. Because I know we're a weak lane, I know we need this stuff. And I would also be willing to buy upfront consumables. So like a Clarity or a Mango, I think could be good. Just because of how weak I feel we are. Medusa, a Mango is pretty good, actually, because you could use it for yourself, but you could also use it to keep her alive. Okay, ends up being a Monkey King mid. Tiny's here, so... Undying 4. I guess that was like one of the iterations I didn't quite mention. But that's still, I mean, it's still a strong lane versus us, right? And, okay, I was looking around when it happened. Let's actually go back. Let's go back to when you killed it. I would love to see the perspective. Almost there. Was it here? Okay, we're watching his perspective. I see you guys on the mini-map. He didn't actually click over. Maybe someone else did, right? But now I know, okay, I'm gonna have to block that camp again. And he actually did have a second sentry available, which you could click him to double check. Guys, don't waste your time like this. Separate thing, but like, I can't believe he is coming to look for this. It's a waste of time. And then he knows, I gotta do this. Now I'm glad you already had your other sentry on the way, which is why it was so important for you to buy the sentry right away. But it doesn't look like you called it right away, and so now our camp is blocked. So we had an idea, the right idea, but the exact follow-ups backfired a little bit, and because of that, we no longer have our camp. Let me go back to how we played the very first lane. What happened here? Okay, poking Tiny a little bit. This creep. Probably 3 attacks could already have happened. We've lost equilibrium on the first wave. Coming back to this. Okay, so why did we choose this left path instead of down? Well, Undying was over here. Okay. I want to unblock this camp? Sure. I need to go this way. I have to have a sentry for that, though. So I have no sentry. I have nothing to do over here. I could engage with Undying, but you almost never want to engage with Undying. That's like the thing, right? We avoid him as much as possible. So now I know, oh shit, I'm not going to have a small camp. So I really need to make sure this stays in a good spot. It's actually okay right now. We drew a little aggro, but it's fixable, right? The amount of damage is done is close. The only thing that scares me is this range creep is taking damage. And that worries me. But it might still be fixable, especially if we attack. So if you want to move to the left, you can, but I would say just going straight down into the lane avoids the Undying and keeps me near where I need to be, which is right now. I need to kill this. I need to be killing this because I have no solutions if the lane goes out. There's nothing I can do besides prevent it from going out anymore. So I have to be here doing this. And then this thing is hopefully dead right now, especially with Medusa adding in an attack. Now the two of us can move on to this melee creep and kill it before this range creep dies. Unfortunately, this range creep got low enough that Tiny could deny it, but we need to, if he doesn't do it, and this stays alive, the fact that it has 1 health versus 500 health, well, you know, it can't have 500 health, 300 health, it doesn't matter. It does full damage. So as long as this thing is alive, as long as possible, it will help do damage and help me keep the lane here. Instead, Tiny solo just won the lane. He just got equilibrium versus super weak lane on the very first wave. So that ends up being a huge miss on our part. Now this observer will be helpful. He's messing up his own equilibrium a little bit. He should actually toss the tree. You don't want to, once you have the lane here, you don't want to like wave clear it. So he should just chuck this at you and then not have cleaved all these creeps. Like he's hitting all of them. So like if he just chucked this tree at you, he could hold this out here way longer. Thank you, Tiny. You think this Tiny's the kind of guy to be like off lane so hard nowadays? It's impossible. I don't know if you caught where he placed it. If you didn't, that's okay. I will save you some extra time. You should walk this way. And since your courier delivered this, have your courier check this stuff. Put your courier here, you stand here, and then put your sentry, and then you kill it. You'll be a couple, it'll save you a couple seconds in the long run, which your goal of Immortal, you're pretty much in Divine, you're Ancient 5, you're very close to breaking into Divine. The going from Divine to Immortal is just, how do I do everything faster? So these kind of tricks to save yourself like 2 seconds, right? For a Herald, it's whatever, who cares? For like the Divine to Immortal, it matters. Save yourself 2 seconds here, save yourself 3 seconds here. With my 5 seconds, I come to the rune a little bit sooner, you know, whatever. Whatever the sequence is, the seconds do start to matter as you get to Divine and Immortal. I mean, they matter everywhere, but they matter more here. All right, no need to even look for this guy. Let's just leave. Let's just leave. Notice Medusa can't lane without you remotely near. So we want to keep near, and we are going to knowledge check this Undying. Does he know he should also be near, or is he dumb and he's going to leave? Half pull's pretty good. Notice for losing equilibrium on the first wave, we are now... Oh my god, what is happening here? I have no idea why he's doing this. Notice for losing the very first wave of equilibrium, it's taken you 3 minutes to fix it. With that half pull, up until he did this like weird shit, that half pull is what finally fixed equilibrium for you. You were going to be in a good spot again. So that is how severe of a mistake that kind of stuff is, which even in this rank, Tiny pushed back, right? He used the tree, he shoved it out right away. The higher up you go, eventually he will not, and you'll be in an even worse spot. Rather than the lane like moving back and forth, which is acceptable for you, it's not great, but like it worked, right? It worked enough. A better Tiny player would do better equilibrium management. A better Undying player would not do this. And then you guys would have really struggled here. You would just lose the lane off that very first wave. You wouldn't be 10 and 10. You would be like 5 and 15, something like that. No, Caltheris, I agree. Undying players. If you ever find yourself creep dragging, you're playing Undying in... No, I'm sorry, I take that back. Position 4 Undying players. If you ever find yourself doing creep drags, I don't know. What safe lane would possibly warrant that? The only time you creep drag on Undying is as a response. It's the position 5 catching this wave and using it to stop the enemy from creep dragging. You never initiate creep dragging on Undying. I won't say never because, I mean, that's Dota. It's like a crazy complex game and weird scenarios. But this is a very weak lane. I will say Medusa kind of good versus Undying in the sense that she has, like, she doesn't care about strength. But, like, it is still plenty to work with the Tiny to just play a regular lane, especially when they got given Equilibrium right off the bat. He doesn't need to be doing this Creep Dragon stuff. For you, rather than actually pull this way, you could try to pull, yeah, this one. Oh, maybe you were stacking. Okay, that's fine. Okay, with our stacked camp, we have a lot of flexibility here. You could pull, you probably should have done at least a half pull here. If not this wave, then possibly the next. Especially because Medusa's shoving it. So if you do ever get a stacked camp off, you can tell your carry and say, it's okay to shove the lane. I have a stacked camp. So now, I've been saying we are weak versus strong lane. So, stronger. They're not like the strongest lane, but like, I feel we are a weak lane without much synergy between us, besides poking. If you just stay as the weaker lane versus the stronger lane, you tend to lose creeps over time. So when you shove the lane, you usually get more creeps, but then you lose equilibrium in the long run. Oh wait, stacked camp. So now I can completely fix it with one pull. So now that's what you guys do. You can like shove this and then pull. And we're actually already approaching the end of the lane. As Medusa finishes this Falcon Blade and goes into her power treads, she'll be fine. I actually don't know if you even need... Are Medusas building Falcon Blade now? Is this a thing? Well, I guess I see a couple. I think you usually get like, yeah, you usually get like a null talisman into power treads. I looked away, what happened? Okay, you did the pull. So Medusa can just farm this stuff. So you keep your head here, because I know Tiny's coming over and Undying's coming here. And we want to be here to like maybe Splinter Blast. I actually don't think you need Cold Embrace with a Medusa. I'd probably go the Splinter Blast route. Yeah, get this camp. This is pretty good. Ah, almost. Make it over the tree and then heal. Yeah, you just to be a little further back. This is why, I mean, that combo was super easy. They could have done that like 4 minutes ago. 3-ish, I guess. Go for the rune here. You want to start making going for the rune your default. If you're going for Immortal, you want to make that the habit. I'll say it this way. More often than not, you should go for the rune. Previously, it's like, oh, if you sit in the lane, it's fine, because the bottle's not, like, mid laners aren't as good, the bottle rotations aren't as worth it, people aren't even going to the rune at the exact right time, so it's like, whatever. As we are trying to get to Immortal, people are going to be at the rune at the right time, and the mid laners are better, so we have to like be there as well. So it switches. Before, if you sit in the lane instead of going for the rune, it's fine. Now, if you go for the rune and you were supposed to stay in the lane, it's a better mistake to make, in my opinion. Yeah, I wasn't watching the mid lane, but you did mention the Monkey King might be a Smurf. Notice here though, so this is actually our mistake. I know you guys are really tempted to get him, but what is his Boundless Strike cooldown? And considering that he has an Arcane Rune, it's even lower, right? So, assuming this guy's a Smurf, this is where the Smurfs will be overconfident. He dove a Necro, he got really low. He didn't need to do this. He could have just continued winning the lane, have the rune and everything, but he's trying to push the limits as a Smurf, let's say. I did no verification, we'll just trust the guy. We'll just take it at face value, right? This is where the Smurfs screw up. They don't respect you. These guys are trash. They don't press buttons. I can do anything I want, you know? They do this stuff, and you just need to punish it to a degree. So, like, when this Monkey King is this low, he has to get a Boundless Strike. He has to hit a bunch of creeps and a bunch of heroes. Otherwise, he must go home. How will he play the lane versus a Necro, who I guess he's not as close to 6 as we would like, but it'll be really tough for him to play versus Necro, especially after you heal Necro. It'll be a full health Necro versus a 100 to 200 health Monkey King, even if Necro is like 2 levels down. You guys don't have to do anything here, but you guys like want the kill and you get caught up in the Boundless Strike, and then this is where it pays off, right? But if you guys recognize like this is too dangerous, ignoring Smurf or not, is too dangerous, just back off, then you recover. You didn't lose the Necrophos. He gets time to farm. The Monkey King, who has been dominating him, he doesn't have the resources to dominate. So you don't actually need this kill if there's like a decent risk to it, which is what this is. You need to make it under tower there, and then you should keep going this way, I think. I think if you go this way, you will live. You'll spend more time under the tower. Okay, that's kind of the end of the lane. The biggest mistake for you guys is... I think you properly identified the lane was weird, but some missteps got you. Unblocking the camp too early, ironically. Rare mistake, but I recommend adjusting to it. And then I think you bought the 3rd sentry, but you didn't actually call it out right away. So we missed the first spawn, which punished us because we also lost equilibrium right away. That first 30 seconds is the main thing to fix. I think the way you adjusted after that was pretty decent, with some help from Undying, perhaps also playing in a weird way. But I think you did the right stuff. Like, oh, they pulled through here. Let me try to get that. You stacked. You did all that stuff. So your adjustments were good, but the very start was a little bit off. Well, you can deny sentries, but it's usually a waste of your time. Especially if it's blocking a camp. Unless you want it open, but I would never deny it because like, oh, they saw me do it, better remove it. That's some whack shit. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we can download this. Great. And what is this? Archon? Archon. Okay. Phantom Lancer, Archon. PL mid-game 6-1, PA was 2-8. Team coordination broke down, Quat was flaming everyone, and we ended up losing the plot. How do you right the ship? Ooh. Sometimes once the ship starts going down, it's very hard to fix it. Let's see. You're doing okay. I mean, you didn't have like a massive lead, but a little bit, which is nicer to have than to not. How are you doing specifically? Doing okay. Yeah, okay. And then actual lineups. This guy's a little scary. Don't have the best offlaner because Wraith King's a bit greedy. It can work, though a little weak this game. He needs to build armor items. It's a little greedy for you guys because you guys are actually paired together. It's a bit greedy to go for like PL and Wraith King in my opinion. Though I guess I will say, I mean, PL has like some new build, so maybe it's not as, greedy as it used to be, and I'm still adjusting to that. But usually illusion heroes want a lot of like farming time and space, and then so does Wraith King offlane. So you have two like very farmy heroes, which when did this stuff finish? Yeah, like 20 minutes. you commit to just like not really having heroes who want to do anything, and you just have to depend on the other three. So I'd probably, you know, you can make it work, but it would be a little easier if you guys, you pick a faster paced carry, or he picks a less farming offlaner. Again, maybe you feel PL is a faster paced with the phylactery, and I just haven't adjusted. That's fine if you think that's the case. Let's go to like here. A lot of people do the phylactery first, by the way. They get they just greed out to the Ring of Health and then finish the phylactery and then get power treads after. I would give that a shot. I haven't gotten to see it myself too often, but I think I had it once and it seemed decent. You can just do a lot of damage to the enemy, and you like have a lot of regen from the item itself. It's like when like carriers were going Vanguard and stuff. Right, like every time you use Q, it's just like a bunch of damage onto the offlaners, and then you get your farm space that way. It's the first time you did it, and then you started doing it that way. Okay, gotcha. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Okay. So, up to here, seems like we're doing okay. If it happens every now and then, it's all right, but just notice the play top, right? All of you guys are involved, and PA is just free farming. So you guys are splitting resources, she is not. This is why ideally someone would be down here, whether it's a more active carry down here or the Wraith King down here with the supports, whatever. This is where you want to be. If you do want to play Wraith King offlane, or not you, but your friend, or whoever you're, I don't know if you're friends, but this is where you should farm. Ideally as aggressively as possible, and then like back here, and try not to overlap with the carry. If this, you know, we just respond to that play, we just jumped here, I don't know what happened. That's fine. Every now and then it's okay, but but like if it keeps happening, that's where we're gonna have problems. For example, the Wraith King didn't twin gate back over. He's like now back here. Cool. So then they get some free stuff. Let's just speed up a little. Been duoing since 2013. We tolerate each other. I love it. All right, so you're trying to get to Manta, and then I'd say like one more item after Manta is usually when PL is like really scary. You guys have a decent team fight. I guess we'll see. But after Wraith King has Radiance, if he eventually gets the Blink, you know, and he's initiating into Snapfire ults, Warlock stuff, Queen of Pain joins, you join, right? Your team fight's not bad. The Echo is like the scariest thing for you, and so someone like dealing with that for you is pretty good, especially like maybe a Wraith King, you know, finds him and just sticks to him. You can kind of handle everybody else. Little bit of a timing there, but of like a little efficiency to get here faster, but kind of minor. I think you should keep going here. So I know it's hard to like watch the minimap and fight, but to know how much you can push it as a carry involves a lot of map awareness. So as you kill this Jakiro with the power of hindsight, right? Shadow Shaman's here, PA's here, and then I believe we saw Earthshaker. Was it earlier or later? Maybe we didn't. Oh, I thought we did. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Okay, never mind. Because we didn't see him, I am scared. Oh, now I see him, though. So, now you want to go here. So it's 1903. Well, it depends what you want to do and how strong you think your power spike is. So if you think, as long as I get a certain amount of items, I will win this game, then you can stay defensive. But you'll never build a lead over the opponents. You'll all be farming, and you're saying that when we both have equal net worth in the late game, I win. So if that's how you feel, then you farm defensively, even in this situation. Most games, it's better to build an advantage rather than just max farm, like everybody farms. So when you see the 3 cores pushing mid, what does that tell me? Like, they want to do something. Otherwise, it's like 1 core, some supports, 2 cores, some supports, whatever. If all 3 cores are in the same area, they're bad, or they really want to do something. So I need to punish that. I need to come here, because if the supports, let's pretend the supports were alive. What if the supports come get me? I'm a core, whatever, I'll kill them. Or they won't kill me and I'll get away. So, like, I don't care about supports, usually. You know, keep in mind, some supports we do care about. But in this game, you're fine. So it has to be a core who currently, they're telling me they want to do something else. So if I come here, they will either continue doing what they need to do and want to do, and that means I'm farming on their half of their map and stealing their stuff, or they're going to feel like, okay, we got to go back, we got to go push PL, and then you'll come back, and then you'll farm this stuff on the way out if you haven't already farmed it, because it's 1903 now. So I would leave this camp and come to this lane, farm it, watch your map. If they already seem like they're going this way, okay, we back out, we farm this, and then we're deep in here, maybe even we're twin gating. Farm this, watching them continue to dive, then okay, we keep going. If I am a carry who can do significant tower damage, then I do that. If I am not, then I am coming into here, and I am stealing their triangle farm. You could maybe go over here too, but this is scarier nowadays because they moved it in a little further. So we are coming now, but notice things have changed. So back, what's my hotkey? Haha, okay. So we see 3 mid. Our opportunity to go top is now. We finish this camp. They stop going mid. It looks like they're going bottom. So maybe we could go top off of that. At the same time, Dota has teleports. So at any moment, they could be teleporting top once they're out of sight. They could loop back around as well. We don't know. And now we go top. So now they see you. Oh, they don't. You change your mind. Because if they had seen you, they could have been coming over already. They could be teleporting once they see you, right? We'd have much less time. If you left the hard camp right away and ran here, they would maybe still be in this action, or they did turn back kind of soon, but you might still see them here as you reach this creep wave. And that lets you finish the creep wave, and then you see them like go this way, whatever. We don't really know, because once in Fog of War, we don't know where they go, where they teleport. They trick you, they go here, they teleport to you. But in that time, I would have finished this, and I would have already walked back out, because I'm getting scared. I'm reading the map and backing away. I agree with your decision to back up now, because now I'm scared. But now see what happens. Oh, there's no farm here. Oh, I gotta come all the way over here. So essentially, from here, after we finish this camp, we did this for no reason, right? This was like a time loss of 15 seconds. Whereas next time, when you're here and you see that, and you immediately go, and then you immediately have to change your mind, first of all, you would have gone to farm this, at least some of it, so not a total waste of movement, but then you would come back, and you would farm this, and then you would come here. And if they don't respond, then you come here, get scared away, come back, then you farm this, then you go over there. So the big difference is like farming this creep wave or not. Yippee! Okay, I see 2 heroes bottom. I think you are okay as long as there's not an Earthshaker. Earthshaker into the Ether stuns is the main fear for you. Truly, I think you must be better friends than just tolerating each other to show up. We are so close to the Manta. Do I want to be here? My supports better be able to show up. All right. If the team is saying, let's do this, then I'm up for it. Though I kind of wish you teleported more aggressively, like over here then, in this case. Let me just see. The supports do not seem to be on their way. We're currently engaging in a... Oh no, here is the Earthshaker. So, prior to the Earthshaker, it's a 3-on-2 until the supports show up. The carry should be the last one who goes. That's one where, on paper, if your supports went, that fight's okay. But it was contingent on the supports going. So it is, I don't know, maybe you guys made the call, like you said it, and they just didn't go. That is frustrating. And if that was the case, I guess I don't mind too much. But that is the danger of playing pub games. You need to see them go before you go. Because it's only a good play if they go. Otherwise, you farming is a safe, fairly good play. Whole team fighting, fairly good play. You TPing and the supports don't go, very bad play, you know? So we have to pick between those, and unfortunately, only, you know, one of those is in our control completely, and the other is in the hands of 2 other people. Got an Earthshaker kill now that she's here. Okay, they kill PA again. We get our Manta. Get him, get him. I think you should save your W. You should just charge in. I think if you just charge in, it'll be a little easier. You're kind of saving the W for dual breath or macro pyre or something like that. Or to like go up and down the cliff. You don't really need it for day. Essentially, he will die, right? Like, he's never going to escape from you. The main way to get out is to teleport in time. Which I suppose you could argue, I'm trying to doppelganger burn his mana, but I think as soon as he sees it, he should have just started a teleport. I guess he didn't have it. The most danger is you commit and then someone else shows up and kills you, which is why I think you save the doppelganger. Until you either know it's a kill or till you know it's like, oh shit, I need it. Okay, we're getting the eggs. I'm a little nervous about this farming right now. There, let's go back. Let's go back 1 minute, actually. Minimap time. We all watch the minimap. All right, so there I am jungling PL, right? Earthshaker on the way top. Could be farming that hard camp, but might just be going top. Where is he? Where is he? Could be on the way. I'm low ground to high ground. All right, I'm on high ground. I'm okay. He could be here. He actually did show bottom. I guess I'm the one that missed that. I am the fool. Not looking. I was gonna, okay, my point was I was gonna send the Mantas in instead of the main hero, but I guess if you saw him, that it's fine. Hilarious. Yeah, guys, this is why I don't play core. I can't keep up with it. It's too much. I do think it was too, okay. To give myself some credit, I do think it was scary to jungle in this area while Earthshaker was gone so long going this way. He could have like been here. I do think at that point you should move up here and send the Manta out this way. When you ended up doing it, ended up being fine. Do we back out? I think you keep going here, man. Okay, maybe you back out a little bit, but then I think as you see Slardar here on the Wraith King, I think you turn back around. Because what else? We just farm up the Ags? I guess they are all kind of dead and accounted for, though. Good recovery. Thank you, thank you. All right, we're close to the Ags now. Group up, make a play, get Roche would be pretty good. Oh, they get the queen first. Kind of her own mistake. You should be getting top side. Yep. Send your Manta out, though. When you're, like, around here, Manta to either scout this way or to, like, go to the lane and push. I don't think I've seen you use the Manta to access more farm yet. This is one the Manta should definitely be doing. You should not be here with the main hero. This is so scary. Don't echo me, Earthshaker. I'm so scared. Yeah, we're kind of not coordinated here. No! Well, it was a pretty long fight. Understandable that maybe we didn't have regen or any more detection. I think swapping the wand for dust at this point would probably be okay. Okay, but I will say you still mostly won that fight, and that guy was super low, so he clearly went home. And then you're just jungling. So we have to go take an objective, either this tower or Roche. This is so funny. This outfit, I mean, or like the bug on the cosmetics. He should be careful of going up this far though, because I know there is like a lone Shadow Shaman, and if more of you were over here, this would be fine. But a lot of you are back and showing in the creep wave, and then he's up here as they are respawning. So right now they are looking for something to do, right? They're looking to, PA is looking to farm, so she's probably gonna TP here. Or like walk top if there's a big creep wave. But then, oh, this is happening. Okay, I guess I'll show up. Right, so you have to be really careful making these kind of aggressive plays when people are about to respawn. Like, they have nothing better to do than to watch. If they're alive, there's a chance they don't notice because they're like doing their own stuff, so they miss things happening. But when they're dead, there's no excuse for them to not see that you're doing something. We should lose Roche now. We had the opportunity to do it. We lost. We missed it. If you think they're doing Roche, though, right? Does this help us? How does it punish them from doing Roche? Not really, right? So we need to be like making our way top to shove things out. If we're too scared to like, maybe I'm too scared in mid. What if they're not doing Rosh? What if they're going to echo me here? Okay, fair enough. Use the Manta to shove it out, and then like you keep moving top. Because if they chase you top, at least they're not doing Roshan. You could try to sneak down the side as well. It's just a little scary because it's on the side with Rosh. But depending how safe you feel, how strong you feel, you could definitely do this. Go down, Manta's out. Especially here, like Manta, send them down, Twin Gate, away from Rosh. We need to draw them away from Rosh or punish the fact that they are clumped around that area and do other things. So this is what I mean. Right? I'm a core, I'm dead, what do? Oh, a wave, instant TP, right? But if you guys were in a fight, he would TP here or here. So, first of all, that's what I'll say about that. Second of all, going back to like Wraith King offlane being greedy, you need armor on, tell your friend, he needs armor versus lineup. Wraith King has like not very good armor, and then building MKB he is carry Wraith King, you are carry PL, essentially. We don't have an offlane Wraith King and then like a carry PL. This is a second carry. So you guys are like building to solve the same issues, but no one is building to be the initiator, which is what he needs to do. I know he has the blink and the BKB, so it's like partially there, but he doesn't need to be the one to kill the PA. You have magic damage and you miss hits, but like you hit so many times you get through it, so you will get there. If you can handle the rest, especially to find this Earthshaker and take him out, like you will do the rest. See, like, even without the MKB, almost half dead here. So then, like, the rest can be done without an MKB. At some point, he could get it. But first, we need armor for the team. AC. Also, sorry, not to lay it all on. It's just a snowball effect. I just noticed it all at once. Okay, going back to why he can't TP here. And it could have very easily been you, for the record. This is so it's not really meant to be at your friend, like back to back to back to back. This is just a very common mistake amongst any role, any player. We are at the phase of the game where we're looking to win, right? It's not like, damn, we lost the fight, we lose 500 gold. We lost this fight, we lose a tier 1, we lose a tier 2. We're talking about game-ending sequences here. We win a fight, we get a pick-off, we get Rosh, we get towers, we break the barracks, right? We're at the point where a good enough fight in the right location is the end of the game. Maybe not quite there, but it's very close, right? We're talking 10,000 gold swings, potentially. So we have to be ready to be working together. So we can't TP here and limit ourselves. 80 seconds. This is a very powerful ability. This is an ultimate. This is one of the biggest. I haven't fully thought through this, but as I've been playing League of Legends lately, the Town Portal Scroll is essentially the biggest difference between League and Dota. So much of what makes League is because people can't teleport around. And so much of what allows Dota to have such extreme matchups and recovery methods and stuff like that is the fact that you can move around the map very quickly. But if you use it to just like go farm a creep wave, we limit our ability to join fights. And that's what we need at this point. As we get to the mid to late game, we are looking for really good fights to end the game, to like get huge leaps forward. Not like I got a little bit of gold here, a little bit of gold here. I'm talking like big objectives. So we need the tools to all be together. If we think we have that, like if you're really behind, then fair enough, like we're just in farm mode. But I don't feel that way, right? It's pretty close. We have a minor lead. We can be trying to win. Which, as this happens, right? This is where if he had, say he had gone top, we wouldn't be able to like beat this. Fortunately, he did come here, so this fight was kind of together, and you guys just were a little scattered here, though, which also is a separate issue of, like, we need to pick the fight a little better together. Like, you're still looking to fight, and he's, like, done with the fight. You guys need to be on the same page. A team, you know, in general, a whole team, but you guys are partied, so definitely us together. If he's backed off, we're, like, also chill. Manta. Okay, before we go backwards, Manta aggressively. You don't need it defensively because we're going back defensively, so the Manta can be used aggressively. There are times to hold the Manta for defensive stuff, but if we are coming back defensively, then we shouldn't need the defensive tool, and we can use it aggressively. And then you can deal with this wave. By putting the Manta here, you force someone to show themselves to deal with bottom, and that will give you information to take a fight later, especially with Roshan now on the top side, since none of us took any of the, like, 5 different opportunities to do it, despite having some of the best Roshan heroes in the game, on their side at least. This forcing someone to come down here is how you win a fight top. And then everyone is missing from their side. Or, like, a lot of people are missing. I guess we saw Jakiro a little bit. So I guess we saw Slardar here. There's some, like, neutral watcher bug where people are showing and they're not supposed to. But we shouldn't know. So we don't see anything. And our 2 scenarios are the enemy is also completely scattered, in which case it's going to be completely random from all of us. Not a good play. Just, like, does PA happen to run into supports? Then, like, she wins the fight, and then they have an advantage. Do they happen to have 3 heroes and they find the queen? Do we happen to find, like, 2 heroes together, a support and a core, and we get them? Totally random on what's about to happen. Or they are grouped up, and we will lose no matter what. Like, anywhere they show up, we will lose. I have no idea, but those are 2 bad, neutral random situation, and then a really bad situation. And there is no good situation in my control because I know we aren't together, right? I have this information. It's not like, from their side, maybe. They don't know that you guys are all scattered. But from our side, I know we are scattered, and I don't know if they are scattered as well. So right now, you all should be backing up Manta out aggressively, which maybe I would know if this lane was pushing in and people were showing down here. That goes back to the Manta. But right now, your Wraith King should not move this way. You, as you finish buying stuff, should also be backing up very safely. They could invade this area, so you should actually be, like, backing out this way. And you guys need to regroup. Like, get to the safety of a tower, get in the tree, TP to your team. Oh, yeah, we want to play down here? Okay, fine. They TP over. I don't care, you know? But, like, the team needs to get together. And if you can't control them, like, oh, we were saying to play bot, but they were staying mid, staying top. All right, we can control us, so you guys go play mid and top. There are better areas to play on the map, given whatever objectives are up, but the most important thing is being together. You could lose Roche, right? You could lose multiple barracks, but if you win one major fight because you happen to be together here, like, you can just end the game. I guess it depends a little bit on lineups and all that, but number 1 is finding a good fight. I'm just gonna zoom. I know you mentioned things got toxic. Queen of Pain started flaming. You just follow her. All right? She won't follow you guys because she's raging and flaming. All right, it's, you know, we just go behind her. She wants to farm an area, just follow along. Like, happy or not, I need to have her there. All right, we chase PA away a little bit. She actually killed the Warlock. They should be looking to fight. Your Wraith King TP'd mid, and then you TP'd top. So, as we get to the mid to late game, you must give up farm. If you try to get every single creep wave on the map, you will lose opportunities. Now, with really good coordinated play, this is something like Falcons will do. You actually can get most waves on the map and still do stuff. But we're talking some like pro level shit at that point. So for pub games, you have to be okay giving up farm to stay safe, to find opportunities, things like that. If you TP here, we have some issues. First, Wraith King TP'd here. So if they jump you, and I saw 3 heroes here, who can help you? Not your Wraith King. The only guy we can trust because we're in the party, right? Queen of Pain, I don't trust to come save us. And then, you know, this guy's dead and apparently she doesn't have one. So no one will help you as you TP into 3. And then you can't help them either. You're the top net worth hero. It's a pretty close game, but like still technically top net worth. You're a very strong hero and you are leaving the other 3 heroes. And PA should know there's multiple heroes here and she killed Warlock. So then they see you teleporting in and they should go, wait, I saw Wraith King show up mid after being dead. So he TP'd here, PL TP'd here. We should try to fight. They should smoke. They should look for something in this area. In this area would be bad because you guys might converge, but they should either force Roche or check like other areas because they know you can't show up. Will they? Roshing? Maybe I hear the noise. Are we finally doing Roche? About 17 minutes later. Where is PA going? We need Warlock. We're not fighting. We're just stall tactics. Stall tactics. Don't engage. Don't start anything. Back up. Back up. I can't believe it's working. That's not supposed to work. I was gonna say, where is Earthshaker? Because he is taking his sweet ass time to show up. Ah! Where'd PA go? This is such a discoordinated fight. All right, we ended up losing. This one was actually pretty close, all things considered. Like, you guys got a free kill 4v5 somehow. And then this had a lot of close moments. So you can see where like any little thing can help. If you guys, well, funny enough, the biggest mistake you guys made was fighting without Warlock, and that's what got us the free kill. Then you guys like scattered targets a little bit. I don't know, kind of need to like work together a little better. We didn't really get the combo we were looking for, you know, which is like Wraith King jumps in, Warlock follow-up, and then all the AoE, like the Sonic Wave, the Snapfire ult into Fatal Bonds, all of those at once is what wins us the fight, and then we like clean up. I'm trying to make myself use the hotkeys. What is it? Boom. Okay. Wow. Okay, I still want to do a chaos one because we actually did predetermined ones up to this point. So Krish, thank you so much for donating. I want to do one random one from the chat, and then I'll do yours next. While everyone's submitting their games, actually, let me go to get more water. I'm gonna boil some as well. Let's make some tea. Can you review my Kez support? Probably my #1 advice will be, I don't know if I want to play Kez support. I did when he came out and he was busted. I don't know if he's in the place to be a support. Possibly though, no guarantees. If it's random, I just like pick randomly. Oh, I can't promise anything, but you can submit it. You have just as much of a chance as anybody else. I'll be right back with water. Okay, I'm boiling water still. Came back to find the game though. We have a lot of people dropping in today for these replays. So we're gonna try to lock in and speed up a little bit. Let's try to. We've been kind of like freely going, roaming, all that stuff. Let's do our little timer bit. We haven't been using the timer lately. Oops. But let's try to focus up, give a couple pieces of feedback, and then move on so we can try to get to more and more people. We have a lot of good questions. What you mean? Thank you. What you meme? Thank you. I just saw your nice words earlier. I appreciate it. Okay. Like I said, we're gonna try to lock in. So hopefully we will get to many of these questions that people were submitting, because I think there were a lot of clear questions. We're gonna start with this one. Okay, download. And in this one, you said you won the lanes. Things were going well. Built up a lead. 9K at 29 minutes, and then lost by 37. So how did we fumble this? Feel like we didn't transition from pick-off game to team fight. So part of the reason I wanted to pick this is because, yeah, like the walkthrough of we are doing well, but how do we actually win is always a challenge. And I know we have the late game flowchart video, which I think is pretty good. Put some effort in that one, you know, but still seeing it in practice is always easier said than done. And in a lot of these cases, even for like an Immortal game, there can be missed opportunities that could have like sped things up. So I was looking for like, when do we have the biggest lead? So probably around here, like 6K-ish, around 17 minutes. I think I'm going to jump there. Okay, and we have Nature's Carry, Support, Offlane, Enigma, Dawnbreaker, off. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, are you support? Are you support Dawnbreaker? Not Offlane Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker position 4. Ah, yes. I just can't read. All right, I'll fix that. I'll fix the timestamp later, hopefully. Well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really change what we're about to look for. Okay, fight's happening. You're keeping an eye on it. Could probably be like AFK hitting a jungle camp right now for a little bit of min-max farm. And then safely push this out. We just got to make sure we don't get caught, so... We just jumped here. I'm not 100% sure where everyone is. If you just did the hammer, I think that would be okay. Just, you can't be picked off. That is the most important thing here. If you knew they weren't there... Well, if you knew they weren't there, you actually should have been pushing sooner. So I think you were scared because you thought someone could be there, but then we still like kind of jumped into the creep wave. Even though you're in front of the tier 1 tower, I guess it's 17 minutes, so maybe that's enough safety, but it could still be scary. I guess I haven't like fully processed everything in this game yet. Are we AFK farming? Yeah, we should be like AFK farming in these kind of windows. I'm glad you're watching. That's very important. Oh man, the last second that tornado got us. We do have a nature's carry, right? I didn't get like all the roles confused. I guess that's just what I'm debating as I see this, is that when you chose to jump in, everyone's healthy, so this is a like, let's kill the primal beast. But I'm actually not sure if you need to show up yet, because if he gets away, that's not that big of a problem. So am I like enabling my carry, or am I saving somebody as opposed to like, oh, we have to get kills? I'm not actually sure you need to do this ult. You want to get in there? Or? Oh no, oh, it's a disaster. This guy's waiting a little too long on that black hole. Should just use it to help kill the SF, I think. Your mistake is probably, I think the Enigma's hesitance there is probably the bigger issue. Team issue aside though, notice that was a 5-on-5, which defeats the purpose of a global lineup to some degree. The point of global lineups is that you can farm efficiently and then still bring the numbers to a fight. So actually, when they are all clumped up like that, this goes back to you not farming as much as you could have. The punish of them being close together is that you are farming more. Like between you and natures, you should be farming more. So you don't have to engage in a 5-on-5, especially near their towers where they can show up. I guess they have a Tinker support, so they can kind of match, or is it a support? They can kind of match your global farming, but I just think your team doesn't have to force that fight. Going back to when you ulted, and then, yeah, it probably could have worked out if Enigma had gone a little bit sooner. So now we're kind of chilling, waiting for abilities. I actually think this is a little bit of a dangerous time to be walking up here and warding, de-warding. Now would be a much better time. Like if you had been in this area and then we see this, now is a pretty good time to run in here. I don't think they were showing. Maybe I missed something when I was, I glanced at the chat. It's daytime, so we can't really move in here to farm. You want to push, you want to be pushing this lane. The default should be a lane, and then when you're scared, you jungle. And we saw quite a few, because we were already in this area when they started going top. So now is the time you want to force them to come back. And if you're scared, like, oh, I'll push and they'll get me, that's fine. We just like walk in, throw the hammer, and walk away. You don't need the farm, you need the lane to move in. And then as they go, oh, I want to go like farm that coming back, your team looks for a fight, and then we ult over. And so we're swapping positions with the enemy, getting the numbers advantage that we were talking about. Okay, saving our carry. Ah! Oh, mech in the last second. Leave me alone. Ah. This is bold. Bold teleport. You're probably just dead there. I would just use I try to farm what you can or just keep running around. But that way when you're up, you'll have your teleport still. I think the actual ult was okay. But again, the bigger picture outside of that is we knew they had a lot of heroes here and we engaged with it. So we're not splitting them on the map and then showing up. I didn't mind that ult because the fight was breaking out and Nature's, he's the carry, he was being pulverized, which leads the rest of the team to show up. The Dawnbreaker could have held it for like maybe a little longer, but I think the bigger picture issue is recognizing like splitting people up and then showing up like this. I looked away again because I was reading chat, but that ended up being a solo pickoff on SF with our global heroes. That's what we want. Let me go back and look at the map further. Okay, I see Primal Beast, Invoker mid, and top is pushing in. So this is okay. They actually kind of looked like they could have come here. So that was a bit scary, but we're relying on the burst to make that work. I think if you guys wait a little longer for someone to show top, that would be the safest, but SF might be gone by that point. So I kind of understand jumping in right there. And then after that, we might need to be cautious because we are... I know SF is dead, but no black hole, unless it's almost up. No black hole, and he's up here. So at this point, this is just like a 4-on-4 once Tinker shows up. Worked out. Maybe went a little too hard. Oh! Not hard enough. Alright, so we push mid. At any moment, Roche, Tormentor, all good objectives. You guys can do any of them. I think if you have two global heroes, especially because you are the support, you're gonna need to take some initiative. On paper, we can say the other three should be the ones getting together and doing stuff, but because we also have the Nature's carry globally farming, I think you may have to go with the team, smoke them, like push them in the right direction, and then maybe break off early to just ult in, but... See, like I see SF mid, so then this global fight bottom where people are showing up is good. Even if we didn't get him, that's okay. We just like try again. Because the global cooldowns are not that big when it's not yours and it's not Enigma. This one's getting scarier because it's getting closer to the tower. So now we back off. Now what we're looking for is, okay, I pushed in top, so someone needs to show up here. So SF. Okay. So now if there's a fight anywhere else on the map, you can go there. But if it's right next to a tower, then yes, SF could also TP in. That's his global. That's everyone's global movement is the teleport. So we actually want to find a pick off further out, kind of like that Primal Beast, where the team couldn't show up, but we didn't get him. And that's okay, we tried. So now we just back off and we try again. We set up the vision, we possibly force an objective. So for example, Tormentor is what you would see a pro team do after missing on this Primal Beast. They'd probably just go get Tormentor. You could twin gate to join. You could ping that. I'd say that's pretty good. Roche could maybe work. We aren't the greatest Roche lineup, but it is doable. I'd prefer if someone was dead, like 2 people. Especially because like 4 people are going to have to run over. Did he blink out? What was that? Or is he just invis? Oh, no. Was that the bottle? I'm so confused. It looked like he was invis when I backed up. I'm not going to back up again because it doesn't matter that much to me. Baited by illusion. Oh, gotcha. I would push this a little more to the left. There's a spot like right here that I think is pretty good. Sentries here will be calm. Especially like if you think about Tinker support struggles to ward a little bit because you want to be farming. You don't want to be moving around the map as much. So Tinker support is much more likely to place wards near teleport locations. And then also Sentry near those locations he wants to teleport to make sure it's safe to keep farming. So Tinker has a higher chance of having a Sentry and or Observer in this area, you know, like near the tier 1, tier 2 towers, stuff like that. Because he's not the kind of support to be like wandering, walking up here, stuff like that. Yeah, we ended up losing it pretty quickly. Pretty much instantly, actually. Did we see who got it? It was the Invoker. Oh yeah, see? Wait, I should check. Can we see this Sentry range? Do I have to switch to their cam? Can't see it, but you can imagine the edge here and here are very close. So like this spot has the best chance of not getting caught by sentries like this. This like little spot up here. And then we do Roche. And then... And then... we push a lane. We TP back to our triangle. There are mistakes happening in the, like, which fights we take, but the fights you win, we aren't doing anything with it. That was a winning team fight into absolutely nothing. One medium camp stolen away. They recently respawned. Looking at the minimap. Everybody missing. We should all be careful. Tiny moving up like that's really risky. You showing in the mid lane like this is really risky. Enigma down there is kind of scary, but he's at least in the jungle, not showing the main hero. So engaging in this mid lane fight is really dangerous because we don't know where anyone else is, which turned out they were all ready, as we ended up seeing. So I guess the issue for you here is which fights get taken. And I know you can't always control the team on like, hey, don't fight this, go Roche, whatever. As long as you know when you're making the calls, that's the important thing. But if you weren't, or you didn't see it, then that's I think the lesson to be had. That's a wild scene. I don't remember when I made it, but the whole point is that I think most mistakes are based off not realizing enough information from the minimap. So I made that zoomed in scene to like try to hammer home the point, like everything we need is right here. You don't need to look at anything else. This is the answer is in this corner. So don't get distracted. Eyes here. Should I have not went for the solar on SF right before that? Sorry, I moved away before seeing that question. That, like, very last fight? Probably not. Well, no, I'll take that back. Once your team is doing it, I think it's okay to just, like, all right, commit, YOLO, hope. Because the other side of it is, like, at that point, we are coin flipping and hoping, like, they aren't behind SF, or they are. And if they are behind SF, the best chance is if we're all there. That, I guess that depends. But I'm okay with it because you were support Dawnbreaker. Like, I think it's more okay as supports to just throw yourselves in when the team is finally doing something as a group, or they are doing something as a group, whether it's well informed or not, and hope it works out. That's my own philosophy, but I think it's understandable if you decide, no, this is a bad fight, I don't trust it, I'm not going to ult. I would have to go back again to, like, really check again for more. I'm just double checking something. Donkey Taco, because you asked, you've been playing some Void Spirit lately. Curious why Witchblade is preferable over something like Kai and Sange. So at first I thought maybe you meant, like, as a first item, and I had to double check. I was like, I don't think people are going first item Witchblade. You might buy it later on in the game compared to, like, Kai and Sange, which I think you can do Kai and Sange, so some people do go for that. I think you would do Witchblade if you want the Parasma and you need the armor, because you are amplifying the damage that can be dealt, and then you get the armor. Kai and Sange has no armor, and it's more... Kai and Sange is better for spell amp, but, well, I guess this sounds backwards, because, let me double check the numbers. So, like, this one is what? 12% spell amp, but we aren't really fully a spell-casting hero. We're like a right-clicking hero. So Witchblade has attack speed. It's got the armor we like talked about. The Parasma then as well, right? Even more so. And then we reduce the enemy's magic resistance by 20%. And at that point, not only is our stuff amplified, but our teammates can also be amplified by that. Whereas I feel Kaya and Sange is more about your own spell casting damage, and Void Spirit is in the middle ground on that. That would be my guess for it, as a non-Void Spirit player who hasn't done that much digging into post-patch Void Spirit. So maybe a true mid laner would know more. NPR, I actually can... I would have to change... Since we're already streaming, I don't know if I can, like, move the camera, because the camera can only be used by one thing at once. I can sort of do something like that, even without a green screen. Though I actually do have a green screen. It just has to be dragged up and down. I sometimes use it for casting, but NVIDIA actually has a really good program that can... Like, even with this background, I can tell the NVIDIA program to, like, just do a cutout of me as if it was green screen, and it does a really good job. It sometimes, like, fuzzes out on the backgrounds, especially depending what I'm wearing and lighting, which is why I sometimes still pull up the green screen to make it easier on it. But it is technically doable to do, like, a Weatherman Weatherman segment. I don't know if I have like the right camera angles and everything for it. And it would also be hard for me to like see what I'm talking about. Okay, sorry. Got distracted here. Our Sand King game here. I feel I should have done better in lane. I was winning the sentry battle as SK mid, but die when I try too hard. Help. Okay, let us take a look. I will say, I think Sand King got nerfed. He used to be a much better mid laner. I think he's still okay, but it's not as, like, not as free as it was before, I guess. I'm not gonna worry too much about this level 1 fight because these are kind of random. But we do start off on the back foot now as the
this is a good opportunity to learn.
The mid lane versus Void Spirit. Did he get the kill? No, he got the assist. But he'll still have a chunk of money from that. That said, we also got it, so maybe it's fine. But usually if you're the one to die, it's always a little... Gotta be a little careful. Okay, you didn't place this observer, so I'll just mention this real quick. In case you ever do place your own mid ward. Sand King's mid wards need to be like way to the side. And you correctly identify, like, I think there's gonna be a sentry battle, but you place yours first. And you always wanna be careful of this because we just like run through the mental scenarios. None of us have a sentry in mid. I'm winning. I'm the invis hero. He's the one who needs it, right? If we both have a sentry in lane and they're not interacting, right? Like his sentry's here, my sentry's here. That benefits him because he can see at least a section of the map. I'm invis. Like maybe he can't see me when I'm invis over here, but he can see this stuff from a sentry here. That benefits him, and my sentry doesn't actually do anything. It can look for observers, sure, but as far as I'm concerned, as the invis laning hero, I want there to be no sentries mid, and if I at least know where his sentry is, I can work around that, but I'd like to remove it. So you don't usually want to be the one to place a sentry first in any invis matchup, pretty much. Nyx, well, I guess Nyx doesn't have it till 6. Bounty Hunter's probably a better example. Bounty Hunters in the side lanes, you don't usually want to be the first one to place your sentry. You want to suss it out, like, oh, he hit me this time. The creeps followed me while invis, so now I'm looking for a sentry. I push in the lane, and then I put the sentry and I kill it, and we're in a state where, like, I'm good to go. If he now brings the sentry, I guess the reason it matters is because, like, who buys the most sentries? I want him to have to buy more sentries because that's a waste of his money. So I always want to be... I want to be winning the sentry war, but I also want him to be buying more sentries. And then keep in mind, there is a limit to the amount of sentries in the game. So if we are buying them, and this side lane is buying them, and this top lane is buying them, someone will run out of sentries first. So it's really important that it's not us as the invis hero, right? So you actually want to hold your sentry until you roughly know where his is and play around that until you get a chance to find it and kill it in one go. And if you miss it, then like unlucky, but like that's the right step to go for that. This guy will now bring his one sentry, and if he does this right, for example, whether he should or shove the lane or not, forget that. He shoves the lane, we have to back to deal with it. He drops his sentry, he kills yours. 1-for-1 sentries, it ends with him having the sentry, which is very good for him. So we need to swap it, he places it first, you get hit a couple times, you wait, you kill it, it ends in our favor. We're good.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
I'm not sure if you have to use all these sandstorms you are using. For example, now would be a great time to use it. Now that he is trying to pressure you, you activate the sandstorm and he has to run away the entire time. He is actually being quite smart in taking a fight when sandstorm is down. Intentional or not for Guardian, I don't know. But it's actually pretty good for him to do. I don't think you have to always shove in the lane with Sandstorm unless there's something you're going for. Like, oh, I really want the bottle. I'm pushing in the lane so I can get this, and maybe I'll even get another. Oh, I want to go stack. Let me shove it, you know, whatever. Oh, I'm getting scared. Someone's missing. I feel I'm getting ganked. Sandstorm push. Otherwise, I think you can save it for when he is doing this, essentially. When he overcommits and plays aggressively, we can use Sandstorm to trade and make him leave. I guess you also can use it early to like try to pick up a couple extra denies and last hits. But in that case, you also want to time it a little better with like creeps getting low. You don't want to do it at full health creeps, especially our creeps, because Sandstorm is going to damage the enemy creeps. They're going to die before they can get ours into deny range, and then we don't do it, right? So I think you would wait for creeps to get low, Sandstorm, so that if Void Spirit walks in for the last hits, he would take Sandstorm damage. And if he doesn't want to do that, then you get to get the denies. I'm gonna, with that, all that said now, I will try to pay more attention to when you use Sandstorm, exactly when you use it. So like right here, now that we just talked through, what does this Sandstorm accomplish? I am gonna pick up all this CS, hopefully. We might miss a couple, but that's okay. I feel pretty good about that. The downside is these range creeps are at the edge of Sandstorm, so Void Spirit can stand here and just deny those at the edge. Will I deny any of my creeps? No, they're all full health. Maybe this one will drop below and we'll deny it. Maybe another one. How useful is this Sandstorm back here? Is he laning there? No. Likely, he's going to go in this area for last hits and denies. And then for range creeps, he can be back here. And in fact, now that he doesn't want to be in Sandstorm, if he wants to get creeps a little farther forward, the very edge of Sandstorm, right? Like right here, he can aggro. Oh, I can't see Sand King. He can aggro off of anyone on the top bar. Does he know this or not? I don't know. But he can aggro off of Troll Warlord, for example, A-click, back out, and he's only at the edge of the Sandstorm. So just a little tickling. Some sand is in the boots. It's a little unfortunate, but like he's fine, you know. And then these creeps walk forward, and now he can last it at a much safer range. So before you use Sandstorm, 1, try to wait a little longer. And then 2, try to walk up a little further before using Sandstorm so that you can use more of the AoE to zone him further away from the creeps, make him walk further into the Sandstorm if he wants to aggro, if he wants to get last hits, things like that. I think right now you could just lane without Sandstorm. I guess if you want to shove it to get the bottle, you could. At the same time, he's not going to get both. And unless you think a support is rotating over in Guardian, like you can just get it late. You know, like when he walks top, you can take your time, finish it, and then walk bottom and get it. And if you're a little late, it's no big deal as long as no one's rotating over, which is very unlikely for this bracket. But if you are thinking to shove it before the rune to get it, I would say that's okay. Then let's just adapt where we place it. For example, you see Void Spirit contesting you on these ranged creeps, and he's, well, I guess he still is at the very edge of the Sandstorm, so he's being affected, but he could do it from a little further out, because he has like a little bit of bonus attack range. I think he could do this. Yeah, like where he is now, I think he would start to be okay, unaffected, but still be able to go for this. Did we do it for the bottle? We did. If we can backpack, it'd be great. I know it's a little bit advanced. It's not the most important skill to work on to start, but it is not a bad skill to pick up. Okay, do we need to Sandstorm right now? Right, as we approach a lane, let's think about it. It's coming up. At least there's a creep we could deny, and it is a banner creep, so that's not too bad. At the same time, this guy has no abilities. Like he just threw the barrier, right? He threw this one earlier. So you, if we're holding Sandstorm, you at least have Stinger to work with, and you got the regen. So you have the water rune and the 2 charges. This guy's got 1 rune left. So we could just like right click him trade, and I think we'd be okay with that. I don't think you have to use Sandstorm coming up here. But if you wanted to, I would say you walk next to the range creep and then use Sandstorm. And that's going to force him to lane over here, potentially, which is a weird spot for him. So maybe you don't even Sentry Sandstorm right away. You, like, walk here and bait it. If he's standing over here, you don't use it. And if he walks more over here, then you use it to zone him. Try to get that last hit with Stinger if you have to. I'm not gonna worry about the timings. I think you know to, like, practice that. Okay, so right here, you just fight him. You don't go for this range creep. Or if you fight, you go for the Sandstorm. But, like, okay, you have 2 creeps, he has 1. He is level 4, but again, we have more regen to work with. Like, I have the whole set of tangos. I haven't even touched this yet. So we have more health to work with. Our only fear is if someone is teleporting to get us. But otherwise, you just fight him and make your way up this high ground, because this creep is 2 hits from dying. If he hits it once, you hit it once and you get it. If your creeps don't aggro to the Void Spirit and they keep working on this, you probably still have time to hit him once, and then you wait and you both go for this, and then you see who gets it. If your creeps hit him and you're hitting him, nothing is hitting this range creep, and he's waiting here to get the deny. By that point, Stinger will be up. You could probably do both. You could hit in the middle to proc everything and, you know, get it all at once. So we're kind of holding this creep hostage and getting the most out of it. If you hit it first, he can just hit it next like this and then walk away. And then he's done. He's out of here. So in these kind of situations, trying to, like, speed, unless you're really scared. If you're really scared, I kind of get it, but you're going to miss the creep for it. So you wouldn't really do it, I feel. This Sandstorm, I can't actually walk into the range creep. I don't mind, because you can, like, walk to the edge and Stinger. But again, I think you can wait for creeps to get a little lower. And then you fight him when you do use this Sandstorm. Though I think you have to be careful, because he ended up picking up level 4 before you, because he actually has 5 denies. Sorry, I did that a little too fast. First, we kind of just let him hit us for free. So we definitely should have hit him back at the same time. He has more damage than us, but at least we're trading. And again, we have more regen. So if we are both losing health, that is good for us. Right now, he's just doing damage to us. And now we kind of hit him. But now he has a barrier. Now I don't want to hit him. So now I want to avoid. But also, he has the sentry still. So he actually is hitting us in this. And then notice, you are dealing with creeps while he is hitting you. So he took Sandstorm damage. You took his damage. But if you had actually just fought him, we're making use of Sandblast, which is making him miss attacks. Like, once here, now the barrier's down, so now we do it, right? So first, hold Stinger longer. This is a matter of practice. Killing these to, like, explode and damage him, that's a great idea. Doing it a little too soon. Okay, I want to wait for that, so we fight him, right? I'm attacking him. Sandstorm is doing the damage to the creeps. Our creeps are doing damage to the creeps. If he draws aggro, great, right? We're both taking damage, but I'm in Sandstorm. I'm applying a blind, so I feel good about it. And then, over time, these will get low, and then I will Stinger burst all of them. If he backs away from us, we can choose. Do we chase further? Do we back up and just get the last hits? Either way. But during this time, we're just, like, focusing on last hits while he is just hitting us. And if you just hit him, like, you would win that trade hard, he would leave, and then you would just get the last hits. Ah! Time to eat these iron branches. Try to get in the habit of doing that real quick. So I'll give you a little homework. This is not the most critical thing to work on. at the same time, it's one of the things in Dota you can work on in a custom lobby that doesn't require like playing games. Like sometimes it's hard to like, oh, how do I practice laning versus heroes without playing the game? How do I practice reading the map and all this without playing the game? And that's true. Backpacking items is something you can do in a demo lobby. Just practice the mouse movement, doot, 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 real quick, right? And now you can even, it's even easier to do the full map demo. So start here, click towards the rune, doot, 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 bottle, pick it up, doot, 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 swap them all back. And if you want to be like real fancy, swap them in and out and just do it all within the 6-second cooldown timer, right? But it's something you can practice for 5 minutes and probably get like 50 plus repetitions in very quickly. And although it is minor, it's like a free upgrade essentially to do this. It doesn't take a 1 hour game to practice a single time. You can do it in demo and do it forever. And for example, not to flex, I am pretty good about this habit as a support. You see me, if you watch the streams, you see me do it all the time with arcane boots and wand. And over the course of the game, I probably get like 500 to 1,000 mana more than people who never do it. So it's minor, but also that's a lot of mana, right? Like it does add up. Same with the bottle. Like the more you practice this habit, it will add up. And same then with the Iron Branch Tango. Sit in the lobby, plant them, and then just go like DZ. That's what it is for me. The Iron Branch is on D, the Tango is on Z. Put the cursor here, boom. Like just as you're walking, stick your cursor in front of you, boom, eat them both. If you're your quick cast, if you're a normal cast, you know, like D, click, Z, click, right? As you're moving. So move this way, D, go press it all. It should be very quick. So then while Void Spirit is chasing you, you had about, let's see, you could do it right now. Oh shit, I'm kind of a danger. Drop it, eat the Tango. 312. So 318. So 6 seconds of this health going would have already happened at this point. Especially in earlier trades. At this point, we're mostly running away. But you'll see this a lot. The very first wave will meet in a pro match. They'll whack each other a couple times. They'll both eat the Tangos instantly. And it's important to do that comfortably because you can't spend too much time walking away and doing it because you'll miss lane stuff. So you have to do it in battle, in the middle of it, and you have to feel kind of comfortable with it, which I understand is a little scary, but again, it's like free practice in demo mode to do until you get the hang of it. Every time you queue up, you can just stick it in. Do we need to do this one? Once again, it feels a little bit more on the defensive side. I would say this guy should just back out. I don't think he should even engage you in this. He should just lose 1 CS and then pick up more later. And then we should go stack maybe if we're gonna shove this hard. I think you can maybe walk up for the bottle and like stack a camp on your way. You try for a kill? Maybe. I think you're supposed to take Burrow Strike, by the way. Because if you're not taking it here, I don't know when you're going to take it. Because I think you want to max Sandstorm. So then level 5, I want to get that. That means I'm going to get Epicenter, and I'm not going to have Burrow Strike, which is going to feel really weird. So I think just 1 point Stinger. Let's go get our... We need to go get the rune. The rune. Zoot, zoot, zoot. Yeah. Okay, I think that's probably good for this one. We can go a little further, but I feel if you change the way you're sandstorming, it'll help. If you're in a really bad matchup and you're just trying to like shove the wave, you'll do what you're kind of doing, but then you need to stack at some point because that's like the thing. That Sand King is really fast at this. You're like not trying to play the lane. Like this is trying to play the lane. Like, ooh, I'm gonna get some last hits over you. But if you plan to just nuke the wave and go, then the follow-up is, I am one of the best early game heroes at clearing stacks without losing a bunch of health. So I will get ahead of a Void Spirit who has notoriously poor farming speed. So we farm everything because we nuke it out, and then he farms everything because I'm just shoving it to him. So we're both max farming in the lane, But then I can do like jungle camps way better than he can. And that's how I pull ahead. And he will try to roam as a result. And as long as I have my observers on like the sides, I can ping my team like, hey, he's going here, he's going there, whatever. And as long as he doesn't succeed on his ganks, we will pull ahead that way. It's sitting time. I never got my tea, I boiled my water. Okay, submit your games, guys. Submit them in.
This is a good opportunity to learn. You're a beautiful person with a charming personality.
In the future, after I move and I'm like resetting up my man cave, stream setup, whatever, I should put a water boiler in here. Then we don't even have to leave. I'll just turn it up right here. All right.
Are you okay?
Let me see. What have we covered today? New player, Ancient, Archon, Immortal, Guardian. I said I would do the timer and I completely forgot. Okay, I have our timer ready to go. Yo, who's buying back? Oh shit, it's our team, oh no. Oh wait, maybe it's good.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Oh, it was not good. Look away. Look away. Right side superior for minimap, change my mind. No, I kind of agree. I kind of agree, but I've built the habit so much on the left side, it's a little late for me. Though I will say, for the sake of misclicking, the right side is actually better. Because most mouse movement in Dota, because the bottom, one base is bottom left, top is top right, right? Most mouse movement is like this. So minimap on the right avoids misclicks. At the same time, because your movement is like this so much, it's easier to go from the minimap, click something, and then directly into the action, because you're probably also moving like this, is what I will maybe throw out. With that said, I think, you know, going from here to then here is also not that big of a deal. So then just solving the misclick issues and then just needing a little bit more mouse movement for some of those moments is probably fine. But I'm like so into the habit now of like the minimap has to be in the bottom left. It feels too weird. You know, oh, guys, I am jealous of League of Legends for something. I was going through their settings as I was looking at it. They have a slider for their minimap size, and you can get freaking huge. It can be like this big. I'm kind of jealous. I'm kind of jealous to be able to make the minimap that large.
I don't think I would. I tried maxing out, and then I was like, this is actually too big. But I kind of wish we had that option, that we also had a slider bar of like how big the mini map was gonna be. I want this scene. I want to be able to set this up in Dota. I want the mini map to be most of it, and then I want to play Dota like right here. I want this to be the actual screen and this to be the mini map. Okay, let me find a game and then we'll go through. It's useful in ultra wide. Yeah, that's true. If you had an ultra wide monitor, I'm sure that would help. Being able to like move the HUD around, I hope that becomes the standard in the future. I want to customize the HUDs, right? Like I want things to go where I want them to go. I realize that's more programming and like a little bit of a pain, but I hope in the future it becomes more common. Mini map on a different monitor when. God save the Tsar. I'm watching CS closely, high Herald, low Guardian here, and I've heard 50 at 10 minutes is good, but then I also see high ranks hitting around the same. Can you address this if you have a second? Yeah. Keep in mind, it shifts, right? Where in Herald, they're like, how can my benchmark be the same as like the pro player, the Immortals? Because Heralds are playing versus other Heralds. So it's easier to get those last hits. No offense, but like that's the reality. The pro players are getting 50 while also having to like fight the other pros who are like hyper in on like this exact time frame is when I fire the attack and I'm gonna draw a creep aggro this way and like pull this way and attack or whatever, and like there's like a million things going on, right? They are like sweating it out to fight over that exact same CS. So they have to work really hard to hit 50, which is why for Herald it's like, hey, if you just bump up your focus on it, you're probably ahead of the curve of the other Herald players. It's actually going to be like, as you build up the skill of getting used to the timing and everything, you put more attention to it over your opponents so you can hit those thresholds and further, compared to a pro where like, hey, did you know CS is important? Like, of course I knew CS. They all know, you know? So they're like, you can't get ahead of them in that sense. So it comes down to being ultra sweaty. With that said, if you look in a replay, whichever one we end up, okay, I'm just going to grab it right. I have been, we've just been wandering, blah, blah, blah. Here, I'm this one. Where are we? To demonstrate my point. The thing to look for in pro matches is that the minimum is different, is what I'm about to get to. Where the maximum might be similar to like a Herald having a good game, I will say the maximum probably is higher than the Herald having a good game because they know how to like truly min-max. The average probably looks the same as like Herald is actually a little generous. Let's say like Guardian Crusade. Heralds tend to be like really low on average. Getting into Guardian Crusader, you might be able to hit the same averages for a random game as like the pros, but the minimum amount, I guess that doesn't make sense with average. Anyway, I'll keep going. The minimum amount, like a pro player with less than 30 CS, for example, at 10 minutes for a core, you'd be like, what is he, like how? How can he do this? They like know how to get something in really bad situations. Whereas like a Crusader player, you know, for a random game, they may be like, yeah, I hit around 50, 50, 50. Bad game, I have 15, and I don't know like how to navigate this. I'm having a horrible time. Like they don't know how to like get what they can, whereas the pro will. And then given a good game, the pro will know how to like min-max farming pattern, and they'll hit a higher number than the whatever rank you want to look at. Okay, save this timestamp, jump into this. I literally pulled this one. Usually I'm like reading and picking something that I think will be a good follow-up or whatever, but this time we were rambling so long, I just grabbed the match ID. What was your question? How can I improve my later team fighting and pushing with Veno? Great question, Rhizome. All right, we'll do that. And then I saw Chris, thank you so much for donating. I will grab your game right after this one. Veno, right. Had a immediately blanked out. How are we doing? We're gonna jump ahead. Let me see if that made sense. The median. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, thank you. I knew I was messing up. There's a better way to describe it. Okay, Venomancer, team fight, and pushing. Venomancer is a slow hero, and it takes time to set up with Plague Wards. 5-second cooldown, 40-second duration. So it's like 7 Plague Wards is pretty realistic to be up once you're like fully in an area. That takes 35 seconds. So you can't just decide like go here to here, full power Venomancer. It takes time. So Venomancer, it's really important to predict ahead of time, where do we want to play? Where do they want to play? Like, oh, I have to defend mid. I can't TP and then like start setting up versus 3 heroes who are already pushing it. I'm going to have 1 Plague Ward and then they're going to kill me. So I need to know, I need to see them coming here and being like, oh, they're doing this. TP in, Plague Ward 1, Plague Ward 2, Plague Ward 3, you know, then they show up and then I start putting it further out. I put one here to see them coming in and I like stand over here. And my Plague Wards here are like helping me to kill creeps. You know, Plague Ward 4, 5, whatever, they start going down. So I have enough Plague Wards to actually contribute to the defense or the offense. Okay, we're pushing bottom. We can't just immediately dive, preferably. That's not my strong suit. I want to set up the wards to see them coming in, so they dive into 5 wards, they're hit by the slows. That's preferable. With that said, you can't always get that, especially in team fights, which happen to move around. So team fights, you would like if you could play where you have set up. Hey guys, I have my wards here. We take this fight here. You don't like it when you set up here and then like, I'm jumping the target here. You're like, oh my God, let me waddle. Oh, waddle over, put my Plague Wards down. I don't even know how he does it. He's just a snake. They just appear out of nowhere, whatever. That it's not what you like, but you can do it. And in those cases, what you're looking for is to cancel Blink Daggers is one of the biggest things. This game, actually, it doesn't look like anyone really has. Yeah, there's not really Blink builders this game. The next can be to scout rotation. So the fight breaks out. Let's pretend these heroes weren't dead. This was like a fresh fight breaking out here that we have jumped to. Are they teleporting? Aww. So then you put the Plague Ward like further out to see people coming in. Like you see the paths through the trees, the vision with the Plague Ward. That's another really good use of it. Then, of course, the slows. This is kind of separate from the Poison Sting, but the slows on kiteable heroes. So in this case, like Troll, you know, hit him with a bunch of slows so your team like can move around and avoid him. All right, we kind of just jumped to this. It looks like it was the tail end of the fight. Yeah, why not? Let's see this fight. Let's see it. Let's actually wind up a little further to when did we first come into here? So we are joining from mid. So let's say our goal is to set up bot and fight. So looks like we've already got some vision. Pretty good. On my way through, I might put a Plague Ward on this cliff. I know we already have an observer, but I want it to... A support might come over to try to de-ward, and we'll just make it a bit more annoying for him. And we can maybe jungle this. Like, drag this camp out and jungle with our Plague Wards. Set up another one over here to scout people, like, coming through this way. Again, pretending we don't have the observer, trying to bait the enemy. Like, oh, I'm totally using this Venomancer ward for vision here and here, right? So that could be some areas we go through. You kind of, if you have enough mana, you want this constantly on cooldown. If you are getting low on mana, you have to restrict yourself a little bit more. But otherwise, you want to be always placing stuff. So something along here could have been placed. Especially if you don't have, oh, it died. I didn't even notice the time. Now I definitely need something here. I really wish I could see, right? That would give me a lot more safety. Compare that to like, where are we getting vision from? Around here-ish, depending where we're standing, versus the warning time of here or here, depending where that Plague Ward is. All right, before we move over, right, same deal. Maybe instead of coming this way, I came from here. I never even had a chance to get over here, and I'm too scared to come over here now, right? Okay, so Plague Ward on these high grounds, so I can see people coming in. I hear teleports, but let's pretend a major fight broke out. Do I feel good about it? How many Plague Wards do I have down? None. So I need to be dropping these. If I don't want to reveal I am in the area, like maybe I don't want to put Plague Wards here, there could be a reason for that. So stick them like out here, you know? So like, yeah, guys, bait the fight this way. I'll have Plague Wards defending us here. This is our safe position. So there's still none out. We actually could have like 4 to 5 wards at this point. Right? So how many people are teleporting in? I can hear it, so we're cheating a little bit in the replay. But for you in the game, I don't know. I have no idea. So the Plague Ward back here might have scouted some stuff. You can sometimes just drop them here. They'll die, but like you might see something if you think that's worth it. Sometimes you can put them behind the tree. This isn't a good example. Something here is like a better example. Put it here. It doesn't hit the tower, but you can see people teleporting into the trees. Actually, this one might be close enough to hit the tower, but... See, this fight breaks out, and I don't have a single Plague Ward. I still don't have a Plague Ward down. So that's number one. We gotta up our Plague Ward habit. I think you can commit more here. You are full health. We used all our abilities, used our items, and then you're like scared. She's in. This is your carry Muerta, and she is in. So if the carry is in, I am in. If I am not some save hero who is supposed to be waiting in the back, you know? But if they kill me instead of Muerta, that's pretty good. I'm okay with that. I'm just a Venomancer. I am here for vision zone control. I'm not doing vision zone control. So then the next thing I'm here for is to apply dots and spells and right click. And I've at least done the spells, so I might as well get in here and right click. And then as you pick up more Plague Wards, something behind the trees would be good here, right? We have vision for now, but soon we won't. So getting some Plague Wards over here, like just one, you just need one for the vision, would help. Instead, we're like, do it, Muerta, get him. Don't let him near me. Imagine 4 different Plague Wards in this area. Don't you feel safer versus this Viper? Damn it, guys, I didn't press the timer. How many games am I pulling this out? We're not doing the timer. Get him. And now we run. Maybe you would have known he was coming to get you if you had some Plague Wards down. Just saw your positions and role guide video. It was very helpful. I'm glad you found it helpful. I look back at the old videos and I cringe a little bit. I could make them a lot better. I think the information is good, but I just wasn't. Those are like some of the first stuff I made, you know. So the video editing, the projection, everything could be better. But it feels weird to make like a new version and compete with my own video, especially when the information isn't that different. I feel conflicted about it, especially right now. I am going through old stuff. I'm combining like trying League to understand making a crossover video of like people coming from League, but also I'm using it as like a re-inspiration of I played Dota so long, it's easy to take things for granted. Now I'm trying League and I'm like, I don't understand. What am I supposed to do? It helps give me a perspective for being a new player in Dota. Like, what is the, like, I think I'm winning. Like, what's next? It's kind of reminding me about that. So I've been going back to old videos and watching them to see like, is this still good enough? Should I redo this? But then I have that issue of like, should I redo this? Is this worth my time? Is it better to just let it be old? I don't know. Can I recommend some new players for returning to Dota? I actually have just the thing for you in a moment. Let me finish this up so I don't get too sidetracked, especially because I said I would set up a timer. All right, let me lock back in. We respawned. We want to go do things. I don't particularly care where you go in a pub game, because I understand it's hard to get teams to coordinate. So I don't really care. I will just pinpoint how do we execute as we go. So once again, notice full mana, arcane boots, mana draft, not using Plague Ward. So where are some good Plague Ward locations? On your way in, put one here. You can scout the rune when it spawns later, if the timing worked out. In this case, it's not relevant. But in other cases, you can put it here. It'll see the rune. We're not in the area. We can't go for it. Veno Ward, deny it. Don't let the enemy get it. This is at equilibrium. I want us to go set up to make a play. Drop a Plague Ward. One single Plague Ward will not get you a ton of farm, but it will push the lane in your favor if no one else is doing anything. So a single Plague Ward, maybe even, sometimes it's not like here perfectly. Sometimes it's on the way with the bigger wave. So you put like 2 Plague Wards. Who knows how long we've been here, whatever, right? So like eventually the wave will get to our tower. Usually, we gotta go defend, someone go TP to defend that tower. I don't want us to do that because I want us to be pushing here. So I put the Plague Wards, and when the wave gets here, the Plague Wards deal with it for me, and then we're good to go. So a couple ideas here and here. And then as you come in, anytime you're breaking high ground as Venomancer, put the Plague Ward in front of you. Lion's already done it, but like if you were coming here blind, drop one here or drop one here. Another possible way to do is like from the tree line, drop it on the other side. Coming up here, Veno Ward here, and then the next Veno Ward I'm very interested is placing here. But there's danger to this because what if this is warded and they see me slithering on in? They're gonna try to kill me. I would love if they jump me here if I could have some Plague Wards defending me, right? So depending how scared I am and like, oh, I want to see a couple heroes before I commit to this. Well, in the meantime, let me play some more Plague Wards down in this area to give me some safety in case they do want to jump here. This is actually a very common area to fight. You don't need this cliff. If you think about what this cliff shows you, it shows to about here. So it baits a lot of people in many directions. For your current position, especially if you guys were going for Roche, right? You don't need this. And this does not help them fight here. This is your high ground at this point, right? We are setting up here as if this was our high ground and this is their ward. So I don't even care if they have vision here. If I mean, I would like to remove it, but like if I'm too scared, that's fine. Let them have it. We play here and we set up our vision accordingly so that when they come up, they are breaching our high ground. The same works in reverse where like if you had control of this area, way too many supports want to just like walk in and de-ward, but they just walk in and feed. And you really should just be setting up to like fight further back or not fight at all, more likely. Set up somewhere else because it's too hard to approach this. What if they push the lane and then cut in through here? So Plague Ward here if you want to see people coming in from this direction. Do you know you're playing Venomancer? You'll never let Plague Wards be on cooldown again after this. These are good. These are good. And now, while we're waiting and these guys are farming, you can aggro the camps to your Plague Wards and farm. Kind of like this. I don't know if this was intentional, but this is good, right? Okay, so let's get another one down. What are some things I want to look for? People teleporting in could be scary, so maybe I put one here to see a little bit into the tree line. Not perfect in here. I could maybe put one here then to see into the tree line a little bit. If you place it in here, I would literally see in the tree line, but it could easily be killed by the tower. And the thing with Venomancer, common Venomancer mistake, I've been teasing you a lot on this. We want Plague Wards down. I need enough to be scary. 1 is not scary. 2 is not scary. It's kind of scary in the laning stage. At this point, it's not that scary. 3, 4, 5 is getting scary. So as we set up for this tower, if we put the first or the second Plague Ward in here and then it gets killed by the tower, and I have one outside, I'm still at one Plague Ward, you know? So it doesn't feel that great. So that's why like a couple outside the tower, and you'll notice outside the direct creep path, so that our wards might actually live. Like the creeps walk by, or they fight and they're off to the side. They're not being targeted by the creeps first. That helps me build up the amount of creeps. So right now, one here. Oh, that's our time. Let's finish placing it and seeing the fight that I assume is coming up, and then we'll move to the next replay. But so one here. Another option could be a little further in. This would be safer. This would be really good because we actually see behind the tree line. It will probably be killed. So this isn't the first or the second, maybe even the third Plague Ward I place, right? I have this one, I have this one, I have some on the cliff, I have some like back here, and then I'm thinking about placing it back here. Which actually, because you have these two and this one, this is where I'm more interested in playing. I would want to approach from this angle rather than this angle, because I have no Plague Wards here. I want to be closer to my safety, which is these Plague Wards. So you see this one in the middle? How much is it really doing to the tower? Plague Wards have piercing damage, which do reduced damage to the tower. So can we see the number? Does it pop up here? I think 6. I think I saw a 6 come up, and I'm going to assume it's from your Plague Ward. So even if the Plague Ward attacks 10 times, it's 60 damage. It's so minuscule, you know? So the more important thing is that the Plague Ward either helps you push in creep waves, and the creeps help you damage the tower. The ward prevents enemies from pushing you away, so that gives you more time to kill the tower. That's kind of it. Or they give you vision and stuff like that. Rather than like using the Plague Ward to actually hit the tower. Five, 6, 5. So it must be doing somewhere 5.5 damage, and it's sometimes rounding up, sometimes rounding down. You can put them under the tower once you have enough set up to defend you. Once you're at like 4 to 5 Plague Wards behind you, you can start putting them on the tower, but alternate. So think of the like sequence of Plague Wards. If you do 5 out of the tower, and then the next 3 are under the tower, and those 3 get killed, then as we get to the duration, the back 3 are gonna die, and we're gonna be left with 2. So you kind of want to alternate where it's like 4 out of the tower, 1 under the tower, 1 out of the tower, 1 under the tower again, 1 out of the tower, so that as the wards die from duration, you're not suddenly left defenseless, like, oh shit, everything outside the tower just died at once, or, you know, over the course of 15 seconds, right? It alternates a little bit. So you always have some amount of safety, some amount of vision. It's kind of working out. We're killing the Queen of Pain. As you're moving through here, you should be placing these wards. So let's go back. This is the last fight I want to break down. All right, so we're looking for this. So what am I scared of? My team is on the Queen of Pain. I am clearly too far from the Queen of Pain. So I am not involved in her kill. So what about the others? Are they showing up? That's what I need to find out for my team. And the chance that Queen of Pain blinks away and gets out of them, I need to give vision to find her again. So as I am waddling on through here, I could put a ward under tower if I'm looking for teleports, but that ward will die to the tower. So up to you how scared you are of those teleports. I'd be really scared of like Earthshaker, Magnus type heroes. You know, like they show up, blink echo, kind of worth losing the ward to make sure you don't see those. These aren't as scary as that, so I'd be willing to like let people teleport in and surprise me. At the cost of ward surviving. So I'd say something here is fine, something in the lane is fine, because the angles are either teleports from here or people coming from here, and then nowadays, now our slip and slide also here. So a Plague Ward somewhere here, and to get the cooldown going, because this is only 5 seconds. So if I wanted one ward to check everything, something here or here would be pretty good, because I'd see a little bit of both. But that means I gotta waddle all the way over before placing that one. If I place one now, like right here, I will get vision and get cooldown going. I won't have it up to place the one here, but I can probably place one like back here, or place it further up, especially to like give myself as much warning time as I go. So place one here, 3, 4, 5, I have it up again. So then am I needed for the Queen of Pain kill, right?
she's probably dead or not, whether I'm contributing, so I don't really need to Plague Ward get her. Unless you think you need to, then you can do it. So what I'm really worried about still is the people coming in, or they're showing up and they go, oh, that's a bad fight. Oh, sorry, Queen of Pain, I'm out. You know, they're turning around. I've got them. Like, I've seen them with the ward. I am slowing them, and my team with the blink can chase for a second kill. So once you know the first kill is good, we don't need to contribute to that. We want to look for more. We are looking for more or for them getting revenge. Either way, I want to see it. So I drop the Plague Ward. The next one, let's see, somewhere like this, behind this tree would be great. And then waddle, waddle, waddle. We want to set up to get this tower. So in case she might buyback teleport, what do I want to see? You know, maybe I want to see this path, see some people teleport over here. We're now set up on the bottom half. We have a couple seeing the rotations here. I might put a new one down here. And then I'm mostly setting up Plague Wards in this area and telling my team to play lower half around the Veno wards. This one is helping me do the 5 damage to the tower, and now it's down. So I'm not getting to build up my mass of Plague Wards, which is what will give me the safety to be here, especially if you're going Plague Carrier, right? Plague Carrier, the whole point is that the wards will help you do a little bit more damage. So I need those wards alive to do a little bit more damage. More wards will be placed. I'm happy to hear that. There was a question earlier that I want to scroll back to. I said we would answer it once we finish this, and then I forgot the exact question. I think it was like heroes to come back to the game to. And like beginner type heroes, which I've been working on. I have a series of videos that all need to be done, so I don't know if I get to call them a series of videos, but they're in my head. There's been planning work done. Here's my list of flexible heroes with Pudge as a spacer to keep things in line. We can come... This will be related. Okay, blind pick ballers is what you want. These, if you are starting to get back into the game or looking to improve, you want a hero that can do something every game, no matter how bad your teammates are. Like, you're fairly sturdy in the lane, and you always have something useful to contribute. I actually don't even know if I want, like, Lion in here and stuff. I may remove him. But many of these supports are ones that can get a lot done and have very high impact in the game, no matter how good or bad the cores are. Some of them have like scaling potential. Some of them have the initiation needed. Some of them can get active very early, all sorts of stuff. Carry mid and off lane. You can't, if you can only win games when you have last pick, you're not actually that good at the role. No offense, but like, that's the reality. You have to be able to tank some bad matchups and still be useful. This is, again, a big difference between League and Dota. Dota has really bad matchups, but there is more flexibility in what you can do to recover from that. Jungle, teleport gank, all that stuff. So these are some of the safest laners and playmakers that even if you have a terrible lane as Dragonite, Ember, Storm, well, maybe not Dragonite. Like these guys, you can still rotate and do things and make plays. And it's probably necessary for your team. There's probably 4 damage dealers. Dragonite is just like a really stable laner. These carries, my support's so bad. All he does is pull. All he does is AFK. He's not even in the lane. He's jungling, whatever, right? Like, these are all carries that are very strong on their own, and they can all jungle pretty quickly, or they can, like, hopefully win the lane and not be needed to jungle. These are the types of carries you want to play if you feel this is a constant issue for you. You can play other heroes. The important thing is that you feel good about it, whether it's actually truly a neutral hero into many matchups. As long as you feel it's a neutral hero, that's what matters. The fake vibes are more important. Placebo effect. But these are heroes that I feel that way about those heroes. New player supports, if you want some different categories, a little further, a little different, this is what I would have. These are heroes that I think are not too complicated. Damn, I should have timestamped this as a... I'll do a late timestamp and remember to go back and fix that timestamp. These are heroes that I think are... Well, most of them are fairly easy. Micro, non-meta, high skill aside. They have straightforward game plans. They aren't too hard for new heroes. And they... How do I explain this? There are some concepts in Dota that are a lot more vague than others. This is why playing core is actually easier for new players. A lot of times people say, like, go play support if you're new and you're going to have low impact. Core is the dead easiest to understand as a new player. Get the last hits, get farm. Supports, it's very vague. Your vision's helping. They're ignoring you, but, like, I swear you're being impacted. It's very vague. It's hard. So these supports, I tried to pick ones that have more straightforward game plans, right? It's either clear, like, I'm initiating, I am doing things, I am saving people, I have big ultimates, I have a straightforward game plan. I see someone jump in, I throw the ult, right? Oh, they grouped up, I press Q, I press alt. It's straightforward as possible. It's easy to explain and leans away from, like... Crystal Maiden, for example, I think is a common, in my opinion, it's a noob trap. A lot of people recommend her, saying like, oh, the passive is good, so even if you're not useful, you're helping the team. Except to play Crystal Maiden effectively, you need really good positioning and really good resource management, which are two of the vaguest concepts for a new player. They have no idea what positioning is. They have no idea that one spell means you're out of mana. It's like, where's your mango? It's like, what the hell is a mango? I don't know. I have these clarities. People told me to buy clarities. I was told the passive would help me with my mana, right? Like, it's such a vague concept for a new player. I think that's actually quite hard. And she's slow and she's short range and everything, right? So I don't actually think she's a good new player hero. So this is it for supports. I didn't make one for cores. And then, especially for new and low-ranked players, coming back to this one of the most common issues you'll hear is like, I'm trying to play carry and my support is taking all my farm. I am trying, like, I thought I picked an offlaner and now I have a so-called support Luna going for everything. Some of this is people griefing and being bad. But a lot of it, especially when you're in Herald and Guardian, is people not knowing better. They're not trying to grief. They just don't know. They don't know they're supposed to support. They don't know you picked an offlaner. They are just also clueless. And you may have watched a video telling you like, oh, this is how offlane's supposed to play. That guy, raw dogging it. Just sent it in straight into Dota, unranked Q. I've heard some people say this is a good game. Let's give it a go. He has no idea. So these are heroes that are pretty flexible between multiple roles. And the biggest thing to be flexible on is the support role, because that's what you're going to be pushed into. When they don't know what they're supposed to do and they're just getting last hits, you need to function as a support. It's very rare, like, oh, I'm being pushed from mid lane to carry. You never see anyone complain about that. It's very rare. As long as someone is playing core, they're usually generally happy. I thought I was going to be core and I got pushed into support is the issue. Or the other side, I'm trying to be support and I look over and this guy's a dumbass. He does not know what he's doing as the carry. What do? I can't win like this. So you don't want to be super weak supports. You want to have some flex possibility, where I was playing a true Venge support and I see this guy can't last hit for nothing. So now I'm going to get the last hits that I can without griefing him. I'm going to push the lanes. And because of that, I end up with a bunch of farm, and I am a hero that actually scales. You give Oracle 10,000 gold, how is Oracle supposed to scale and carry the game? Oracle is a save hero through and through, right? It is very hard to scale and solo carry a game as Oracle. So if you're picking Oracle and then you're complaining about cores being bad, it doesn't make sense. You need to pick a support that can step up. So to me, these are a lot of heroes who can do that. And then, like it or not, this is what peak flexibility is. Like, truly, Pudge can play all the roles. Should he be hard support? That's his worst one. But he can, especially in pub games. Like, it works. He can hook in the bad Pudge players are bad Pudge players, and that would be true for any role. But Pudge 5 is not the worst support you can get. Let me tell you guys, the way he plays might be bad, but Pudge is actually a hero who can legitimately do every role, with 5 being his worst. Same with Wind Ranger and NP. Like, there are some roles that are better or worse, but to me, these are the 3 most flexible heroes that, like, truly they have a build in every game. It's not the best, it's not the worst. So if you wanted a all 5 role possible hero, these are my 3. And then a couple of these guys are close, where like you could run Weaver mid, Marcy mid, it would be doable. Veno carry is like a thing. Pudge report. Tiny is also, I thought about it. I mean, if we accept Pudge 5, I feel like we should accept Tiny 5. The issue for Tiny is that he is more item dependent as a 5 without good farming speed, without more items, than Pudge. Pudge, level 1 hook. Most broken hero, most useless hero, right? Like, it's all he needs, which is kind of the definition of a 5, is to be really useful with nothing. Hook, BKB piercing ult. Like, you don't need anything for that. Lena's pretty close as well. I definitely think, like, if you wanted to play Lena 5, that's not the worst. But offlane Lena, I've seen it done, right? I've seen every hero in every role, but I don't really believe in it for some of this stuff. Rot deny. I was so unlucky with Rot denies. Pudge denies himself every time against me. Eki is playing carry bat a lot. Eki is a bat rider specialist. He is the bat. So if you wanted to throw him in there, like, I'd say you maybe could. All right. Let me type up what we need here. Guardian carry. Which one? I have it on anonymous. I don't know who you're playing here, Chris. If we anonymous mode, we might be able to figure it out. If you are here, though, please let me know. Muerta, okay. Carry. Guardian. Muerta 1. Guardian. I'm definitely going to butcher this name. I see the donation. Thank you so much. I'll do yours right after this one. Bosek. Bocek. I'm trying to figure out where to cut the consonants. I'm struggling here. Sorry for, I cannot piece that one together. Bosexiadom. I feel like there's probably some pronunciation here that makes sense. Bocek was closer. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I am uncultured. I can't piece it together. Oh, my timestamp. Okay. Oh, and then gotta remember my timers. Okay. The actual question, should I have been doing more fighting? Okay, so let's jump ahead to, like, if the question's about fighting, probably post lane, right? Unless your question is in the lane of like farm versus fight, which I would say farm. Muerta as a carry has a very awkward mid game where there's a bunch of items you want. This is why she's not so popular at the pro level. The lane is okay, but then you want some kind of mobility. Step back. You need a farming item. Some kind of mobility / increased attack range so that when you ult, you can do damage. You want critical strike and more attack speed to ramp up and do crazy damage with Pierce the Veil. Probably the BKB to make sure when you use Pierce the Veil and all that, like it works. She's the only one who left who can do it. Very nice. Going around checking items. Very good for the rank. So there's a lot of items you want, and then you're super good. So if you err on the side of farming, it would be understandable. With that said, if your ultimate is available, give it a shot. You know, like try to participate a little, and once you use your ult, go back to hardcore farming. If you time this with the, if you're gonna deadshot, you might as well do it when the rune spawns to try to get the rune. And in this case, if you're too scared to pick up the rune, let's say, okay, so something like this. Rubik steps back a little, Axe is here. If you want, deadshot a tree to knock Axe away, and then shoot the rune. You don't pick it up, they don't pick it up. If you're gonna use a deadshot, you might as well use it with the rune, in my opinion. Well, I mean, to save your life and stuff, yeah, use it sooner, but if it's just casual harass to use mana and get it going, get the regen going, you might as well use that with the later one. Oh yeah, I said I wasn't gonna focus on the lane too much. You can destroy runes? Yes, if you use the attack command. So you can't just like right click it. Actually, I've never tried using this setting. Does anyone use this setting? The like right click to... No, surely not, because then you would have no way to pick up runes. Okay, I'm pretty sure you have to use the attack command to deny the rune. And I think even with the setting to like right click deny and stuff, I don't think that would work, because then you would have no way to pick up runes, which would be pretty funny, but... Let's, until you have the Maelstrom, you shouldn't fight too much. If fights happen near you, you can join if you think it's any good. Otherwise, around this period, you just shove the lane and then jungle as best you can. If it's safe to do so. If you're too scared, you can just completely jungle. But the more you can deal with this lane for your team, the better. The Mad Stone. It is scary. Okay, that one's not so scary. Is it a bug? Is it just there? Definitely grab those for your team. It's good for them. I don't really want these guys all showing up to your top lane, but sometimes it just happens. We'll just roll with it. If you think you can bait a fight, you can stick around and do it. We're not so high on mana, and I'm getting close to the Maelstrom. I would say, like, buy a Clarity and then just jungle right now. Or, like, shove the lane and then go jungle. Nice, free. All right, in that case, we can, yeah, shove this in. Great, one more, and then jungle. So this timing is beautiful, completely worked out for us. The farming pattern is push, camp, camp if we are brave. Because we came up for a kill and we got it, feeling brave, if I don't think anyone's rotating in. So we come over here, jungle this, jungle this. We see what Axe has done. Has he pushed the lane back out at that time? Is it still stuck here? If it's stuck there, we just keep moving in. If you think it'll be soon, then we move up. Oh, it looks like it's really stuck up here. Like Axe is holding it. All right, so we head over here. We have more jungle stuff this way. Rotate here. Watch the time. There's a little bit more on this in the Smurf breakdown video. But see here where you're now like posturing with Dazzle, I'm just not farming in this window, right? There's no money for me here. If I take the tower, sure, gonna take a long time to do that. The only chance I have to get gold here now is a kill, and that's just a little bit too much for me. So you don't need to do any of this. Head on over to start jungling. What was the question for me?
Excellent. I was gonna say, I hope there's a clarity on here. Usually one clarity's okay, by the way. If you need a nether, just like call a second clarity. But sometimes in between the first, like right now, arcane boots. Oh, great. You know, I'm actually doing a lot better on mana now. I may not need the second clarity. Oh, I got into a fight. I TP'd and died. Oh, fully refilled, and now I just have a clarity. A random casual clarity is not that bad, but why you don't always have to like front load buy a ton at once. You maybe could have dead shot stacked this, but I won't worry about it too much. Do try to dead shot towards other camps though. Same spell cost, but see if you can hit 2 camps, right? Like drag the camp this way, dead shot back. In this case, maybe you're thinking like, oh, I want to go shove the lane actually. Fair enough, that's fine. Just do this. But throughout the farming, try to look for stuff like that. And I know it's not strictly your question, but I am trying to cover these farming efficiency tips. Oh, so we did end up coming over here. So we might as well drag this camp over and then dead shot through both. I do want to touch the efficiency tips because when to fight, when to farm is the hardest question for carries. So the less time you need to farm, the better. The more efficiency you do and the easier you make it on, oh, I only need 10 minutes before I'm ready to fight and I don't even have to worry about the question anymore, as opposed to 15 minutes, then you just don't have to worry as often about did I make the right choice or not. When's the next creep wave? Here and here, and it'll meet here. So how much time do I have? Where should I go? Right? Do I feel brave enough to move up? Well, Rubric was here. I'm kind of a little scared. Maybe you could do if you were having a bad game and not as fast farming and maybe the timing was earlier, for example, you could just do the small camp right now and then let the wave get here, shove it, and then move. We're keeping track of the time. Because nothing is here and you finish this camp, if we want to do something and make it back in time for the wave, we probably have to go stack one of these. Maybe with a dead shot we could do it. But I do have to be careful about coming through here if I'm scared. If I'm not scared, then you just jungle this stuff right now. The wave gets here, you kill it, this stuff respawns, you come back, you clear it again, you get out of here. Yeah, so some kind of backwards movement. I think you knew you cleared it, but maybe you weren't keeping track of the time. So this is one of the more advanced skills. It is advanced. It doesn't sound advanced, like just watch the clock. Very basic, but actually putting into practice, surprisingly hard. And you only consistently see it once you get pretty high up. Also covered that in the Smurfing breakdown video, if you want like more details into it. Okay, so we cleared that wave. So where's the next creep wave? Again, here and here. So we bought ourselves a bit of time. The ancient camp has respawned, so we could do this, do that. I'm getting low because Rubric has been here and he's been hitting me. I'm getting scared I'm gonna die soon. So if you just stopped doing this, I would understand. Like if you just made your way through the jungle now and not willing to risk your life, I'd say that's the right call. And let someone else do this. And a good farming pattern would be to go this way. Because we started late, we're not going to make it. But for example, if you could get here and stack this or kill it before 16, then you can farm backwards again. Otherwise, you'll get here like too early. Like let's say you got here at this time. We now have 20 seconds before those camps respawn and we're like, if I just walk backwards, I get the speed boost through a bunch of empty camps. I guess I got to go over here, which can be okay, you know, if you're forced to, but that's where it makes it funny, especially if our goal is to eventually get back here to shove it out again. Also, I want to extend this beyond the carry real quick. A couple times I highlighted how, oh, we killed the wave and then the next one is here and here. So each time Muerta only had about 15 seconds before the next wave showed up. The reason for that is because of the Rubik. Rubik is here shoving the wave back. And that is preventing Muerta from getting the better efficiency of making it to more jungle camps, showing up, dealing with a bigger wave at once, and then going back. Because after Muerta clears a wave, this is what you would like to happen. Because the wave shoves up, we go, oh, I don't want to walk up this far to clear this wave, so I'm going to make my way further. I'm going to time it with the stacks. I'm going to clear everything. And then you lose some creeps, but they start building up in the same way this wave is building up. So they come up to here and you clear out 1.5, 2 creep waves together, go back to jungling. And you missed maybe half a creep wave, maybe a full creep wave from the creeps fighting each other here and we weren't there. That's 150 gold. As long as you clear like 2 camps or an ancient camp, that's break even, more XP probably. I have to double check that value. And then if you jungled more than that, you're just fully on, full ahead. Which is why offlaners and supports, you don't want to just completely abandon top. Like after you win the lane and you shove it up to here, Muerta would have the same issue here, right? Shove the lane out, oh, it's back. Shove the lane out, oh, it's back. I only have 15 seconds to get like here, and I'm like farming. You leave the Muerta lane to go siege this tower. Muerta's gonna push everything out. Then she's gonna jungle the whole thing, and she has plenty of time to do it because this wave will take its time to build all the way back here. And Muerta will show up, she'll clear everything, she'll push it out, clear everything in this jungle, back out, right? So one of the most common offlane mistakes is winning the lane and then just leaving the carry alone for 10 minutes. If you want to get the salve for now, I understand. I would actually push yourself to not buy this stuff. Unless you think a really big objective is coming up that you should be part of, and you want the salve to play really fast, I don't think you need to. By the way, same deal here. You could dead shot through like multiple. Well, I guess maybe you're preserving mana in this case, so that's fine. I'm okay with you not joining this fight. You do have some good items. If you were to join a fight, it wouldn't be bad, but this is just not a great, this is not a great fight, right? More enemy heroes, our heroes are coming in one-on-one. So here's where I want to farm away. I don't know what they're doing right now. Might move this way, might move back, might move in. If you're a fast farmer, you can farm this and go, but keep in mind, if you walk this way and they walk this way, roughly same speed, we never interact. I stop to jungle, they never stop. They're gonna catch up at some point. So that's where you have to do some mental math on how fast are they, how fast do I farm, how much time do I have to jungle my way through here before they catch up to me while I'm like doing this camp, and then I have a problem. Oh, we did the double dead shot here. Bad smoke. You have no mana, team is dead. This is not a good time to smoke. Ignore him. I know it feels bad, but like this is not a good time to smoke. And there are sometimes you just have, like, I appreciate he is trying to make a play. I rather have active supports than overly passive ones, but this is a really bad time to smoke. So you just go back to farming. You are low on mana, so this is where you should just right click. Except I think you're trying to not break your smoke, so that's why you're doing it. But I don't wanna smoke. Yeah, when you're this close, I don't mind you stepping in. I would probably sell the Quelling Blade before you sell the wand. This fight's okay to join. I wish you had more teammates showing up at once, but that felt pretty good, right? TP'd, there was a good amount of farm, used my ult, hit some heroes. All right, get away from me. Everyone, leave me alone. You are now on farming mode for 50 seconds. Farm, farm, farm. This pattern feels weird though. It's okay. This is like a very defensive pattern, right? I farmed this, came here, and now I'm back for the spawn. I would say you just wait here for these to spawn so you can farm them again, move this way, because now you're gonna go here, go back through an empty wave, right? Or maybe go bottom. That could be an option. But that's your only option. If you farm this first, then come over here and farm this, I could go bottom, could go mid, could go to their jungle. But going even further back, how come we killed 2 heroes and then we didn't go anywhere? Right? We want to actually push at this time. Maybe you thought your team was going to do it, and they were. That's okay. Then they stop doing it, so that's where you want to go back to it. Like, I see them coming through here. I guess everyone's missing right now, so I guess I am a little scared. If you had a little bit more vision, I really would want you to push forward. I don't think they should be here. I guess I was kind of wrong. They're, I mean, on their own lower half. Double dead shot there would be good. Yeah, Tusk is in the wrong spot to farm, but at the same time, I think you can adapt to that, right? Where, one, this is why the choice of area was important, right? If you had gone this way, you'd have nowhere to go but the Tusk griefing you. Going from here to here gives you the option, which is where you are since you came here first. And then knowing Tusk is bottom, do I, like, where should I go here? Maybe you didn't know he was gonna, like, steal your farm and stuff, and if it happens once and you didn't realize, then, you know, that's that. But you could go mid, you could go here, right? There's a whole bunch of jungle stuff available, and there's also mid that you could, like, dead shot here. I do agree that bottom is where you would like to go, but we do have to adjust to, like, teammates either being bad or making mistakes. This guy may not have, like, intentionally been griefing. Maybe he was. But honestly, once you're here, you could still just go forward with the Tusk. You could go to this stuff. You have the ult again. A couple heroes are up, but I saw 3 top. You could just move in together and then hang back a little to see. It's a Tusk is bottom, and this fight's happening mid. If your team didn't chase so far, I think it's okay for you to join this, but then they pushed a little too far away from you. Holy ward overlap. Okay, you want to go mid. You want to go mid right now. Shoot this out, because they're going to take this. He's going to push that. If you think you can stop either of them on your own, sure. We ain't stopping this. So you want to clear this and then back out, because this tower just died. They're looking for something to do. If they're all TPing here and here, and you walk this way at the same rate they walk this way, they'll never catch you. Except I know they have blinks and stuff, but we got the head start on distance and all that. So you need to turn around right now, probably check the rune, and then 2239, so we can think about the triangle, respawn, triangle, redecide. I think we may not make it in time now. Scary. Where'd you TP? This tower? Yeah, I think that's just like a walk over there. What changed this patch? I feel like everyone got dumber, but it's probably just me. Down like 1 KMMR. Did something change overall with how you're supposed to play Dota? With all the positions? Can't even with my Veno 5. Broad meta, I wouldn't say anything changed in the sense of, you know, Tormentor's still good, First Roach, like the same patterns are good. The heroes that are good did shift around. The builds that are good are being adapted. Then again, not the craziest shifts. Like, a lot of the heroes are still kind of good. Witch Doctor continues to be good, for example, for pubs. Jakiro is still a good pub support. This is one of those timing moments. This is the part of the issue with the teleport. I forgot there was that pause. Here, how far back do we have to go? You could just walk here. If you miss this, you miss this. But this is like, you're limiting your farm pattern for... I mean, we're probably going to miss this one. Probably like 150 gold, right? But like, this is more money than that. You can actually just come here and stack this Ancient with a dead shot to get more gold for yourself. Keep your TP, and then keep your options open. This way, this way, this way, all that stuff. TPing here means like, I can't move major map movements anymore. And my only options are down, here, or here. And if I go here, that's a dead end. So then there's no more path. So then I come back here, which is where I could have walked to anyways, and save the teleport.
That's why when you end up going this way, that's, especially at 23, like the minute just changed and we walk this way intentionally, you only do this if you're like super scared and you feel you have no other options whatsoever. And if you feel that way, then that's fine. But with him going this way, I think you can walk in here. I got sidetracked in what I was saying. Oh yeah, going back to if you're on a lose streak. So after a big-ish patch, because I'd say 7.4 was big, even if the game, the overarching game plan didn't change that much. It is still a lot of chaos as everyone tries different heroes, as we try different heroes. We have to play now with a much more inconsistent lineups. If you are losing a lot right now, you might be getting caught up in the chaos, and you might be used to very structured as like a pub game can be, but you had the pattern. The players who were playing at the end of a very long patch were the try-hard addicts, that were doing it. Now you have to play games with all the people who are returning, the chaos of everyone trying things, and that might not be something you're very good at. That wasn't meant to be like a flame, but like in terms of our skills, right? You just may not be playing flexible heroes who can adapt to different stuff. You may not be someone who can take advantage of bad players on your team and the opponent team, like make use of that extra space. It may be an area for improvement. Laning mistakes are punished a lot harder since you can't stuff your core full of tangos anymore. I guess that is true. I will also say, like, I'm a little torn on this, guys, because I get it. How many tangos do you guys share with your cores? This may be a bigger shakeup for a lot of pub games, but like at a high level of Dota, do you share more than like 3 tangos? So all of this discussion of like the heal meta and everything, it's a 90 gold fix if a core just buys a tango, you know? So like, I get it. It does impact. Like I am definitely one for like, oh, the little things add up. But it is just like, I don't know, dude, buy your own tangos. And in the same way, it's like, oh, well, it's a loss to the carry. He has to spend 90 gold. I gained 90 gold. Fuck my carry player, right? Like, I always had to spend my money on him. My support now is 90 gold richer. His carry is 90 gold poorer. But, like, in theory, with good support players making use of that money, my boot timing just went up, you know? So, like, I don't know if I like do and don't believe the tango change is like a massive shift to like this healing meta and everything. Like we're all latching on it to start, and I get it, but then like when I think about it, I'm like, is it really? Is it really? But I do understand in pub games, the laning stage goes a lot longer and cores are way more reluctant to buy stuff, so you did have to feed them tangos. So sometimes we see changes that are more for pros and more for pubs. And I kind of feel this is one that has bigger impact on the pub scene than it does on the pro scene, which is what most people are discussing. So yeah, I guess it's fine to say the meta shifted towards healers if it's mostly the pub players who are experiencing it talking about it. I'm 90 gold away from my divine rush. Oh no. Oh no. Aw, Blue Flash, thank you. I wrote a comment above if you have time. Yeah, let me go find it. Let me start this download. Sometimes they take a long time for, I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason, but maybe it is region based. Maybe it takes longer from different regions. Any advice for laning mid? Okay, gotcha. We'll take a look at that one next. We are doing a bow check I think that one was closer than the other attempt. The first pronunciation, if I remember the order I did them in. We're doing their replay first. Yeah, see, this one was slow. I don't know why. What'd you say? DK. Well, where am I typing? Keys are pressing, but nothing is happening. Dragon Knight. 2. Mjod. Mid. Are there rules for submitting a replay? No. It's mostly free. If people are willing / wanting to donate, I will do it guaranteed, but it's not required. When we don't have a queue, we just pick from the chat randomly. Any game works. I will say, if there can be a lesson, that helps the most. If it's mostly like a flex replay, I mean, if you pay for it, I'll do it. I don't care. But that doesn't really, it misses the mark on like the replay purpose stream, which is like, we're trying to help everyone improve, whether it's your own replay or not, to give useful advice. So that would be like the only thing I would point out. I will also say, I think ultra griefed games are not that worth looking at. I will do it if it's like a proof of concept of, can you show me anything I can learn in these griefed games? I'm happy to show, like, yeah, you can practice creep cutting here. You can practice this here, right? There are learning moments for the first 5 minutes before this guy griefs. But if it's like, I really need to know how to win this game where this guy broke all his items and he just runs down mid, I would say, why? Like, we just lose that one. Sometimes we lose. Sometimes we lose and it's okay. We don't usually get those kind of replays, so it's not like that's a common occurrence. But that's what I would put out. Now, sometimes if it's a question of like, is this grief, is it not? Is this smurfing, is it not? That's okay with me. But sometimes you can tell, you know, like some stuff is really, really bad and like you just lose. You just lose. You don't have to win every game. Just find something to improve on in that game. Okay, this Dragonite game felt like a free game. Then 2 back-to-back lost fights turned into getting mega'd. Feels bad. Wasn't over, PL died. My idea was to TP to Dire Outpost and end. They ended us instead. What's the glaring issue? Okay, so it sounds like we got 2 things to look at. Where you are doing well at first, so like maybe about here, and then here, like reevaluate, and then the call to like base trade essentially. So maybe we start at 30 minutes. Let's jump there. I will say, I mean, I know we're skipping over it, so I don't actually know how the game looks and feels, but for being like 7K difference right now at 29:30, I don't know if I would call that a free game. It may have felt free. Maybe they were all chatting like, GG, it's over, and maybe 25-17, you felt pretty good. So I know you can't see the net worths in the game. But it can be a good lesson in, oh, I felt we were doing whatever we wanted. Maybe we weren't farming enough in that, like, oh, we were just running over the map doing whatever. Were we farming as we were doing that? So, sometimes that's a common issue. I don't know if that's the case, but we're going to go from here because it did amount to like a 12K lead at some point. Turn back around. Yeah. I think Radiance is a little funny on Dragon Knight. I think your idea is for this PL. He got Mjolnir. Okay, as I was gonna say, as long as someone got Mjolnir, I think I would prefer that for you. I'm debating if you should actually have 2. Mjolnir kind of wrecks PL. All it did, I guess they just changed it where like it doesn't do bonus damage. Maybe it's worse now, or I guess it is worse, but how bad, I haven't seen too much yet. The nice thing about Mjolnir is that your attack speed is actually, like your scaling is actually pretty good. So more attack speed with the Mjolnir, and then the self procs is really nice. But since he got one and you go for the Radiance, I'll say, okay,
Funny enough, I actually think maybe Bloodseeker might be the better, like you guys swap, but you know, pub game, whatever. So let's go finish that item before we try to do too much. I feel like there was actually a bit of downtime sitting there, but we want to finish this Radiance. We did kill them though, so going for an objective could be nice. Do we feel like we can get this tier 3? It's kind of scary. Creep wave was far back by the time we get here, some of them respawning. So snap decision to immediately go to the nearest objective when the fight's over is what we need here. Okay, done. So as soon as we win the fight, things settle down. Time, minimap. What are my closest objectives? Tier 3, great. I need this wave. So someone rush to this wave, and then it'll be about a 20-second walk here. Okay, yeah, we can do that. That's about 20 seconds where they're still dead. Maybe they have buyback, we don't know. We can get the buyback out, and that's pretty good. So 20 seconds, dude, and we can push this if we go right away. If you don't feel you can do that, Roche maybe. And I realize pub teams can't always get them to go. It is about to change daytime though. So we'll get here and then it'll go here. So Roche actually isn't an object for us right now. It'll, you know, we can't start it for about 30 seconds, at which point they're going to be close to respawning. If you feel you can do it, it would be close. I would say you have to capture this outpost and you might be able to force it before they can respawn and get over here. Especially if you choose to like go get bottom and take this tower while people are dead, then that could maybe set up for the Roche as Bloodseeker respawns. Our other option is this tower, where if someone can go cut top and bring it in, we could maybe get this tower. You guys are not in the greatest place to actually punish off of this team fight. I'd say mid is probably your best. But I think there's some like dilly-dallying here a little bit, so we lose some time. Oops, and maybe we wandered off without the full team. All right, everyone still lived. So not the greatest punish in the end for winning that fight. We do have our Radiance now, though. All right, so at any point, just getting together and going for a big objective should be good. Once you have your ult and BKB, which we do now. Okay, so while we're waiting here, this is some like downtime, right? So Bloodseeker's pushing the lane in, and then you're gonna cut the next wave from Bloodseeker. It's kind of like we're overlapping farm now. Oh, I want to push faster. Well, that's fair. He'll mostly do it. It'll take like 2 seconds for him to do it. So there's a very minor time save, which you could go for. At the same time, what are we telling the enemy? If there's a ward in the triangle, they maybe know some heroes are here. And then they see Bloodseeker, and then they see you. So they actually know you guys are a little bit scattered, and they could take a fight off of that. Will they act on it? We never know. So while you were waiting for the next creep wave, I think you could just like jungle, or you could group with them, because what if they do find a hero and then it's 3 versus 4? We can blame them a little bit, like, why'd you guys do that? But also, well, maybe I could be there. Maybe I could help out. Especially because Bloodseeker's doing all the farming on the way in. Okay. I would say you could force it a little bit, especially you could tank. But maybe, are you calling for Roche? Yeah? Okay, I would happily take Roche over the high ground push. Unfortunately, it looks like your team did not, so... we're starting now, but this is scary. They are all up. I'm getting sweaty. Okay. Maybe need to BKB slightly sooner there for a better fight, but it's not bad. Still won the fight. Someone cut these waves. Go mid. One person cut the wave, go mid. Because what that's going to do is you're going to push mid. They fortify, kill that wave. You can wait for this wave, which isn't that far behind. But also, because someone cut this wave, this will be pushing in. You don't actually need to kill these creeps. You just need to kill a couple of the ones that are on the way to reinforce it. And then you'll have this wave, this wave, this wave. So even if they try to fortify one and maybe even two if the timing works out, you'll have another wave very soon to push with. Oh, feels bad. Support's dying on the Guardian Gates. F's in chat. Who's been there, guys? Am I right? So close to safety. I gotta check something right after this, but we'll finish this replay. Why did we come home? Hang on here. I look away and we're back in our base. All right, so you see PL doing a little ratting. Who can get the bigger punish here, though? Because Phantom Lancer is not notoriously good at... is notoriously not good at pushing. He'll get there, but he's not actually that much of a tower taker. You are a very good tower taker, and then Viper does not have this. But Viper and Bloodseeker are right-clicking heroes, so they're also okay. Together, 5 of us versus 2 of them, and then he's ratting, so it's 5 versus 1. You guys can probably get 2 barracks and concede 1. Should he be able to get 1 in this situation? I guess that's debatable. But the only lane you would have left is top. So if you trade the bottom 2 barracks for this, and then all you guys do is play top, it doesn't even matter that he took this barracks. I would be okay with this trade. My worry is that you are the best tower taker on your team. Oh, I guess your ult is about to end. I still think you're pretty good. Because a lot of Bloodseeker's damage comes from, like, on-hit effects that don't work on towers, whereas you are just straight-up damage. And also, usually, the Green Dragon, I just realized you're on the Fire Dragon. The Green Dragon's actually a little bit more popular right now, by the way. Unless you are versus a high healing hero, then people will do the Blue Dragon. Red Dragon is the least popular at this moment. And with the Green Dragon form, you are then the best tower taker. If you are doing this to push him off, then let's push him off and rejoin the team. They're still dead. Even if we can't take towers, you might still get involved in fights. You've seen it, right? People shuffling into fights one at a time, didn't wait for everyone to respawn. It could definitely happen. So we're either committed to pushing top even further, and I would say 1 more wave wouldn't be bad to make sure PL doesn't, like, just shove it back in again. But otherwise, we need to, like, get going. Like, these jungle camps won't help that much. Compared to, like, my team throwing here. Aha. It's happening. Oh, shit, it's not happening. He's healing through it. My God. Well, Viper died, and now PL's doing this, right? So this is the danger of trading and not rushing back. Or not trading, sorry. You came back to stop PL. You can't rejoin the team. But because PL walked here, he can instantly TP back and be part of this. And so that's always the danger of sending one of your most powerful heroes to chase away their most powerful hero, is that this becomes a really good fight. Now, you should be able to say, like, hey, guys, back away. And that's true, but they don't always listen. So I recommend if you do this, you have to sprint back or don't go and just trade. And the trade would be favorable, which is why we don't mind doing it. So this is part of the decline. And now we're up here kind of on our own, 3 versus 4. This is sort of working because we have a pretty big lead, but we are now getting Phantom Lancered. So as a team, we have answers to PL, right? We got like Radiance, AoE damage, Mjolnir, stuff like that. Eventually a Viper Eggs. But scattered one at a time, we don't. So that's where we start throwing some of the gold lead. Now he's getting found. Real PL was never even there. Oh, that was a big gold swing. This actually came up earlier where I mentioned as you get to the mid to late game, we're not talking about like a couple hundred gold, 1,000 gold gains. We're talking 5 to 10K gold swings, which is actually what just happened, right? We just saw an 11K gold swing in a very short sequence of events. So you never want to bait yourself off of 1, 2, 3 creep waves. We got to be thinking bigger picture. Are there major fights going to happen? Big objectives. I got to make sure I'm ready for those. Damn, he is going. Rip. Oh, it always feels bad. Can't get away from the illusions. I thought Red Dragon might be a PL counter. That's fair. I can understand that logic, and we haven't actually needed to answer illusion heroes in a while, so maybe it will be a thing that Dragonites start doing, is like going for the AoE damage. However, I will offer you another perspective. We're kind of witnessing your attempt at this, right? Where it's like, oh, I'll try Fire Dragon and various items, right? We can maybe adapt and fine tune, but let's just go with what we got. I'm going to try the splash damage versus PL. And I think you're kind of experiencing, it is still really hard to deal with the late game PL. Another way to counter PL is don't let him get here. He's only scary now that he has like all this shit, right? But he is slow to get to this point. So the green dragon does not have splash, but it lets you win the lane harder. It lets you take tower sooner. And so perhaps rather than playing for this like 40-minute sequence, which now we're at a 22K gold swing, maybe we would have won earlier, right? Maybe the game's over already. Maybe I could have put more pressure on PL. Dragonite especially, he used to scale really hard. I think that's moved back again. He still prefers earlier. Not the worst scaling. And I think your attempt to adapt, I can see why you tried. I think your lineup actually would have been really good at just trying to play fast, which is really hard in pub games. That's why the late game scaling heroes tend to do pretty well in pub games. So let's see this final moment you talked about. I think you mentioned maybe you could base trade. Once they get megas, it's pretty hard to base trade, especially because like this stuff isn't open already, so you have a lot of work to do. It is sometimes doable depending how good you are at taking buildings. So we're going back to like the green dragon. Okay, we actually get several of the heroes. Damn. Actually, if you kill him, you have such a good shot. We do get him, but we died for it. Okay, there actually is a... I think you can buy back. I would say buy back and... damn. Do we go for it? Do we play the long con with Roche? I think you can go for it. I think you can buy back... All of you buy back, by the way. If he doesn't have the shard, but it can afford it with the buyback, maybe he does it. Does anyone have bots? No. Okay, some support is going to have to hold. And everyone else has to take this tower and then go for the end. And it's going to be hard because they just introduced that change with the extra armor. But this guy is dead for 2 minutes, and he is the whole problem. I think you can try that if you want. But we have to do it like now. We can't wait. If you wait to respawn,
we're playing for a different timing. We're waiting to stabilize and then like get Roche and all that. So in theory, if we have bought back, here's their one fortify. Okay, we buy back now. Pudge needed to capture this already. If we imagine a world where... What did he buy? Brother. We are 43 minutes late game situation. We can't be buying fluffy hat components and lose buyback. Oh, no. In a world where Viper and you had bought back, you're both here already. This is the final fortify. And then we have 1 minute to go for this tower straight into the base. It will be hard, for the record. I don't know if you will do it because I don't know the feeling of this. I haven't seen it happen yet. This armor change. I haven't seen a like 6 barracks base trade. Oh my god, is Silencer gonna do it? Oh, painful. That's where if you and Viper were there, you could have gotten him. All right, so you are in. But yeah, we need the creeps. I appreciate the attempt. I think you recognized, like, oh, if we play this out, it's gonna be really tough. We need something here. These kind of situations are really hard to navigate until you try it and then it works or it whiffs. So learning moment, I think you guys have to do the buyback. If you want to try to win there. If you want to see if you can hold through megas and like get a cleaner setup, you could. Your heroes are not the greatest at it. You do have late game Pudge into the fountain though. Maybe. Lion scaling. It's not the worst. I would say you guys do Roche then though. Head to Roche and then hold. It's winter. He needs the hat. True. Viper, probably cold-blooded. This is probably a cold-blooded hero. The hat may be necessary. Lost to cold ears, Viper. Let me scroll up. I gotta go find this again. Blue Flash. Which of those do you want to look at? Unless it's like a real quick pinpoint, we probably can't check both. Unless it's like this time and that time. Then maybe we could, like 5 minutes each. Plus ramble. Let me know if you're here. Otherwise, I'll just pick one of them. And otherwise, I'm going to grab... It's time to refill our water and tea. 1 second. Okay, I was checking something for the upcoming cast, but I think we're fine for now. I don't think Blue Flash responded. They might be away, which would be understandable. I'll just pick one to start with. I'm actually, let's do this one, because this is actually a really common problem where it's like, I can't get our teammates to help. So let's actually start there, and maybe we can... Sometimes you just lose. I'm not going to claim you can always fix this problem, and that might be what we end up seeing. But I'm kind of hoping there are ways to trick people into helping, and that's what I hope we can find here. Wait, who was he? I don't know who he was. We have 2 parties of 3 here. Maybe if we go into, maybe we turn off anonymous mode, we can find this. Yeah, okay, I see it. Blue Fairy, thank you so much. Yeah, let me, if I can't find, if Blue Flash isn't here and we can't figure out who he is, we can do yours first and see if Blue Flash comes back to clarify. But I think if we turn off anonymous mode, we can just like open both replays and see what the overlapping character is. If donating for a review, where's the best place for you to get the largest cut? It's very nice of you to ask. Whatever is most convenient for you is fine. I'm not going to complain. If you're willing to, support the channel and me, then I will never complain if you go with the route that's easiest for you. So first, anything is fine. Then PayPal through a donation link in Twitch is probably the easiest. On the Twitch page, there's like a little donation thing. I recently looked into this. PayPal is the least, and then what was the other one? I think Patreon, YouTube, and then Twitch is like the order of most to least, or least to most. But again, it does not matter to me. Mail a check. I guess that, maybe that's even lower, but I think that would require me to dox myself, so that's probably not worth it in the grand scheme of things. I guess I could open up a P.O. box. That seems like a lot of effort. Roblox coin. I don't even know how to make that one work. Okay, let me let's do a quick little detective work here. I think we need the teal team. Teal party here is the overlap. Yes. Okay, these are the people we need. I'll just call this there's 2 Guardians to 1 Crusader. We'll do Guardian Party. All right. And then they couldn't get their 2 teammates to help. So we're going to see if we can find opportunities to trick the teammates into contributing. Old school RuneScape gold. Hit me with that again when we when the next leagues rolls around. I'll think about it. I'm taking a break right now from playing that game, but I was kind of tempted to when they released Sailing. I still think I'm going to chill. I have enough things going on. I didn't want to do it. But maybe when the next league start, I'll be tempted to play again. Who's in the... Let me remember who the party is. Okay, so Pudge and the Lion. That is some classic... Those are some classic heroes to not be helping the team. Wow. Trimming armor for a review. Okay, so stuff like this is one way to do it. Like if they won't play with you, you play with them. You just keep going over to them until something happens. So for example, Pudge is over here, maybe we come over. Now maybe we don't complete this charge, but it kind of worked. You got the Razor, hell yeah. I appreciate the commitment. Getting tipped by our own teammates, not great, but let's say like go with the Pudge and the Lion, right? Oh, we are hard pivoting the build. Next Muerta support guide. All right, guys, get your arcane boots, get your mech, and then Crystallis up. This feels a little too early. I mean, I don't know what has happened in your game at this point. Like, if you already think it's Jover, like, we're going to have to hard carry. But I'll say 2 things. One, I think it's a little too soon to feel that way. Like, we're only 25 minutes in. These guys can still do stuff. The amount of time we must have already been farming this Crystallis stuff is quite a while. And I think this was a support, right? Yeah. Second, if you do want to scale up, I actually don't think this is the way to do it. I actually think there's better builds that would still overlap between supporting and being a core. That would be better. So first of all, I would do the other facet. That's better for core Freudian slip. Support Muerta and core Muerta. The Starfall, I think is what it's called, the other facet. That one is better. And then you do... you still do Arcane Mech, and then you just get, like, Ags. Excuse me. You just get Ags. Or, okay, these guys aren't going to contribute. I'm going to need to pick up, like, Initiation, Atos, Yules, Scythe of Ice. These kind of items give mana regen, and then you'll actually be able to farm faster. Like, Starstorm is plenty to farm with. You don't need a farming item on Muerta. If you're core, of course, you're going to get one. But if you're a support turning into a core, just more mana regen is more than enough if you're doing the other facets, which I would recommend. Even if you're playing support, you do the other facet. That was a separate question, though, from, they're not playing together. I assumed I think the OD is Blue Flash. I assumed he was talking about the people not in his party, but what if he was talking about his own team? What if he was like, this guy in my party is not contributing, he's farming a Crystallis? Let's see. I mean, since we started, they're in the fights. It wasn't the best fight, but they were there. All right, let's see till we respawn. I would say you guys need to finish up some of these bigger items, right? The Ags for you. Looks like we're going Yasha on the Spirit Breaker. This is another fight that's... we should just be chilling till we all respawn. They certainly can't contribute if dead. All right, we're out. This is really dangerous. But that was actually just a 3-on-5 fight that we shouldn't be in. But like, they're here. As soon as they respawned, they joined. Now maybe we're talking later, right? Maybe we're talking later on in the game it happens. Perhaps we jump in. We jump further. But at least right now, they're contributing, and, you know, mistakes aside, they're here, they're participating. And I do think we could be working better with them. We might say we want them to work with us, but this is adaptable. Like, we are making calls to go bottom, but they're going top. They're at least doing something. So you can go to them top and make a play, for example. At this point, it's doable. The true issue, the worst case is like literal AFK farm will not leave this area. That's the biggest problem. And maybe that happens later. We're going to jump ahead. Dare I see what the builds have gotten to at this point. Wrap the back for the Mjolnir. And what's our breaker build? Going for BKB. This is a little bit all over the place. This one's more okay, I would say, than the Arcane Mech into Daedalus or Crystallis. I don't think Spirit Breaker's usually an Orchid buyer. I don't think it makes much sense. I think you have enough ways to cancel. Like, let's say if you are the one getting shackled, we should be bulldozing before getting into the fight. If we charge into the fight, we still have our ultimate and random auto attacks to cancel shackles. But presumably, when we are charging in, is a good fight such that they shouldn't have a way to shackle us or like get a great shackle that lasts a long time, considering double stun, arrow, astral save, hook, and dismember. There's like so many ways to stop shackle. I actually don't think you need the Orchid. And that's the only thing I can think you need it for. Everyone else is not really a good Orchid target. So I would say this game you could get away without the Orchid and then just go for the other items sooner. Which I would say, if you really want one, Yules. Yules is really good as a better item on Spirit Breaker, move speed, and still the mana regen. A Dispel for yourself. Cancels channels. Also good versus Axe, Razor, waste Drowse time, like pick her up, stuff like that. Set up for arrow. Yules is an amazing item. And then into BKB or Yashikaya could be good. I wasn't paying attention. Why did they just die? I mean, these guys are out here, right? So we just go behind them. What if this whole time I've been reviewing the wrong game, guys? How funny would that be? Like, we assume it's the OD team. What if it's actually just the others? I mean, these guys are up here. Shit, 37 minutes on the map. I don't know if I would call that not doing anything. I don't know. Are we looking at the wrong people? Maybe he is talking about Muerta. I'm going to be real. I know we're jumping around, but I actually think Muerta has been in here every time we jump around, like more than the others. Everyone else has been a little bit more involved. I feel like we're constantly looking at a position 5 Muerta jungle here, which is that the issue? Is that what we were looking for? The problem is not usually from within the house. It's usually outside the party. Makes me question if I'm looking at the wrong thing. If it is the Muerta, then we have to swap it. We have to go to the Muerta. And the trick is, when Muerta's jungling this and she's gonna come here, you farm this stuff, and then the Muerta will be like, where's my farm? And then the Muerta will move up. And then while they're farming this stuff, you like move in behind the Muerta. Is it from the other side? I feel like we've seen all of them in the fights. We're all doing Roche? This feels like Team doing stuff. To be fair to the Muerta doing this like wacky build, Pudge carry does not scale in the usual way, so perhaps some of the idea was like traditional right click scale from the Muerta, which I can understand. I would just critique the particular build order to get to that point. I actually don't think it's, well, we skipped over the early game. It's not strictly necessary. As long as you win the fights with OD and Pudge doing well, like you can just go from there. But here we are, we're in the late game. We've got the scaling. This is really dangerous. They're all missing, and we're just kind of like walking in with the creep wave, so I'm not that surprised that Axe gets a call. And then he is global, he's slow. Not that slow with a charge, I get it, but if you can't react within a second, you're too far apart in these late game scenarios. You guys have heard me say it. We're talking about winning. We ain't talking about 50 gold, 100 gold, cool maneuver to get me 2 extra camps. I'm talking about the game ending. So if I can't help instantly, I should be very concerned. I should have a lot of information for why I don't need it. As this happens, Ogre shows top. But we didn't have this information yet. This was like just at the same time as it happens. So walking up like this is really dangerous. If they were all here, we could just be into a fight, and then Spirit Breaker will take like 10 seconds to get here with the charge. Which is kind of what's happening here, right? Here's our team dead. The charge has yet to start. This is a very messy fight. Did get the drow, though. I didn't even check. Does the Radiant win? The Dire does win. Okay, so. Because you don't usually say, like, my teammates didn't help if you win the games. So then I thought maybe not. I feel like this has to be the wrong match ID or something. I don't know that a teammates didn't contribute here. Maybe the IDs were in the wrong order, or I am dumb. It's very possible. This looks amazing. We lose this? All right, this is 2 barracks at least. This is mid and top. Push in bottom, play for next Roche. If you want to be super greedy, Spirit Breaker charges bottom and we go for the megas. Like everyone else takes mid and top. And then hopefully, how low is his health? It's a full health tower. Spirit Breaker. You guys can probably get this tower with Spirit Breaker going bottom, and then you guys finish mid and top with everyone else. And then you'll only have this barracks left. I think enough heroes will be up at that point that we won't feel comfortable pushing. But we should be in a pretty good spot. They're terrible tower hitters. Yeah, but we're 47 minutes in. Like, it's doable. Did we just end? I don't think we have good enough tower hitters to take these barracks. I'm not sure about ending into the bonus plus 24. I have not seen this limit tested. Perhaps they will do it for us. So this is where you would just ignore the Ogre. Because Spirit Breaker was here, we're able to get the Ogre. If Spirit Breaker had charged out, maybe we don't get him. But it's not like Ogre would have stopped the 4 heroes from doing this. So at this point, even now, right, the 4 heroes go top and take this barracks. Oh shit, I didn't see this tower. I thought this tower was dead because there was such a huge creep wave. It was like hiding the tower a little bit. It's almost dead, so it's still doable. Okay, I guess it doesn't change anything. I got surprised. A tower, where'd it come from? Still the same deal. We have this amount of time for the heroes to take this. Spirit Breaker charged bottom, and then you can take this tier 2, and then we reevaluate at that point. You guys want to go for the end. So this is where we're now learning. 16 extra armor. They have one more fortify, though, because we took this barracks. And then with that, we see, like, the death times are getting close. Here's that bonus armor. So 21 plus 16 leading to nice 69 physical reduction compared to here 49% physical reduction. So it would have been much faster to take this and then get out. So the fact that they got one and almost another tells me they definitely could have finished all of this. How close do they get to this? They almost get this too, so we got buybacks, right? Uh-oh. Well, we got most of them. You guys just need to stabilize and hold. You have tier 2. So we have several fortifies and towers to work with here. And then we stabilize. It's barracks for barracks. Bara has buyback, right? Yeah. All right. So at this point, even if Bara dies, we've mostly stabilized because he can buy back. So we have to chill for 100 seconds, 90 at this point. Chill for a little bit, and then we're good. Don't lose buyback. We bought the rest. No. I thought you were buying like just enough to have like 3 gold. Okay, this is, it may be fine, but it's really dangerous. You should wait till you respawn to buy the AC, or anyone. You should always wait. If there's a major objective like Roche, you should save till Roche happens and then buy out your items. Sometimes there are items worth buying. It's a hard call. Support players especially, it's usually better to save buyback before buying an item. And then late game situations buybacks, it is a very hard call, but I would certainly, especially if dead, at least wait till respawning to buy the item. If you buy out when you're alive, thinking like, I need this item to take the fight, I think that's fair. There are times like that. Okay, didn't get punished for it, thank goodness. But we are in that all-in territory. I don't know if I would have bought an AC, for the record. I think I would save buyback here. I'd buy the plate mail and the hyperstone. I think it's worth saving buyback in this type of game. At this point, it's even. We just need, it's straight back to good fights. Get wards down, be smart about how we're showing. I don't recommend blinking into creep waves. A little bit uncoordinated on the smoke, but here we go. All right, after I finish watching this fight, we're gonna break down a different way to go about it. Okay. So the reason this goes poorly, what kind of fight do we need to take? Right, let's highlight some different roles. Drow is their #1 damage dealer. So someone has to get to Drow and throw her off. On our side, OD and Marana are probably our highest damage dealing heroes. Razorlink is like the anti-carry, and he does a lot of damage with the build he has. So he is also fairly high damage, but I would prioritize Drow over him. Their lockdown is Ignite, Call, and Shackles. Shackles can be dealt with because he never got a BKB. We have tools for that. Call is one of our bigger issues because if he blade mail calls like the Marana, for example, we're going to lose heroes. OD needs to stay further back. He needs to save heroes and then just damage whoever jumped in. Pudge wants to hook. Pudge is like a frontline initiator at this point as a Spirit Breaker, and Lion is also just like choosing the right person to go on. Although I see they're at 11 stacks. You need like very coordinated fights, and hooks is your best case scenario. Like you hook someone out of position and force them to run in. This move is completely blind, but you will get information soon. These creeps pushing top, someone will show here, or they won't, and you'll know they're doing something else. You should actually just stay, like you put a ward down here and your team stays in this area is actually better for you. Scattering like this is certainly not the play. If a fight broke out right here, Hex Shackle, look how long it would take these guys to get over. This is too far apart, and there's a cliff like in the middle. So we are approaching multiple angles, which is really bad. There's an ogre, but there's no one else. Which goes back to if the side lanes were pushing in, you would get information at some point. Once someone shows here or here, I would feel a lot better about the team fight. But instead, this is just a really tanky ogre magi that he initiated on us is what just happened here. If you think of it that way. You know, our team, aren't we jumping ogre? What's ogre's job this game? I find the enemy heroes, I draw them in, and I distract them from the drow and the razor. I set up axe calls. So ogre just initiated on us, and that's why we lose this fight. Because now here's drow, free to do damage. She chose a very bizarre place to come in from, away from her team, who is locking down everybody there, and she could have just sat here and auto-attacked for free. She has chosen to 1v2 OD and Lion, which is very strange. Ogre did his job flawlessly. They were behind him well. Everyone else is doing that. I don't know. Drow. Focus up here, Drow. And then our damage is like thrown off, right? Like our damage dealer got killed right away because that fight was messy. All right, I'm gonna close that one out. Blue Flash, you let me know later. This was not the game I wanted us to look at. I was on the other team. Like whatever the situation, you let me know if that was incorrect. If you watch back on the VOD, let me know. Because I thought this match ID was for teammates who didn't help out, but I'm not sure I saw that. I'm not sure I saw that based on, like it might have happened at moments, but we cut around enough and saw enough things of like teams working together, or trying to anyways, that, I don't know. I don't have that impression, I guess. Quick meta question. Klink's innate got bug fixed and he fell 4%. So the remaining best air quote carries are PL and Spectre, both illusion heroes who buy Phylactery. Does this mean Medusa might become a new meta carry because her ag shard is good against Phylactery and illusions don't want to build Diffusal? I think if you're playing versus Medusa, you could still consider it. Even if the illusions don't do it, it's still... Illusion heroes still hit fast. They might still be willing to get the Diffusal. I don't know if I would have to dig into it a little deeper, but I feel the game is maybe a little fast for what Medusa wants. Then again, Coddle is looking decent. I'm not sure if I think Medusa would come back as a response to like the illusion heroes at the top. But she might come back for like unrelated reasons. Oh, Adventure Class. Yeah, I see it. Did that play? Did I completely zone out that noise, or did it not? It had text. How would I have ignored all that noise? It's healing meta, bad for Medusa. That's only if you draft a healing meta for your team. You don't have to draft. You know who doesn't? Actually, you know who doesn't care about not getting shared tangos? Medusa. That's a buff to her. The enemy team is taking a bunch of healers. You get the keeper. You don't care about you don't get a healer. There was no noise. Okay, I'll have to look at that later. I don't know why that didn't play, but thank you. I see it now. I have to do. There's one other before you that I'll hop straight into so we can get to yours next. Oops. But I will do yours right after. Okay, this one is offlane Archon. Which teams? Blue Fairy, are you here? We can do the sleuthing again. One second, guys. Let me just check something. We're doing some qualifiers, so we're just coordinating some. There's some like sound checks and stuff that happened before, usually the day before casting. So we're just doing talking through that. Okay, let me back to this. Enchantress. Okay, I got another 7 minutes before I get jet. Okay, we'll definitely make it to your game in that time frame. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so let me type this in. Off lane Enchantress. I think Enchantress is a better support, but I'm open to the off lane Enchantress. Actually, I think it's not that bad. It's different, but that can work in a pub game where they're like, I never even see Enchantresses, let alone an offlane Enchantress. So I'm up for it. I should have downloaded it first. Let me see what your question was. One lane, but didn't fully get what was going on after I got rotated on in left lane. I feel like many of my other games, I get very little farm. Also died on the high ground push. Okay. Well, let's step back from Enchantress. For an offlaner that does well, you can try to help your team a little bit more. Like show up to fights. But it's also okay if you hold your... Like you took the enemy safe lane tower and you invade that jungle a little bit. And you keep applying pressure. And you're like, you've got to come deal with me or I'm going to take your tier 2 next. And so they keep bringing heroes. And then you don't get killed at the tier 2. You back up, you keep farming, you occupy that jungle. If they move too far out, that's where your team has the chance to come in and gank them. At the least for you, you keep drawing people down there, so hopefully your carry is farming and getting rich. Your team is lacking some crowd control since we are the Enchantress off lane. That's the downside. And then I see our mid lane covered us by going Weaver. Well, actually, maybe I'm flaming unfairly. Maybe you last picked the Enchantress. Let's see. No, indeed. As expected of someone who would go Weaver mid. So if you want to itemize towards like a late game scythe, something like that, I think that'd be okay. I think you should do Dragonlance still. As much as like tank Enchantress, the thing is, okay, you are tanky, you are hard to kill. No one cares
unless you threaten to kill them. So I do think some amount of right-click scaling is still important. I think a Hurricane Pike would still be good. I don't know if you really need the Holy Locket. I haven't done the math. I feel as off lane, I was actually just thinking about the other day if, like, would I get Holy Locket on support Enchantress? And I was debating because the spirits are a little bit random. Not like fully random, but it's not as straightforward of a heal. And the heal amp on Holy Locket, like the buff to it was the active. That active is only 4 seconds, whereas the spirits last actually much longer than that. So you're only getting partial value on it compared to like the burst heals that happen like really quickly. So I think I would probably recommend skipping this for more damage, like the Dragonlance. Then you can tank up. I really like the Eternal Shroud. As you realize, we have damage issues, and my team is building the exact same items. I guess I will build a Hex or an Atos or something, is what I would throw out there. But let's jump into it, take a look. Are you aiming to become a talent to be invited to all the tournaments going on to become on-site talent? I think probably most casters feel that way. At least right now, I would like to. If for no other reason that it pays way more. And a lot of us, everyone in the talent scene essentially, who has committed to it, is in this like existential thing where we're all chasing our dreams and we're happy, but also if it stops, what do we do? Right? It's a very bizarre position. So I think it's hard to not prioritize making money, like going in person, until you're like super set. Then I think you have a bit more freedom. But I think a lot of in esports can't. You know, like a lot of us did it for the passion and love of it. And that usually means you didn't make a ton of money. There's exceptions, of course, but I don't think, like, not even thinking about, like, do I want to do it or not? I think financially it's like, I have to go do it. It is a job. As much as I wanted to do it, like, it is a job. At the same time, I want to do it. Like, I think it's fun. I think it's interesting to do it in person, to get to interact with people more, to be at the events. I had a blast going to Raleigh, right, and meeting... I'm sure there are people in here that I got to meet in person, even though I'm bad with faces and names and connecting and all. It was really cool. Same with like the TIs I did get to go to. It was a really great experience. So I would want to do it aside from money. With that said, TOs, please, I still want the money. Please don't. I don't want to go in person and get paid the same rate as remote. But I think probably most casters would say something similar of like, I would like to, like, I want to go in person, whether that be for money or the experience of being in person and all that. I do recognize though that there are a lot of tournaments lately back to back, and that can mean a bunch of travel. I know pro teams get burnt out of like going to all the stuff, and then like talent can be the same, right? I don't have that problem right now, so I'd like to experience it and see and then find out. But I do know it can be a pain. I did some traveling for my previous job, and my travel was not as fun as I imagine tournaments are, but at the end of the day, at some point you still burn out. So I get it. But I am prepared to take on that problem, at least for a little bit. Okay, so here is getting back to our Enchantress replay. You guys just took the tower. Pretty good. This is where things get weird, where I would actually say as an offlaner, you want to be in this area. And I would say you keep bringing the summons to help you out. Take towers. Like, that would be some of your tower source when you grab the creeps to help you do it. I do know the core Enchantress build tends to skip some of this stuff, so I don't mind what you've done. And I actually don't. Maybe I would have done the other facet if you're doing core Enchantress. I haven't really like looked into it because it is a bit of off meta thing. I understand this being tanky, and I think you're itemizing that way, so I do get that. But I think
I think you still hit hard, so it might still be worth doing the other one. I've seen some people do Mage Slayer as well. I like that too. Okay, so you twin gate and come over here. But see, it's weird because this is actually what the carry should do. The person who doesn't want to get involved should be pushing this out and then jungling. And if we are doing it as like tank Enchantress, it's very strange. For a little bit, it's okay. If you're not going to clear this creep wave, by the way, you should run through the jungle so they don't know where you are at the least. There's a lot of information to give them. Either to kill you before you get close to your buildings, or for them to jump your team because they go, oh, that tanky Enchantress isn't here. Okay, so we push top. If you know you're safe, you can do what you just did. To be safer and to increase your farm, you should hide now and let the creeps guide you. Let them inform you. They have to lead the way. You are letting the creeps know if there's any danger, and then the creeps go, I am controlled by a will beyond my own. I am forced into the lane. Thank you for letting me know, but I must still walk down here. I cannot move my own body. And then they will die here. But you are human and you can change. You are not programmed. So let them go down, and then when they see enemy heroes, you don't go in and you change your mind. So right now you walk over here and you farm this stuff, and you keep your eye on the minimap and you decide if it's safe to keep pushing to show. You can even grab a creep for yourself, have it go into the lane, which is a little bit more dangerous, have it push for you while you just jungle up, or you spend that time while walking heading over. They think the enemy's like, oh, the Enchantress cleared this wave, she's probably jungling, and then she's going to be back to pushing the wave again. She's probably up here somewhere, right? But actually, we are twin gating back to the team. We're getting ready to like do another play. When you lead, it's just the maximum risk, and it's the same reward, right? I'm still farming this creep wave. It's not different, but I ran into this, and the Storm Spirit, there's no Storm Spirit this game, the Juggernaut, who you could have killed perhaps, he's right here. He's about to run in and then goes, oh shit, Enchantress, back away, you know? He leaves. But right now you're jungling, you bait him in, and now you know, like, oh, I can get that guy. Let me go sneak around. Let me go find him. Oh, it's the Wind Ranger. She's here to get me. Help me, Weaver. All right, at least we trade. Let's see if I was right. Let's go back. Yo, she's doing it. She's thinking. Are there more heroes coming up? I'm kind of scared. Oh, there's the Enchantress, right? If you were in the jungle, though, she would have had to go look for you. She may have, she may not have. It would have been a little scarier for her, but here she knew what she was getting into. Minor tip, if you switch over to strength, you may have a better shot at living here. If you stay in the creep wave, you also would have had a better shot at living here. The power shot is what gets you, but the power shot does reduce damage per thing it hits, right? So if you stay in the creep wave, it's much harder to get the full power shot onto you, and I think you would have lived. Even without tread swapping, if you had just stayed in the creep wave, I don't think she could have lined up the shot. And then you live. I think at that part, I thought we were losing in left lane, so my team wouldn't try to push it too far. Funny enough, if everyone's here, it's kind of okay to push a little far. Though I understand what you're saying, and I would agree, it's not like your team should try to take this tower right now, but playing this area is okay. Leave me alone, Wind Ranger. All right, pretty good. Killed a lot of heroes, so let's get out on the map. Where should we go? We are, again, we're actually off lane Enchantress. So this area, I mean, truly, if no one on our team wants to be there, I guess we could do it. But I really want to be the one forcing the issue
and drawing them to my half of the map, which is why over here, or their half of the map, which is why over here is nicer, because when they try to kill you, it's their own half. When they kill you here, it's already the edge of your half. Possibly push Twin Gate over, come down here, still working on this Lotus. I think we've already talked, like, I think there's other items, but whatever item you choose in the game, I want that item. That's my first power spike. Or maybe not first, but it's a power spike. Okay, maybe we want Weaver to do top, and we wanted to go mid. Sure. On your way through the jungle, I think you could have grabbed those, and then bring a creep with you, too. I know it's still level 1, so maybe... I think it's still worth it. Well, now as we get higher level, it won't be a question. You'll just have enough duration. You don't think you see Power Shot very often? Really? I feel like Wind Ranger's such a popular pub hero. Still understand not knowing that part of the mechanic. Like, if you're not a Wind Ranger player, I'm not surprised if you like, oh, I never noticed it did less damage for a thing it hit. But yeah, it can help you survive. Help you survive by taking less damage to that. Okay, so you actually did change your mind over to the Eternal Shroud, which I think that's fine. Won another fight. I think you can push this building. You got like 2 Desos. Okay, first I will say, if you can ever get your team to Roche, that's number 1. Enchantress is a god tier Roche hero because he just doesn't do anything. And every time he hits you anyways, like, you'll just heal up with this stuff. So you make Roche damage free for your team pretty much, and the question is just, do they have enough damage to do it? Which we have double Desolator, so we definitely do. Roche is free anytime you go for it, not like blindly, you know, and then they wipe us, but you get a couple kills like this, you can just walk to the pit and do it. Otherwise, tier 2s, setting up vision. I mean, you're an off laner, so it's not strictly your job, but if your supports aren't doing it, you could always pitch in. A little bit of back and forth. I think you're uncertain, but I do think farming in here is fine. You want to use this ward, not that this is the best spot, but now that it's placed, you play around this area, and if they are not here, let's like run through the scenarios. The enemies aren't here. Okay, boom. I just cut the wave. If my creep wave is near, I cut the wave, we take the tower. The lane pushed out and I was over here. That's a little funny. Usually you wouldn't let that happen. But if it did, okay, I still cut the wave and I come back and I wait for this to push back out. Usually playing up here involves trying to keep one of these lanes close to the tier 2. Again, if they come to get you, they are moving multiple heroes onto their own half of their map. And inevitably, they will get you sometimes. But as long as you are escaping sometimes, taking trades sometimes, at the end of the day, it's them constantly coming back to their half of the map, an area you have farmed. So even as you die, worst case scenario, you team wipe, or maybe not full team wipe, but like the 3 of you here die, they don't get any jungle camps because you guys farmed all of it. They don't get any objectives because you guys have been keeping at least this lane here, right? So they got to push all the way down, maybe both lanes. And they had to bring multiple heroes here, which means some of them probably teleported. So they're using cooldowns and mana and gold for that. On the other half, your techies, I guess, is free farming, right? He is solo pushing lanes and taking jungle camps. You have another support or core doing it as well. So theoretically, we are macro winning, even in the losing fight, which hopefully you are using vision and reading the map to avoid some of it. So like, I think they're coming, let's back out early, you know? Okay, we died, but we also at least got 2 kills. As long as it's not a complete win for them every single time, it's good for you. And as long as you practice your map awareness, like that's the skill. With good map awareness, it will help you understand when to back out or not. And if you have terrible map awareness, then this is always going to feel scary because you have no idea what's happening. But that's when you have to be constantly looking at the minimap to understand. By the way, I think sitting on strength treads for Enchantress is fine. I know she's not a strength hero, but mainly what you need is the health, because you are such a high effective health hero, difficult to kill. That's why like not skipping the Dragon Lance is pretty good. And like plate mail is great, but I think a first item plate mail is actually a little too soon because you still have a very small health pool, whereas it's cheaper to buy health. Like the Dragon Lance is not that much more expensive than the plate mail, and the Dragon Lance will give you the health and some armor from the stats, along with the effect, whereas plate mail is just armor. And then as you level up and get more health and get more healing, the plate mail is now also effectively worth more. Teams winning fights. Let me retouch on what you were confused about. Maybe it is the question about like, wasn't sure after rotating out. Has what I said made sense about like trying to hang around here, wanting to do that? Does that help give direction to answer the question? If not, you know, feel free to let me know. I want to make sure I'm helping out and addressing the question. How does this replay work? So we have a couple, one more backlogged, I guess, at this point. If people donate, I will do it guaranteed. Otherwise, I just randomly pick from chat. You can just put them in chat. If you can't usually make it to the streams, and for any VOD viewers, if you haven't heard me say this before, feel free to leave a comment on one of the YouTube VODs, or you can do it in the Discord. And at the start of these streams, I usually take one game, sometimes two, from there, so that the people who can't always make the streams can also get their games reviewed, and they can just check the VOD later to see it. Why is the sound muted suddenly? Don't freak me out. Is it really? No, it's not. It's still going, right? I see the bars moving. Don't scare me. All right, let me head over to the other. How do I maximize my farm on Enchantress? So I think you kind of have to play the way we talked about, because core Enchantress, well, I say this without having done it too much myself. Support Enchantress usually maxes W, and the W helps you farm. Core Enchantress, the times I have seen it, they usually do max the Q, and I have also seen them max the heal. They skip the W completely or get one value point for the dispel and the slow like you did. So I think the
638,636,456.
Hey, Monch, thank you. Hold on, let me
56. Pos 5G.
It's gonna go forever. I'll read that again once we get back to it. Thank you. What was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, the build. So first, I would definitely try the Dragon Lance. The Dragon Lance will boost your early stats. It'll give you more damage when you use Impetus, and I guess that's it. It's just generally good stats. Secondly, consider a shard. I don't think you have to do that, but I vaguely recall the times I've seen offlane Enchantresses, they get the shard, because you can use Sproink in combination with your Sproink in combination with the Dragon Lance, and then perhaps you pick up a neutral that gives you attack range. I don't know if that's always what they go for. I have to check the build for offlane Enchantress players who do it. But Sproink is relatively cheap, right? Pretty much the same cost as Impetus, but you actually hit 3 things. So then you can use Sproink to farm, and it's fairly low cooldown. It's not the fastest farming compared to like some other stuff, but that's the middle ground for Enchantress. Then you use like Sproink plus Enchant on creeps to help you farm. I also think you are a hero that farms heroes. And rather than get farmed, you are a I stop you from farming type hero. So
for example, a carry like Gyrocopter, right? He usually gives farm to the off lane because he starts shoving things in. But the game plan is I will just farm faster than you, and that's how I will pull a lead. It's not that he is stopping the enemy from farming, is that he's getting more farm. I think Enchantress, in my mind, the way I would go for Enchantress off lane, it's not that you have to have a massive amount of farm. It's that your opponents have to have less farm. So you don't have to farm really quickly, but you keep chasing them in their jungle, and when they show in the lane, you throw an impetus in their face and sproink them, right? So they keep getting scared. They're not farming that fast. You're farming okay because you're moving between the camps and the jungle. It's not as fast as more naturally like flash farmy offlaners, but you have really good pressure to keep drawing in enemies, and they can't farm, and they're splitting farm when they can, and that's how you build the advantage for your team. That's what I would go for. I can't say 100% I know that's like the best way because it's not that popular, so I don't know it too well, but that's my take. My game plan is usually to boot the carry out of the lane most of the time. Yeah, perfect. So boot them out, take the tower, and then just try to hang around in that area. Use the creeps. So I mentioned it a little bit. Once you do pick up a point in enchant, use the creep to either scout for you, put it somewhere to protect you, or anytime you do get scared, have it push the lane for you and you jungle out of sight. And that way you are keeping the lane in the enemy's face, still getting money. You might miss some CS because it's the creep, but that's okay. You are jungling on the side. And when they come try to kick you out, the jungle is empty because you're not, like, you farmed it. They don't really get much. Maybe they kill you. Maybe they don't. But the more times you get out, the better it'll be. Okay. Let me download this one, and then... If my carry loses lane hard, but I have a chance to keep holding the safe lane tier 1, should I do it? Ooh, tough question. I think that would be a little bit game dependent, but I would say I'm open to that. If you want to take top and your carry can go to, like, if possible, finish your lane first. So for example, if you are winning and then you swap, maybe you weren't winning as hard, so you're losing. It's like the relative power spikes, okay? So like you're beating their carry, they are beating your carry. So a couple questions to ask yourself to help you decide whether you should do this play or not. We swap. Let's go down this route first. Am I stronger than their offlane? Because their offlane was feasting on my carry. Maybe he was feeding harder than I was winning. So now I am weaker than their offlane. And because of that, my carry is weaker than their carry. So now we're losing two different lanes. Rather than me winning one lane and us losing one lane, 1 for 1, now we're losing 2 lanes. So ask yourself that. What if we don't go? I keep winning my lane, they keep winning their lane. Both carries go jungle. Who's the better jungler? Do I have a Gyrocopter? He'll jungle fine. Do I have a Lifestealer? He cannot jungle. You know, maybe the enemy carry is the Lifestealer and you have the Gyrocopter. If both of them are getting kicked out, your Gyrocopter is going to recover faster. So rather than swap over, like, just maintain the status quo. Like, this is actually better for you. Rather than now, you are versus that off lane, Gyro is versus the Lifestealer. That might also work, but it gets really messy. So it's a really tough question, but it comes down to just who gets more farm in these different iterations? Who ends up with more farm? That's what you're going for, and then you take your best guess. Okay, I see a couple of you, couple of people have been starting to donate here at the end. We can make it through everyone. If you're thinking about joining the queue and donating, hang on to it, please. I appreciate the support, but I want to make sure we can get to everybody. So I believe we are still okay. But let me finish what we have up coming. I keep saying we'll focus and speed up, but we get a lot of good questions and topics, and we ramble on and on. Okay. If we truly focus up, perhaps we can still do more. Kez last picked while we were trying to get him to do Sven or someone that could manage PL better. And then, hold on, wait, what were some of the original questions? Against a PL, eventually lost. Did unusual item order for normal to try to adjust. Looking for tips for team or myself for recovering against PL when having minimal cleave AoE heroes. Okay. He could maybe do, so like, I could see Kez working if you can do, let's say he does the Deso build. So you just go for a momentum win versus the PL. I could see that working. I don't know exactly when you do the like Battle Fury build versus other stuff, but I know there is a Battle Fury build for Kez. So maybe he could have done that as well. Oh, Sweet Frost. Thank you for the subscribing. Yeah, we have 2 in the queue after this one, which is why it's 5:20 here. We'll see how quickly we go. Will determine how much time we have for more today. Who did we just lose? The Kez. Bad sign, guys. That is bad vibes. When the team is trying to get the carry to pick something else, he doesn't do it, and then he dies. Oh no. Oh no. Carry players, don't do this shit. Okay, you see where everyone is going and then you're not? Stop here. See, okay, this is what I mean, guys. If you saw the smurfing video, this is Immortal. This is Immortal. And look at Kez just walking in. This is a pretty good level 1 lineup. Just on his own running in when he knows the rest of the team isn't here. That's why I mentioned, like, this is a really high level move from the Luna. It sounds so simple to just wait here at the rune, but it's so rare to see. Even in Immortal, you got carry players just running out on their own as if people don't smoke every other game for first blood, just feeding it away. Nuts. Doesn't even like stand at the ledge ready to like, oh, I'm gonna like claw away or whatever, you know? It's terrible. I made a video about how Smurfs win all their games, highlighting a Luna Smurf. It is one of the more successful videos I ever made, actually. I think people really either like to hate watch, or, I don't know, some mix. The controversial, you know, like Smurfing, it gets people. It gets people who want to know how to win games. It gets people wanting to trash on Smurfs. It's everything. Okay, your questions weren't actually about the lane. I was just like processing things that were going on. So, you were asking more about later. Pivoted game to make Urn early instead of mech or lock it, then save to rush a shard to manage PL. Was a weird item, rough game. Totally up for trying a different build if you thought, like, oh, this makes sense to me. Looking at this draft, I know there's an Undying, so it's like, not usually the plan, but I do think you guys have a good tempo versus Invoker. Like, or sorry, PL. Like, you and Beastmaster especially, we start a little slow, hit all the item timings, and we like go and hope we are strong at that point. I don't know how Invoker's gonna do, but I feel like his early spells are not bad versus PL. PL has a way to get out with Doppelganger, but that's where like the line will come in. So like our item timing is like blink on the lion, whatever items Invoker wants to go, Ags on the Beastmaster. If he wants to go like Helm Dom, I could see that working too, where it's less about killing him and more about just like picking up the tempo. But either way, like a combination of those items, lock down the real PL, kill him with these 2 heroes. I could see that working. And then for you, whatever items you think would fit that.
Mech seems okay to me. Whatever aura item seems like fine. The urn, I do think urn is like fine on IO. I'm trying to think if it's worth it this game. He'll probably, well, actually, I don't know. Might get one. I think we just went late. So let me see. Okay, they pulled a lead, and then you guys pulled it back. When do we finish some of the items I mentioned? Okay, Ags here. Blink Lion here. You got the Urn Shard. And then Invoker Ags here. So 20 minutes, there's actually a really strong timing of items coming out. And then by contrast, PL has just finished the Yasha Ags. Actually, this is a pretty rich PL. PL is doing quite well. Let's jump to that time frame. Let's jump to like sub 20. Yeah, that is a little, PL's a little out of control. Okay. Honestly, as long as we take smart fights, I feel like this seems manageable. I see the 3 cores are all farming right next to each other, so that's a little bizarre, but yeah, doesn't want to jungle over here. So our order's kind of messed up. If you want to play with Kez, I'm up for that. Lion should be with Beastmaster, and then Invoker can Sunstrike. So like Lion and Beastmaster need to pick up the active role here and start stuff. And then you have the relocate. I don't know if he should, if the Crimson Guard is worth it or if he needs the blink first. Ooh, we get the team to do Tormentor, Pog. Notice we haven't found heroes for a bit, though. Everyone's missing. Everyone's leaving. Someone should stay top to, like, split push a little bit. I'm kind of open for that, but I also think that's super greedy. With everyone missing, I think relocating in here for the Wisdom Shrine like that is... That's a pub move, where, like... I think it's probably not good, proper play, but it could definitely work in a pub game, and if you want to do it, I'm okay with it. Preferably, you would have had teammates going that way, and then you could have, like, timed to relocate in. Like, that's how the pros would do it. I do understand what you're going for, though, and I don't mind, as part of pubs are bad about that stuff. And we maybe got very unlucky with the fact that they jumped us at that exact moment. But I don't think that's an unwinnable fight. That is them finding the fight first. But I think if you guys find the fight first, we have the damage. But I don't see any deep wards. I don't see any wards at all, especially the deep wards. And then the heroes, the wrong heroes were next to each other. That's just one instance, so we will, you know, let's just look for the next opportunity once everyone respawns. Okay, let's properly use this timer to make sure we get to everybody. So they're all, if I had to predict where they are, I believe most heroes should be in here right now, playing around this ward. Some people are jungling in here, some people are like pushing in the lane. One person may be leaving to go top. This is where we're waiting for this to give us information. Rather than invade now, I am waiting to see this creep wave hit the tower. Alternative plays. Everyone just goes top. Maybe one guy can go this way, the safest mobile hero, but I don't really trust it. I think they're all here. So everyone goes top, and we sprint here to see if someone does show up, and we jump them there.
we walk top. So like if they go for high ground, we can just TP back. Everyone walk top, farm along the way if you want. If you invade your own triangle, if they're over here and they want to come get you guys and you hold this area, one, because we come in here, ward, deward, all that stuff, we can farm this stuff. We can keep moving top and avoid them, twin gate out, everything. And if they try to push in, we're on our high ground. This is sieging their vision. Anytime like this happens, there's almost always a ward. This is Immortal. If it's not here, it's somewhere in this area that they have set up and we do not, right? It's one thing if you have a ward that snuck by, something like here, they didn't notice it, so you get a little bit of vision to work with. Okay, maybe we go in. It's totally dark. I don't know if it's here. I don't know if it's like here, but there's heroes here and there's wards here. So I don't know the deficit, but I feel with IO, I want to be playing the map more and like picking more advantageous fights. Oh shit. They have a ward. They were just playing here. What'd they have? They had this ward. Where'd you guys go? Where's the Mars? All right, they scattered a little bit. It worked out, but I don't think you had the vision to know that would work out. I would feel iffy. All right, we do Roche, right? Oh my God, Earth Spirit, what a player. We should definitely do Roche though. Okay, we got him. We can still make it to Roche. Everyone go back. Oh, maybe Beastmaster can do it on his own, I guess. Okay. I'm glad we got Roche, and actually we got even more. That went better than expected. Oh, save him, don't lose it. This is not bad. I mean, we just pulled back like 4,000 gold. If Kez had gotten out a little sooner, this would have been very clean. Wow, that Cataclysm did like nothing to an Undying. You guys could have had this and gone out a little faster if either you didn't go for the kill and went for Roche. Even doing both, if Kez had left a little faster, it would have been okay. Yeah. Okay, so mostly they're taking better fights. Guys, I'm gonna train you real quick. Zeus ult, Cataclysm. I think those are the two. I'm trying to think of like what else there is. If you hear those abilities go off, you have to train yourself to look at the minimap right away. Play like a random, maybe I'll make a video and it's just silence and then randomly a Zeus ult and then Invoker Cataclysm. And every time you hear it, you gotta Pavlov yourself. You gotta look at the minimap. You want that information of where is the rest of the team. Boom, 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 boom. So now you know how safe it is to commit further or where your next targets are. Like Invoker, if he looks at this, oh, he can actually push quite far. He has a lot of time for these people to come by. Even if they want to like sprint bottom after losing this fight, he has time to like make it a decent amount and then, you know, back out at that point. Be careful. But you can get a lot of information in those moments, and it's fast, so it's hard. I get it, but it's really useful. The Zeus The Zeus and the Invoker are the ones who should know to look, but there's no guarantee they're doing it. So it's important to look yourself as well. Yeah, if you hear the scan, you should also look like whatever your team is doing. Like if you didn't do the scan, I mean. Okay. Oh! Unexpected. I would hold that observer because you ran into him. Okay, from a high level, what you did is absolutely correct. I was very surprised to see Disruptor there, and, you know, he did die, so... Okay. But at a high level of thought, what are you doing here? You're deep warding and warding, which is what you should do, right? So from Disruptor's perspective, if he's thinking this far, I don't know if he is because he still walked here and died. Like, he saw you here. You should only be there to be warding. So now he should be suspicious of that area for wards. So because you didn't place yours yet, I would say maybe you hold that observer and then place it somewhere else. After this settles, you kill him, you guys take this tower, you like come up here and you place it somewhere. Like now you would do it after this is done. What? I did not expect him to try that. Ah, Beastmaster, you were out, weren't you? Did you guys make a call to stay? Okay, we'd have more information to go off. You remember earlier during the Cataclysm when I was like, Invoker has time to shove this out? He never did. I don't think he did. PL dealt with it because it didn't get pushed that hard. So because of that, I never got more information here. I never baited anyone to come down here. PL got to cut the wave and then still come back. If Invoker pushes bottom harder, and then maybe like Twin Gates over, he'd be closer to his team and have been baiting the enemy to like come here. It may have been more likely to work out. Oh my god, look at the healing. The healing. Adventure class IO. Yeah, take tier 2, I guess. You guys could have maybe, because they actually used all their abilities to attempt that fight. I think you could maybe force this. It is kind of scary, so I think backing off and doing this is fine. But there's maybe a world you push that harder, because you have the Desolator. And Kez is really good. And Alacrity. And Helm of the Dominator. And Forge Spirits. Holy. Might just ask them to sprint over for it. No, why am I looking over there? I rewound this fight to look at it and then the alarm went off. I looked away again. Pretty good. Where are you going? Where are we going? Just hit the building.
Where is he? Get over here. I think, okay. There's like a 2-second difference on forcing the fortify and getting out sooner and with less damage taken. And then maybe Kez doesn't feel so low. Could have hit this building sooner. We could have left already. Now we're stuck around too long. How come every Kez wants to use a Raptor Dance so badly? Uh-oh. I did it for you, Invoker. Pretty big economic win. Double buyback. Okay, at this point we just get Roche again, and then we try to end on that. It's mini-map time. Okay, they're all behind Disruptor. Oh, the creep cut, that's so scary. I guess I don't mind. I mean, you're the IO player. On one hand, I want to say your team has not used the IO relocate that I've seen in the like proper way, which is Lion Invoker Beastmaster start something and you relocate the Kez in. I don't think I've seen it happen once. But that is my frustration with playing IO and pubs, is that it's really hard to make that happen. So your relocates are more in your own control and they're still useful, just maybe a little less so. So I don't know. I'm torn on that. Maybe it happened earlier when I wasn't watching. We were zooming through. Wasn't able to finish it. Yeah, they do better in the drawn out fights. They have a lot lower cooldowns and like running at you. You guys need a very clean jump and kill. Otherwise their fights go that way, which is part of why this fight didn't work out, because I mean, we did find the PL, but you guys weren't able to finish it, and then chased a little hard without having the information, so then they're counter-initiating. Man, it was close, though. Has his heart already. I mean, I'm not the IO player, so I'll trust your judgment on Beastmaster versus Kez. I do kind of think Kez will do more consistent damage at this point. You may have just felt he was like really behind from in the game, but for comparison, the Beastmaster after the Ags has gone for Blink and then Crimson Guard. So he isn't scaling in the same way, plus the Ags has been nerfed from where it used to be. I think Kez, his has a more standard build. As a carry is also a more standard, like, scaling damage than the Beastmaster. So I think Kez might be the guy you should tether more than the Beastmaster. Though I understand that IO can do, like, weirder pairings because of, you know, this stuff and everything. Yeah, I mean, the early game going poorly is part of the struggle for you guys, which we kind of skipped over a little bit. But we did see some like overextensions, opportunities you guys had to speed it up. And also going back to it, like I haven't seen your team take the proactive play, really. Like the IO, like you and Kez, while they make plays, I didn't see. And I may have just missed it, but that's what lets Kez like farm and you guys find a numerical advantage fight. Who needs to do the deep wards for that? I don't know. We gotta like find time for it, but I don't think I ever saw your team like, hey, this is the guy, jump this guy, relocate in, okay, back off, split. That's kind of how you pick up an early lead while still being active, and you're able to try to end sooner. Which goes a little beyond your control. I mean, the most you can say is, like, explain it and everything. Translucent blue jellyfish. I don't know if I have a video specifically on that topic. My advice would be there are down moments in Dota where you're actually not doing anything and you can use that time to gather information. So for example, you're dead is the easiest. Walking 2 places is the other time. So like I'm walking out of the fountain to my lane. I'm walking from jungle camp to jungle camp. I am, you know, my team is pushing and I am sitting in the tree. And so I quickly like cycle through everything. There are just those various moments. And then the high level thing is needing less and less time. So for example, the ones I listed are pretty safe. You know, you're walking to the lane, you got like 20 seconds to do. The high level pro is like, I last hit this thing and then I have 1 second. So I guess I'll go check this out and then I'm back and here's the next last hit. The faster you can do it with your mouse movement and your eyes and you like build the habit, you can find many windows to do it. If you need a longer window to do it, then it will take, there are maybe less moments. Supporting, pulling, warding, those are some other times you can be looking around. All right, I have said this many times. Standing up, we mean business this time. We are locking in. We have to get through everybody. We must speed along. Get the timer out. Okay, stomp the lane, but our offlane axe also got stomped, and we didn't have much playmaking ability. Mid Lena usually wants to farm and understandably prefers not to rotate. Well, she has bots, actually. There are rotations. Enemy mid, fed axe to his whole team, which recovered the offlaner's game, and then the enemy snowballed. Okay. So let me see this in the net worth. So if the Alk continues to give Ags from the mid lane, there should be a window you can try to do something. Especially because versus an Alchemist at 10 minutes, there's only a very small gold lead for him. And then even by, well, okay, at that point it jumped. Prior to that, it was like 2k at 18. That's usually very, very good versus an Alchemist. Even if Axe had a bad game, it looks like you guys got first blooded a couple times. We're not going to worry about that. Stay focused. Even with Axe having a rough time, you have Spirit Breaker, you have Ice Path, Lena has LSA. How can she not want to rotate when she has Boots of Travels? This should be, like, it should be doable. You should still be able to do things with Axe having a, geez, yeah. Okay, he's having a very bad game. But I feel like you should still be able to do things around the remaining heroes, even if it's just sitting behind Axe.
Because when they want to kill Axe, they are initiating on Axe. Axe is sort of initiating on them. That's where you can then land the follow-ups, all your abilities, the charge, so then he can walk in and call. If you want to mostly farm till you get to that point, like this guy needs Blade Mail Blink, and you do this stuff, I would sort of understand that, but your hand is a little bit forced to this game because of the Alchemist. I would say you can wait for Battle Fury Blink at most. But otherwise, like, as this is happening, we got to get Spirit Breaker to push mid, show up here. Like, he's charging now, but it's a little late. This is overall a good rotation, but they had the Observer sentries down. And there was actually a lot of heroes here when she started moving over, so it maybe wasn't the best place to go. Do you or Spirit Breaker have a smoke? That would help. The smoke hides you from the Observer sentries. It's better than Invis. Well, it's a combination. Both are good. Together, it's amazing. Ah. I'm just gonna speed through for a bit. Okay, so hold on, wait. Having to play slow for a moment doesn't mean the end. It's like playing fast doesn't mean you have to go nonstop. You can still wait to recover. Like for Axe to have a bad game, you can still patiently wait for the right fights. So if Lena's starting to feel pressure of like, we gotta do things, we gotta go, it's okay to push, but look at their map. Like, I don't see anybody. So you have to be really careful moving in. Now, actually, they did just kill you. So I see some people, but this is their tower. So they can respond in. With Spirit Breaker and with Boots of Travel, the goal is to split the enemy up enough that you can take better fights by number. So like, even though Axe is behind, you maneuver around the map and you make things happen. So for example, Lena pushing in top and then backing away, they respawn top, waiting for her, and then you guys are actually looking somewhere else. For example, this Drow. Because eventually they'll get bored, they'll move into the lane, and you'll see them. And if you have deep wards, that'll also make things easier. She pushed too long without seeing hero, so now she's going to die. But she actually baited the reaction. She just needs to leave sooner and then go do stuff. And also should maybe not be baiting it on the side of the Ursa. Because he's almost at the blink. Like, this is our next action. This is our next call to action. When he has blink Battle Fury, we can play around that. So we would not be taking farm from him. Like, these areas would be all his. So I know there's a lot of heroes top, and we're bringing a lot of heroes top, but we said we don't have good initiation, and we feel behind, perhaps. So we shouldn't try to engage in the enemy team. We should be looking at other parts. For example, this Drow has now been alone for 2 to 3 minutes. It's really dangerous to just walk in like this. You should just hold this Observer sentry. With the timing to ward is now. He has his blink on the way. Now you smoke him. And as you go out, you place the Observers. There's a chance you get killed on this. Maybe they see it and they'll remove it later. Maybe they kill you and now he has to wait for you. And so now the blink is even, like, we're delaying that. Okay, push out mid and then you guys could smoke. People are missing, but the idea of pushing out the mid, you should sit behind him. Like, wait here. This is very scary. Like, I know Drow's alone, and then boom, this is what I'm waiting for. Okay, someone else, somewhere else, Alchemist top. So now you can take your choice. Do we want to go for her? Do we want to go for him? You guys are closer to bottom, but this tower is still up. This is also a Drow, though, so if Ursa blinks on top of her, she'll probably just die. And then you guys can run away before they TP in and help, right? Can we kill her in 3 seconds? That's how long it takes for Alk to TP in. And then look at his items. He has nothing. So actually, even if Alk TP's in, I don't know how scared I am. Aw, they found us right before we'd go. They were actually looking for this triangle. You have the smokes, and he got the blink, like, back here. Ideally, we would have pulled that off a little sooner. Oh, Maelstrom proc, nice. But Ursa was still farming, so maybe you wanted to, and he just wasn't listening. But if you guys had smoked sooner, you would have closed this distance faster. You might have found your target sooner. It never stops from here. Like, we just have to get together and play around this stuff. Okay, 4 heroes top, so we can push in bottom. Witch Doctor mid. They're in 3 different lanes. They are now making their way bottom to fight. So Lina needs to be here already. Where's Ursa? Okay, for you, who should we play with? The Axe, who we think is having a really bad game, or the Ursa, who's our, you know, we won the lane, we feel our Ursa's the strongest. So rather than be positioned over here, you need to be near Ursa. He's the one I need to enable. So move around like over here and be behind Ursa. Right now, you see how like you can't help Ursa. Ursa can't help you guys. If they TP in, they TP top, they'll get you guys. They TP bottom, they'll get Ursa, right? I want us to push this, but the format is still very important where we don't need to be on every side scattered like this. And then especially as you see this means they're fighting. So everyone should leave right now if you feel you're behind. Aw, if he had enraged, he might have made it. So this one, the push idea was good, but we positioned poorly around the tower. Should Ursa wait till fight till BKB? No, he can't wait that long. He can get going with just the blink. You just need to make sure you choose good fights, which goes back to push in lanes, try to get some deep wards to live, and then use that information to pick smart fights. So, Tylight, 1, when you walked up here and just warded here, this was a pretty common spot. I think it was daytime. It might have been nighttime, but we just walked in here, we placed it, and sentries here are really common. So then this ended up not living, and so now I don't have a deep ward. And if I had stuck it in the river, that's not really a deep ward, but it would have probably had a better shot at living than like right here. So at least maybe I would have a river ward to work with. Or if I save that ward for we smoke earlier here and then we push in somewhere, I might ward along in that sense, in that case, and maybe my ward would have been more likely to survive. So now we are pretty behind, and you have to like lean really far into it of like just split push. You don't want to stand in this area. If there's a ward here, you'll be killed. They have multiple jumps. At this point, you have to go around if you want to be here. But also, if you're here, you're not going to do that much. At least for the tier 2. Like, for example, you should go push mid while they're finishing this. And then now they're going to come mid, and the tower's right here. So you can, like, head over early, push it, and then you can always, like, TP over if they keep going tier 3. Sentries can't see smoke players. I learned so much from this stream. I'm happy to be sharing the knowledge. Yeah, smokes are the unique mechanic to get around observers. There's like a series of, it's not really rock, paper, scissors, but interacting vision mechanics. So observer sentries, right? Sentries to see the invis, observers to see in general. You got the smokes to bypass that. And then you can scan, which, am I crazy? This still works on smokes, right? Yes. So there's a series of different things which can help you sneak around the map. Am I crazy? I had a sudden feeling like scan no longer worked on smoke for some reason. Okay, I think we're gonna see more of the same, which is what you described, but I think we at least saw a couple cases where your team could have done stuff, or why like the stuff you did was not the right time to do it. And I didn't see all your cases, Monch, but consider a deep ward that lives will help your team. Anytime you have a spirit breaker or a global hero, try to have a deep ward somewhere, because it'll give you more information to work with. That's true regardless, but especially with those type of heroes, it's really helpful. Can we talk about defensive warding this game? I can pull it back up, but to go back into it, the defensive warding can't be all defensive warding. It would still need at least one aggressive ward, because that helps you be defensive when you see more parts of the map, because they might just smoke. Going back to the smoke, they may smoke through your defensive wards. So all the smokes in the world won't help you if they're all in the river. You see them smoke when they're on their side of the map, which is where your aggressive ward will help. But it also gives you the chance to make plays, because there's very few games where you just literally can't do anything. Usually 3 to 4 heroes can kill one hero in even the worst of cases. Not always. Those are the worst of cases. But most games, like, some amount of playmaking is possible. So you should always have at least, you should always try to do one defensive, one offensive, and then the other one can depend. If you're losing, second defensive. If you're winning, second aggressive. Yeah, one near the Ancients is good. Monch actually did put one behind the tower to help with sieging, which I think helped. But then the team didn't react to seeing Earthshaker walk in fast enough. So then the ward was a good one, had a purpose, but the team didn't act on it fast enough. Okay, chugging along. We can download this. Yes, okay. Lazy Bunny, are you here? Which team are you on? Herald Royale with cheese, lol. Which team are you on? Because we're on anonymous mode, so I can't see the usernames. Herald Royale with cheese, nice. What should I call this? Battle Cup team, I guess? Well, you said you're the offlane, right? Could be ruined. I was the offlaner. So I'll just title it a Centaur Warrunner 3 Archon. Oh, not Centaur. Archon. Okay, you mentioned also maybe a quick talk about the draft. We can do that. No problem, Monch. Where do we submit replay IDs? So hang on to those for now. When people donate, we do those guaranteed. And then otherwise, we just pick randomly from the chat. We're getting towards the end of the stream, and there's still a couple in the backlog. So I gotta churn through. We're starting to make better time, but I have been confirmed that Ricky and I are going to be casting European times, so I probably should be trying to sleep within the next couple hours, and I have to eat, so it's probably like end the stream, eat, attempt to sleep, and then because of that, I don't think we can go too late today. Let's just jump to the end of the draft so we can just look backwards. For this rank, my recommendation, ahead of time, I actually have a lot of drafting thoughts, but to reduce it, ahead of time, pick a style of strategy you want to go for. Hyper carry, active aura, zoo lineup, whatever. Try to think ahead of time what you guys want to do. Because due to limited hero pools on everyone, your team, enemy team, and the fact we're not pro players, everyone's going to make mistakes, the meta doesn't matter nearly as much. And trying to adapt your draft as a casual team is tricky. If you want to, you can. It's going to take a couple like attempts, learning moments, and everything. If you play more amateur leagues and you do a lot of this, it starts to ramp up. I don't know your amount of Battle Cup experience, but if this is like the first couple times doing Battle Cup, pick a very straightforward strat and draft more for yourself and only do slight adapting to what the enemy picks. Like you see a Medusa, maybe you were to grab an anti-mage, though I see they did it because I think you banned the anti-mage yourselves. You can do like small adjusting like that, but mostly it's like, oh, our offlaner will initiate and build auras. Our mid is going to be a playmaker. We're going to pick like strong supports, and we'll try to last pick a carry to like fit the rest. Something like that, you know. Keep it simple for yourselves. We had a rough set strategy we wanted. Okay, so it sounds like there was at least some planning. Or are you going to be casting? I think it's fine to say. We're going to be doing some of the Dream League. Is this one Dream League or is this Birmingham? I forget. We'll eventually do both. We're going to be doing some of the qualifiers. I don't know exactly which stream tile will be on, but I will ping it in the Discord. This game, I don't mind this draft as a whole. You have someone initiating. Supports are decent and fulfill uses. You maybe want a more natural Dispel once you see Silencer come out pretty early. Like, Guardian Greaves is a very good response for the support, and someone who builds Lotus is, like, good. So Centaur can build Lotus. Neither of these supports are really Guardian Greaves supports, so you may not be able to do what you want, like, in the fights, because you get silenced. And once you see your, well, I don't know, maybe this is carry Razor, but once you see the Medusa, it's very likely to be carry Medusa, so you can probably pick your carry sooner and save your mid pick in the end. Because now you see the Leshrac and you go, okay, so I want my mid to respond to Leshrac. And maybe this Razor is a flex, so that's okay. But for anyone else, like, as you play in your own stuff, even if I see Leshrac and I go, okay, I need a carry that needs to address Leshrac, I still need to address Medusa, though, as one of the biggest things. So if you already know you need your carry to address the Medusa, then you can do that earlier and then pick your mid as a response to this. I think Razor is okay for Medusa as long as you guys play fast. So you have a good mid matchup, like you do carry Razor and then pick a mid who does well versus Leshrac and can play very fast. I'd be up for that. If you want to run mid Razor, that's okay versus Leshrac. And then Sven is not bad. Is he available? Yeah. Raw damage versus Medusa is pretty good. So someone like Sven could work. What's up? Come here, Joopy. What did we get? Oh, we had a lot of reserve time. Ho ho, ha ha. Actually, Sniper's not too bad either. Sniper versus Leshrac, you outrange him and you keep your distance. You also outrange the Medusa. You just have to be protected from the hook. I'm down for that. And then what was the follow-up question? We got completely ruined. I was the offlaner. All right, how fast is the ruining begin? Where should we be looking? So your lane itself went okay. Was this the sniper going mid? Cool. Or was this the carry sniper with the mid Razor? Carry mid sniper, carry Razor. Although sniper's gonna play like a carry. Come here. I was full on panic drafting here because they banned 3 of our heroes we had played in the other games. Yeah, that's how Battle Cup goes. You look up the players, you find the last game, and you just ban those heroes. Yeah, this it's a little hard. So sometimes people don't have the fleshed out hero pool, so it can be tricky. Where should we jump into? Your lane itself seems okay. I'm sure we could nitpick and find some stuff, and if that's what you want, we can do that. It seems like your counter pick didn't fully pay off, which can happen. Battle Cup is a mix of ranks and all that, right? We see like he's a little bit higher ranked. I don't know how comfortable you were on Sniper. Like maybe you guys just went for it. What we are doing, you and Hoodwink. In the laning stage or just like in general? We can definitely target you too. I maybe need to double check on the Centaur build. Tomorrow I have to like power through a bunch of builds to prepare for the casting. I've been playing Largo and mostly keeping up, like occasionally keeping up with like random things here and there. But a lot of the other heroes, I have not double checked what builds have shifted which way and what. I have to go look into all of that. I normally position 4, so I'm just happy to learn more about off. Okay, so how about we go? Let's start from the lane then. So we got that kill. Okay, first tip real quick. Wait, a little further back. Where did we get that kill? Yeah, we got this kill, and then your team starts to scatter here. I think moving up in here, you and Hoodwink, thinking about this. You guys just killed them here. The odds of them staying are low, and if they do stay, they shouldn't have enough heroes to threaten you, even if you don't have your whole team. So coming top could be good. And then, for the off lane, you love to get the equilibrium to push out right away. Especially someone like Medusa is not always the strongest laner. She wants the safety of her tower. So when you can throw her off right away, you're in a really good spot. One of the fastest tricks, especially off of your team coming in this area, whether you find a kill or not, because maybe you come up here, no one's here. Well, no one's here. Okay, we can do the trick. We come up here, we get a kill. Okay, we killed him. No one's up here. We can do the trick. And that is to just hang around this area. The creep will be here at 13 seconds, and you just body block the very first wave. And unless they are prepared to deal with it right away, then the very first wave will go under tower. So for example, the fact that Medusa was able to stand here doesn't make much sense. You should have had another hero in here to fight, and then Medusa wouldn't have felt comfortable here. And then even as like a one-on-one, you can do it. Like Hoodwink can sacrifice some HP as Medusa hits her. You body block, you get out. You just make sure you don't stick around too long and then get caught by like supports and then get killed. You only need to body block for like 1 or 2 seconds. The creep wave will go under tower, and then laning becomes very straightforward. It's gonna be here. The support just needs to make sure pulls don't happen, block them, body block, contest, whatever. And then you're just gonna be laning here for pretty much ever. If you do body block, try body blocking the back 3. Let the first one go through. That's another trick you can do. If you block all of them like you are... Oh, you actually got the range creep in front, so that's also good. That one can be like tricky if it happens or not. And the enemies can kind of fix it by creep aggroing. Let's pretend the range creep did not go to the front. And in fact, by aggro, it hasn't mattered as much. We're laning a little further back, but it's still 4-on-4 creeps. It still comes down to who hits what creep and all that. So it's kind of fixable for them. So we may still be here. 1 creep forward dies first. Under the tower dies first. Those are more guaranteed tricks. I would try to poke the Hoodwink. Have Hoodwink poke the Medusa when it's not like it's time to do this stuff. Ogre's whole job is to draw attention, and if you feel like you need to harass the ogre, then he's doing his job. If you just ignore him and hit Medusa, then he feels like, oh, I gotta get in there. he's a melee hero. He has to run into the creep wave, and as he tries to do stuff, he's going to draw aggro, especially because he has learning curve. He can't even do any spells, right? But the more you engage him on the side, he's happy with that. He's like, yeah, but we're just leaving Medusa alone. Great. Now, if you're really confident in the one-on-one matchup, this can be okay to do. But I would say you can still get the one-on-one matchup, and Hoodwink focuses Medusa more than the Ogre. Because, like, Ogre will be forced to come into the lane, and you'll still be able to do stuff as Centaur. Okay, we have the equilibrium now. Oops, ended up swapping perspectives for a bit there. Didn't even notice. So at this point, it should stay here for a while until they do a pull. So here, Hoodwink doesn't need to move forward. Is it time to do a pull? If they're going for this one, yes. But you can see it, because, like, Hoodwink can see into here, and so can you. So if he was doing a pull, I would know already. So there's nothing going on. Do I feel required to do anything? Well, the lane is here. So I'm actually good. I don't need to do anything. So Hoodwink doesn't need to feel like, oh, I got to go find Medusa. I got to go find Ogre. She can just sit here. Actually, moving to the left, because I know Ogre's on the right, could be good. Hit Medusa a little bit, and then it'll be close to a pull time, so then I'll have to swap sides again. This goes back to the circle tech. We got close to Ogre because of this tree. The circle tech video, whatever. Is that what I called it? I can't even remember. But it involves playing around that tree. Ogre, melee versus range heroes, using that tree to get close, which is exactly what happened there. And the lane is still here. For all of that, right? We just gave a kill. But the lane is still here, which goes back to that original trick of why getting the lane to push out is so good, because this is where Medusa will have a hard time. But in this case, she got to lane here for a little bit, so now she's laning out here with, like, Null Talisman, Wand, a couple more items on her way to her boots, so she'll be able to run back faster. So the sooner we get it to go out and make her suffer, the better. Especially if we prioritize her instead of the Ogre, who is still just like, he's fine. He's tanking through it, you know? He's good. It's situations like this. Okay. Who's winning in this given situation? Right? We are in a good spot. We've actually, with a little better creep management, this it would still be here. Now that you have 2 range creeps, it's starting to push back. But in general, we are good. I'm farming. The lane is in a decent spot. I don't need to do anything. They need to do something. That can help you determine how much you need to look for stuff. I think you guys are feeling more pressure to do stuff than you need to, right? Like, Hoodwink is looking for people, she's moving around. But really, you guys are good, and Ogre needs to come to you. Look, you're 13 and 6. For much as we nitpicked, you have 6 denies on this Medusa, you're 4 more last hits, right? If this just goes on for 10 more minutes, you're going to end up with, like, 15 denies over her and, like, 15 more last hits than her, right? They need to do something about this. So Ogre has to be running around, not us. Like, okay, I'll just sit in the lane as the Hoodwink, and if Medusa sits back, I'll just help Centaur deny. When these creeps get low, okay, let's just work together and deny them in front of their face. We have 84 damage and then 55 damage. Together, if we time it, how can this Medusa get a single last hit? What has to change? Ogre has to do something. If he wants to hide, I'm going to deny in front of his face, in front of Medusa's face. Ogre must step up and stop me from doing that. He has to go do pulls. I don't need to find Ogre. He has to find me. But when we feel like we have to find him, we find him, you know? And now he is doing his job. Now he's like, I'm distracting them. I am getting kills on Hoodwink. I am doing damage. But it's because we deliver ourselves to him rather than making him come out to us. So a lot of supports struggle with this, where I think it's guilt. It's PTSD from being yelled at by cores and seeing the discussion of, like, oh, position 4s are so bad. They're why the offlane's so hard. Like, they're so useless. They're never doing anything. So then support players feel this guilt inside, this original sin that was never their fault. They were just born with it. They're like, I've got to do something or I'm bad. I have to be good. I gotta go. I gotta be doing something. But it's okay to just be here sometimes, especially if equilibrium is in a good spot. and you are the ranged hero versus melee. There are other cases that still fine to just be in lane, but those are part of what really help. Mid's also a bit of a mess. Yeah, that can happen. This is why, I don't know if you play with these, if you plan to do more battle cups with these people. I don't know if they're your friends or, you know, it's just like sometimes you find like random battle cup people. If you do plan to play together, whoever has the smallest hero pool has to be picked early. And then high rank versus low rank, some lineups, some thought processes are like, oh, save the last pick for our best player. And if you truly believe your best player can win you the game, then you can do that. However, having an earlier pick in the draft is actually harder because you get countered. And bad players struggle more with that. So sometimes it's actually easier to give the later pick to a lower ranked player because you're giving them a good matchup. You're giving them an easier game. And your higher ranked player is being given the hard game, but they have more knowledge on how you deal with that. Personally, that's what I would go for, within reason, on the MMR gaps and like what types of heroes they can play. Like, for example, if you have a lower ranked player and he only plays like initiators, that's fine. He doesn't need to win, you know, his lanes. All he's gonna do is initiate. Something like a sniper counter pick, and I'm not trying to like flame this guy or anything. I'm just like trying to outline some draft stuff, battle cup for amateur teams. If you counter pick with sniper, the whole purpose of the hero is to win the lane. And you have to give yourself wiggle room in battle cups, especially versus Smurfs in battle cups. If you can't win the lane, there is no fallback. There is no like, oh, we go gank, right? Like, you straight up must win lane. For battle cup, especially when you might run into Smurfs, or when drafting for the various people on your team, having the backups helps a lot. This is a decent matchup, but also you can jungle. Decent matchup, you also only need level 6 to gank, right? So you lose, okay, just get your XP, gank. Kind of covers you. Yeah, I don't know if I have more thoughts on it. I'm sure there are more thoughts, but I think it's probably good. There are some old videos on drafting that would be... The game's a little different now, but it did cover some basic philosophies like things to look for in draft, why different picks and bans are important, like the ordering. With that said, the pick and ban order has shifted, I think, since that video, so it might be less important, though you could apply similar principles. Okay. We are gonna keep shifting on. Oh, Blue Flash, thank you so much. I feel you always do these extra donations. You really don't have to, but I appreciate it a ton. I fell asleep a bit. I understand. Let me know if, I don't know if you already looked back on the VOD. When you do, let me know if it makes sense, if it helped. I'm not sure if we were looking at the right thing, like me, myself, so let me know. Yeah, I think the advice we gave you is pretty good for starting up on the off lane. Like, this lane could go better if, funny enough, you do less. Because you guys actually... I can't actually remember how you even got the lane to come back. It might have been their mistake. But either way, the lane came back and you guys were doing pretty well. But then by trying to do more, you actually threw yourselves off a little bit. And I think learning to slow down is actually also a very good skill. In the same way, learning to speed up is good. Not that you have to be super AFK, it's just changing what you do, right? Rather than look for the heroes, realizing like I can just sit and hit my own creeps, focus Medusa, and if I can't hit her all the time, that's okay. I'm keeping her away. Okay, I have one more to do, and then I think we have to stop for today. Can't go late this time. Apologies. Wait. Domavoy. This one's too old, so I can't download it. If you have a different one, we can still do that. Otherwise, if you don't have one for now, we can maybe down the line. this go till Monday? I think Monday is... Yeah, we'll probably be back on Monday and next Wednesday with more replays. So that would be the next soonest time to do it. No, you're good. Okay, so I tried to pick the game where you had said two people seem to be doing their own thing. But then I'm not sure I saw it. So yeah, maybe you put the wrong one there, or maybe I copied the wrong match ID and I looked at the right thing. I still talked about some random stuff in that game, so like maybe it's still helpful. But if you wanted to, you know, let me know if you wanted a different thing. We can do that another time. Monday, like I just said. Monday will be the next one we do. Who's holding the cat up? The third hand. That's my fiance. Oh, Hef, you want to come up here? He's not as interested. Jupiter, you can pick up and do whatever. You can shake him, and he'll just let you. Hef will. He doesn't try to bite and be aggressive, but he will do a I don't like what you're doing kind of thing. Okay, perhaps for Domovoids then, we'll save that for down the line. I don't know if they're here or not. If they don't respond, then, I don't know. If we have any, like, random questions I can answer now before we end. I don't think we'll open another replay, but if you have, like, quick questions, we can do that. And let me see... Can you do a draft analysis? Yeah. You mean like this game? Part of the struggle with draft analysis is for like battle cups and amateur leagues is there's usually a limit to the player pool. Like there's only so much you can talk about, like, oh, if you do this, you can do that. And he's like, I don't play that hero. It's like, oh, you can try to do this. And you're like, no, I don't know how to do that one either. So that's why comfort is usually number one for this stuff. Aw, Blue Flash. Thank you. Okay, for now we definitely, if we miss the target on the replay, definitely let me know. We will go back. Thank you so much for always, honestly, over-donating. We have to... There are several people, for example, We Go Hard as well, who at some point, you guys are going to rack up enough donations to just the whole stream, your games. Or you can declare, like, hey, let's do a variety day. I think we have to at that point. You've bought the stream. This game, if you meant the draft analysis for this game, by the way, so not this game, sorry. The last game we were just looking at. Though if you meant that other game, we could do that one too. I think this draft is okay. I would play behind Sniper is what you get to. Like, Sniper hits your objectives, and you have Venge ready to swap save. If we're talking late game, we even have like Stampede and the cart. Even though it got nerfed, you can still do it. Razor like lets people go to Sniper, and then you link up with whoever. So maybe like Leshrak's running at him. You like get Leshrak off. Medusa is like jumping in. Okay, you tether over to... you link Medusa while Sniper like builds some distance and then starts doing damage again. Hoodwink also just helps enable the Sniper and throws the safe bushwhacks. You don't have to initiate with this lineup. Sniper does it, and they have to initiate. The main thing you have to worry about is the Pudge Hook. But outside the Pudge Hook, how do they start a fight, right? It has to be Ogre jumping in with a stun, which is not that great, right? I'm not that scared of it. It has to be all of them jumping in, right? They all need Blink Daggers if the hook doesn't land. Because when Leshrak goes in, Medusa's got to go in. They cannot let Sniper... Even if he doesn't have an amazing game, if he catches up, Sniper will do the damage over time. So, one, you have to make sure Sniper... This goes back to, like, sometimes it is just lane execution. You got to do okay in the lane. If you start falling behind, you might need to make stacks for him to recover. But at that point, you just let Sniper hit objectives and dodge hooks, which is maybe the real hard part. Aw, thank you, Blue Flash. I appreciate that. Can you do a noob guide on Break, Silence, Mute, Dispel, Disperser? I actually do want to do a, I hadn't thought to do specifically those things, but thank you for the call out. I should make sure I add that in. With the year 2026, new year, new me, new MMR grind, I've been kind of brainstorming and plotting out different try-hard mentalities. I'm going over old videos to see which ones should be redone and which ones are maybe still good enough to just like leave as is and add into a playlist. And part of that was going to be a new updated like crash course for new players or returning players. Maybe that's separate because a returning player has a lot of background knowledge. New players need like what is break, right? For example, that we take for granted. So maybe it'll be separate. Or maybe I'll style it towards new players and returning players will just deal with, repeat knowledge. That's probably easiest. But anyways, yeah, I do have some new player stuff in mind, and I hadn't thought about covering the different break silences and stuff like that, but I'll make sure to think about them. Explain to them over and over, but it seems like a hard concept. It is kind of confusing, especially as you get into some niche situations. Silence is the most important one to understand. Silence just, preventing abilities. Fortunately, straightforward. And then having the dispel to remove it. That's the number one, because mutes and breaks are much less common in Dota. Super new to Dota, but have a lot of experience in other MOBAs. Are there specific concepts I should try to learn first? I'm trying to play soft support. Welcome to Dota. You have chosen, conceptually, the hardest role. You can play it in a very straightforward manner, but the total soft support experience, in my opinion, is the most concept confusing role because you have the most options. Most freedom, most responsibility, most confusing decision making as a result. So it is a cool role. It's my favorite role. To start, especially if you're coming in from other MOBAs, I would begin by leveraging just your basic MOBA mechanics into the lane. So you start with the most straightforward way to play the lane, which is just like a position 5, which is what most people do. What's our best screen for this? New player support pool? Blind pick ballers? I'm not sure which screen I should be showing this, but I would start with the support. Well, you can choose. Yeah, it's a video game. Play what you like. But my recommendation would be like start with someone straightforward, kind of like this. These I feel are all relatively straightforward heroes. Besides like the ones that are harder are listed out. But let's say you decide to play Hoodwink, for example, on this new player list. So start like landing your skill shots will come over time. And just learn to harass in the lane without drawing aggro too much and practice denying. Because that's something kind of unique to Dota that you have to get the hang of to think about. It came up in this replay, right? Of like, you don't need to harass. You can just get denies. If you never had the ability to not deny before, like League, you never really had to think about it. It wasn't really a consideration. But now it is. So I would start with that. What's another overarching concept that's good for new players? This is what I need to think through as part of our new player crash course and or League to Dota crash course. If losing lane, is it a good idea for position 5 to leave for a gank to let the core farm more XP and try to get another lane ahead? Yeah, that can be a great idea. It depends a little bit on the matchups, but we are laning and it is not going well. If we keep laning, it's just going to not keep going well. So trying to find something different is a great idea. Your idea to gank is good. Stacking can be another option. Maybe it's too soon to gank. Maybe you have bad heroes for ganking. Just stacking so that you can recover faster with your cores. Hopefully they have a way to do the stacks. That can be another option. A really nice power play which depending on your bracket, maybe happens, maybe doesn't. Your lane's going poorly. Unless it's a total dumpster fire, you can usually stick around for like the first 5-ish minutes. 6 minutes, head on over, so like 5.5. Make sure you have bought a smoke, observer sentry, ideally. Head over to the mid lane. Depending what side, you maybe stack as well while you wait. Sentry to look for their observer. Reward for your mid if you think it makes sense. If you want to save it for somewhere else, that's okay. Hopefully you're getting the power rune for your mid laner. Smoke them if you think you can gank. But this way you have all the tools ready. And if your lane's losing and they're getting overconfident, maybe you can bring your mid laner who just picked up an arcane rune, a haste rune, amplify damage, whatever. Bring it down, get some kills, get some space back for your lane for like 30 seconds or more. People sometimes make those moves, but then they don't have the smoke. They don't have the sentry, so they don't know that they're just under a ward the entire time, right? Where losing, I really need this rotation to pay off. So you got to buy the consumables to boost your odds. The smokes, the sentries. Place your deep wards for future targets. Things like that. Why do you think most of the games we see are stomps? Oh, in these replays? I think it's probably self-selection where people can submit what games they feel they need help with. And close games, even the ones you lose, maybe you know why you lost, right? It's like, oh, that felt close. Damn, it was that last Roche fight. You know, we just made a mistake. So I think the closer games are easier to understand why you lost, and there's less reason to bring forward. Not that you can't. Still open to those games. Still lots to learn. But if you're trying to like bring something you're really confused by, the game where you got stomped and you don't understand is probably it, right? Where it's like, I have no idea how this happened. I got destroyed, and I don't even know why. That's what hopefully Zach will help me with, and that might be why it gets brought up more. The smoke is a good play no matter what, Crispy Pro. The losing scenario, it makes sense. But honestly, it's not. If you're winning, still a great play. Still bring the observer, the sentry, the smoke. It's still really good. It's just a solid play to make. Can save a losing lane, can snowball a winning lane. Okay. If there aren't any more random last second questions, I had originally been planning to do a stream tomorrow, but now that I know some of my scheduling a little better, I think I need to do some other stuff tomorrow to prepare for the casting. So I think there won't be a stream tomorrow. I'll use my free time to work on videos. And then there won't be a stream on Friday because of the casting. So streaming will be back on next Monday, the 12th. We'll be doing replays again. I hadn't thought about a topic to cover. Maybe that one will be the warding video. Well, I had wanted to do a warding video before doing the warding stream, but I don't know if I'm going to have time to do the warding video if I'm casting. I will think about that, and we'll see what the Monday stream ends up being. Maybe I'll be tired after casting. Maybe we won't even do a replay day. Maybe we'll do something else. We'll just find out on Monday. I think it will be a replay day. I just don't know what the topic will be. What's your experience with Dota Plus and the skill range thing before accepting a game? Lately, I don't even look at the skill range. I just look at the overall rating. In my opinion, match quality 4 is the best. Match quality 5 is either the true best or garbage. It's people who are feeling too safe with their behavior score and they unleash their toxicity. Match quality 3 is average. Match quality 1 is also fairly average. Match quality 2 is the worst. It is people who are sinking, but they haven't sunk enough to learn to shut up. Unlike match quality 1, where it's got the most toxic people, but if they get worse, they're going to get sent to low prio and get muted and everything. So they're playing quietly. Or they've already been hit by the behavior score stuff, so they're forced to be quiet. And then those end up fine. This is black magic science.
I'm telling you, it is too easy to get 12k behavior score. You don't have to actually be that nice of a person to have 12k behavior score. So there's a lot of like actually nice people at 12k, and then there's a lot of toxic people who were just quiet for a while, and then that doesn't actually stop them from being toxic, you know? And then they're not worried. They're at 12k. They know they can unleash a little toxicity here and there, and it won't tank their behavior score enough. It's the danger. Some of my most toxic games are the match quality 5s. They break down so quickly. I have no personal experience with having to claw behavior score back. I have heard many people say it is hard. I really don't know, because unless you are in every game, I wouldn't really know how to judge someone else's claims on it. I believe it can be hard to get your behavior score back, because I think it can be a snowballing effect. But also, I think once you stay near the top, it's not that hard to stay near the top. I don't know about recovering once you drop, but floating near the top seems a little bit too lenient to me. And also, 12k should not be the starting point. You should start at, I would like one more behavior score system rework. You should start, let's say it's a 12k system still. 6k should be average, and you should work your way up, or you should work your way down. You should not start at the top and then lose from there. You have to earn being a nice guy, being a nice girl. You have to get your perfect behavior score. You have to give the GGs. Hey, that was a nice play. Nice to meet you, buddy. Give a handshake over here. You got to earn your 12k up. The amount of toxicity from so-called 12k players, 12k behavior, it's a lie. I have a certain voice line that provides a silver lining when people talk toxic. It's a pretty good voice line. Too bad it's not still available. All right, guys. I will have to wrap up here. I'm going to go make some katsudon for dinner, and then we will settle in. Exactly. Like, that is not very 12k behavior, Matthew. I totally agree. Like, what's up with that? What is up with that? How can someone like that be at 12k? Guys, I have, in my head, it's funny. I don't know if it's actually funny. In my head, it's a really funny skit about behavior score, but I question whether I should make it, because I don't know if I should be upsetting Valve like that, since this is my, like, career and everything. At the same time, I don't want that to be a reason to not speak out against the system. At the same time, I understand behavior score could be a little complicated and all that, so like, I don't know, but like in my head it's kind of a funny skit. But the amount of people at 12k, fake news. Yeah, there's some good voice lines though. Okay, I will see you all next time on Monday. Everybody have a good rest of your day, rest of the weekend too when you get there, since I will not be here on Friday. I'll be in I don't know which cast it is, but on Discord I will ping it. If you're in the Discord, there's a channel you can go and like a message, and you'll get the updates for when I go live, either here or for the casting. Don't have anything for YouTube to ping that. Or I guess Twitch, actually. I guess it's in the Discord, so whatever. Okay,